It's not that you used the means to make me kneel here. Listening to the flirtatious conversation between the two, Liu Yang's face became extremely ugly, but soon, he discovered that he was able to speak. However, apart from his head, his body was still firmly suppressed to the ground by that force, so he hurriedly raised his head and stared at Ling Tian with angry eyes, roaring at him. I want to use this to reveal Ling Tian's true face, in the hope that he can restore his image in the goddess, mind. Ha ha ha, that's right, I made you kneel here. How is it? Isn't this feeling of being in the spotlight very good? It's a pity that Li Yu and I were playing games in the fitting room, and we didn't come out to follow you right away. Ling Tian looked at the incompetent and furious appearance of the dog-licking protagonist, and teased him with a wicked smile. And Ling Tian directly stretched out a foot and stepped on his head ruthlessly, causing him to have a frantic friction with the ground. After all, this is one of his favorite sports. Chapter 111. The protagonist likes to listen to the corner. Kneel at the door again. Ah, you are such a shameless villain. Hearing that, Ling Tian admitted it without hesitation, and also mentioned what happened with his goddess in the fitting room. Liu Yang broke the defense directly, and the expression on his face was even more distorted, and then turned to Ling. The sky was roaring again. After all, although he had already guessed what happened in the fitting room, after Ling Tian admitted it himself, it still made Liu Yang feel extremely painful. His body struggled frantically, but to no avail, he still knelt firmly on the ground. After all, he was just an ordinary person, how could he possibly break free from Ling Tian's power? Ding, the host and the heroine are playing a game in the fitting room. The protagonist Liu Yang's mentality explodes, he directly breaks the defense, the luck value -200, the host villain value +40000. After receiving the system's villain value reward, Ling Tian's mood was even more relaxed. What if I'm shameless? Results are what matters. It's as if your current goddess is in my arms, letting me ask for anything. And you kneel on the ground only for envy. Ha ha ha. Ling Tian's face was still full of smiles at the protagonist's frantic appearance, and he was utterly mocking this dog. As soon as he finished speaking, he hugged Sun Liu's graceful body and stepped on Liu Yang's head and left here. After all, the villain value just now has already been cut by 18. If you continue to use this method, it is estimated that it will be difficult to be effective. So Ling Tian naturally doesn't intend to waste time anymore, not to mention that the dog-licking protagonist will definitely follow. Brother Tian, why do you seem to hate him so much? Sun Liu, who witnessed the whole process, had a curious expression on her pretty rosy face. But there was also a hint of joy in her heart. She felt that Brother Tian must have hated that guy because of herself. That's why his brother Tian just humiliated him like that. But I have to say that when Brother Tian stepped on his head and insulted this nasty guy just now, she also felt a strange excitement beside her. Just to see him upset. Ling Tian responded with a smile, he wouldn't tell the truth. After all, he won't tell anyone about the system and himself being a big villain. Only he will always know these things. As for his woman and the relatives around him, he just needs to enjoy the benefits he brings to them. The more you know, the more trouble you will get. People also hate that guy very much. His eyes make people very uncomfortable. Sun Liu's pretty face showed a look of empathy, she had almost complete trust in her brother Tian. Then let's continue to humiliate him, shall we? The corners of Ling Tian's mouth twitched slightly, revealing a playful smile, and his eyes were also staring at the seductive curves on Sun Liu's body. Bah, Tian, brother Tian, how do you want to humiliate him? Sun Liu's charming and pretty face became even more rosy, and she naturally noticed Ling Tian's gaze, so that her delicate body trembled slightly. However, she also has a trace of pride and coursing in her heart. After all, she can make her brother Tian so heartwarming. I think her temptation to brother Tian is also very big. You are his goddess. How do you think we should make him more miserable? Ling Tian didn't answer the woman directly, instead he joked a little bit. After all, with her intelligence, she definitely knew what Ling Tian was thinking. Don't say that. People don't want to be his goddess. For Ling Tian's fondness of teasing herself so much, Sun Liu shook Ling Tian's arm in dissatisfaction, and said to him with a coquettish expression. No no no, you must be his goddess. In this way, I will feel more exciting. Do you understand? Ling Tian gave Sun Liu an order with a smirk. With such an identity, how could Ling Tian leave it alone? This is definitely an all-round buff. Thinking of this, Ling Tian began to look forward to the expression of the dog-licking protagonist again. It must be absolutely wonderful. Brother Tian, people found out that your bad taste is very serious. A splendid gleam flashed in Sun Liu's beautiful eyes. She didn't understand Ling Tian's actions very well. But if Brother Tian had such a request, he wouldn't mind cooperating with him. After all, love between men and women is still very important. Ha ha ha. Trust me, you'll love it too. Ling Tian smiled and reached out and rubbed her jet black hair, whispering in her ear. After all, as long as you try this kind of thing, you will definitely like it. After all, this practice of breaking through the shackles of the world usually brings a strong sense of excitement. Hearing Ling Tian's words, Sun Liu's pretty face became even more rosy. She didn't feel embarrassed to answer Ling Tian's words, but looking at her appearance, she acquiesced. Ling Tian did not try to stimulate his own woman. After all, Ling Tian knew that her previous emotional cognition was basically blank. And at this moment, the power that Ling Tian shrouded in Luoyang also dissipated. Then he put his hands on the floor and struggled to get up from the ground. Thump. Because he had been kneeling for too long, Luoyang felt that his thighs had become numb, and he couldn't stand when he just got up. Luoyang looked at Ling Tian and the two who were gradually walking away. His eyes were full of pain. He found that his goddess was getting further and further away from him. In front of that goddamn guy, he was like a clown, letting him play around without even the slightest ability to struggle. I don't agree. Why? I am the owner of the system. Luoyang roared furiously in her heart. Her face became terribly contorted again, and her eyes were even more blood red. In front of that damn guy, for the first time he felt so powerless. When he first got the system, he was so high-spirited, but now he is being played crazy by a little white face. No, I must not admit defeat. I have a super dog-licking system, and I can definitely make a comeback. I can't give up my goddess to such a man. Feeling that his legs had gradually regained consciousness, Luoyang immediately struggled to get up from the ground again. They chased after the two who were about to disappear in front of them. But he still didn't dare to get too close, because 960, because of that damn guy, once found out, he would definitely use all kinds of despicable means to insult himself. It seems that I have to find an opportunity to have a good chat with my goddess. This little white face is definitely not a good person. Luoyang's face showed a firm look again. He believed that one day, his girl would find out that she was the man who really loved her. Soon, Ling Tian was led by Sun Liu to her apartment. Brother Tian, people here are a little crude, I hope you don't dislike them. After returning home, Sun Liu's originally nervous expression gradually became relaxed, and she said gruffly in Ling Tian's ear. Ha ha, how could be? Ling Tian sat comfortably on the sofa, but his smile was a little weird, and he responded casually to Sun Liu next to him. Because he found out that this dog-licking protagonist was lying on the door listening to the corner, he had to say that it was quite fun to play. Get down on your knees. At this moment, Luoyang at the door was pressing his ear tightly to the door, listening carefully to the movement inside, but he didn't hear the sound that he was usually very familiar with, and suddenly his heart relaxed. It seems that my goddess still loves herself very much. Luoyang sighed inwardly in his heart, as expected of a woman he likes. However, Luoyang's face turned green again in an instant, because he felt that familiar force enveloped him again. Thump. Directly, Luoyang's legs bent, and he immediately knelt in front of the door without the slightest resistance. Chapter 112. He also felt a sense of participation by kneeling at the door. It's that damn bastard. Luoyang cursed in his heart. His face instantly showed a shit-eating expression. It was definitely that damn guy who discovered him. And this guy still likes to force himself to kneel, he just doesn't treat him like a human. But he didn't dare to scold loudly, because he didn't want his goddess to find out that she was peeping at the door, and was forced to kneel here by that damn guy. Brother Tian, what was the sound at the door just now? Sun Liu's charming face also showed a puzzled expression. She just heard some movement from the door. To know the location of the house where she lives, generally no one will pass by her door, so the movement outside the door makes her feel very strange. Ha ha, your charm is so great, it should be a licking dog who came here because of your name. Ling Tian smirked and grabbed her fair and tender soft weeds, looked at her charming face and said softly. He found that Sun Liu, although she seemed to be generous, was actually very shy in her heart. Brother Tian, I'll take a look, what's going on? Otherwise I won't worry about it. A worried look appeared on Sun Liu's face. She broke free from Ling Tian's big hand, and walked towards the door. After all, there was some movement at the door of her own house, and she was still ready to go over to take a look. At this time, Lu Yang also heard footsteps in the room. He knew that someone was walking towards the door, and the soft footsteps sounded like his goddess. No, Li Yu, don't open the door. Lu Yang prayed secretly in his heart. He was extremely nervous at the moment, his heart jumped into his throat, and he hoped that his goddess would never open the door. After all, he didn't want his woman to see his ugly posture again. But how could things go the way he wanted? Even if Sun Liu didn't pay any attention to the movement just now, Ling Tian would definitely bring her here. I saw Sun Liu cautiously opened it, blocking the cat's eye calendar on the door, and then looked outside the door, but she didn't find anything. What's going on here? But when she glanced down, she found that there were 2 feet on the ground. It was obvious that someone was kneeling at the door of her house, so she couldn't help but exclaim. At this time, Ling Tian also walked over with a smile on his face, reaching out and wrapping her sexy shoulders. Brother Tian, it seems that someone is kneeling at my door. And he seems to be a man. Looking at Ling Tian with a weird smile on her face next to her, Sun Liu suddenly realized something. Could it be the same Lu Yang just now? Is there something wrong with this man? I just followed me, and I was kneeling at the door of the women's clothing store waiting for him, but now I'm running to my door and kneeling again. Ha ha ha, open it and see if you don't know. Ling Tian's handsome face was full of smiles. He reached out and pinched the delicate nose of Sun Liu next to him. Then he directly reached out and grabbed the door handle and opened the door. Then the 2 of them saw Lu Yang kneeling at the door with a livid face and gritted teeth. Looking at Sun Liu in front of him, Lu Yang had an ugly and embarrassing smile on his face at this moment, and looked up at his goddess with some shame. After noticing the indifference and disgust in her eyes, he felt a pain like 1,000 arrows piercing his heart again, so painful that he couldn't even breathe. Lu Yang, please don't harass me again in the future. I already have a boyfriend. Looking at the face she was very disgusted with, Sun Liu took a deep breath and spoke to him in an indifferent voice. She doesn't want this person to come to harass her all the time, because she doesn't want her brother Tian to have any misunderstandings. What's more, now she hates this Lu Yang more and more. Li Yu, I came to look for you because I was worried about you. Trust me, the little white face next to you is really not a good person. Lu Yang's face was full of grief and anger. He was so good to the goddess, but he couldn't feel it, and instead he kept defending the little white face next to her. However, although the goddess is very indifferent to herself, he does not care very much in his heart. After all, he is a super licking dog. He feels that the reason why the goddess has been so indifferent to him must be that what he has done is not good enough. Otherwise, I would have compared this little white face. Now standing next to the goddess, it should be me. Shut up, I won't allow you to insult my god. You know what? I feel so sick when I see you. Hearing that the wretched man in front of her actually insulted her boyfriend in front of her, Sun Liu suddenly felt anger welling up in her mind, and immediately reprimanded Lu Yang in front of her angrily. She felt that this person in front of her was simply confounding black and white, and her own brother Tian was slandered by this damn guy. Liu, I'm sorry, it's my fault, don't be angry. But this little white face is really not a good person, you have to believe me. What I said is true. Hearing the indifferent and heartless words of the goddess in his ears, Lu Yang's heart seemed to be dripping blood, and his resentment towards Ling Tian deepened. He never imagined that his goddess misunderstood him so deeply. Ha ha ha. Now, if this dog-licking protagonist said it, Ling Tian laughed unkindly. Li Yu, I didn't expect you to have such a loyal licking dog. Today really opened my eyes. Ling Tian's face was full of teasing smiles. He reached out and pinched Sun Liu's pretty face that was a little red from anger. After all, Ling Tian did not expect that this dog-licking protagonist was so humble. Ling Tian felt that Lu Yang was definitely not ashamed of his status as a super-licking dog. After all, there is a kid who obviously has 1,000 trillion licking dog gold, and he still revolves around a woman every fucking day. Isn't this a very stupid behavior? Ling Tian couldn't understand it anyway, but it was a good thing for him. Looking at the dog-licking protagonist's resentful gaze towards him, and then at the attractive woman next to him, Ling Tian suddenly felt more motivated. Brother Tian, People don't want to see this person at all now. Quote. Let's go into the room and leave this nasty guy alone. Sun Liu's delicate and beautiful face showed a hint of charm. She shook Ling Tian's arm, and said to him coquettishly. He doesn't care much about his brother Tian's ridicule, but she really doesn't want to see this nasty guy again. Okay. Then let's go back and continue the game in the fitting room before. As for your loyal licking dog, just let it kneel outside the door. After all, King knows I will be more motivated because of it. So it can be considered a sense of participation. I think it will be very exciting in my heart. Ha ha ha. As soon as Ling Tian's voice fell, he laughed outrageously. Since the dog-licking protagonist wants to keep up, Ling Tian will naturally let it play a role as it should. After all, this is one of the sources of his own happiness. God brother. Hearing Ling Tian's words, Sun Liu let out a coquettish cry, and then she shyly stretched out her white and tender hand and gently patted Ling Tian's chest. After all, as a big girl, her face is still very thin, especially Ling Tian, who even said this in front of another man. Ha ha ha. Looking at the eyes of this licking dog trying to eat people, I feel even more excited. Ling Tian looked at Lu Yang, whose eyes were full of cannibalism, and continued to smile and tease him. Afterwards, he hugged Sun Liu, who was a little shy next to him, in the posture of a princess, and then walked into the room. Chapter 113 Abolishing the Lifeblood of the Protagonist. No, Li Yu, you must never trust that man. Lu Yang watched Ling Tian walk towards the room with his shy goddess in his arms. His face was instantly twisted and deformed, and he shouted loudly at his goddess. However, Sun Liu didn't seem to hear it. She didn't react at all. She just shyly hugged Ling Tian's neck and let him walk into the room with her in her arms. Bang! Lu Yang watched the figures of the two gradually walk to the bedroom inside, and then there was a heavy sound of the door closing. At this moment, Lu Yang's eyes were bloodshot. Looking at the tightly closed door in front of him, his body began to struggle frantically this time. However, Ling Tian's power never dissipated, so he still knelt at the door. At this time, the smiling face of the goddess began to appear in his mind again, and then Lu Yang began to make up his mind to wait for the scene where his goddess and the little white face were on the bed. Do not, my goddess. Did your goddess take the shape of another man after all? Lu Yang suddenly felt unprecedented pain. He was already so humble, why was the goddess still reluctant to look at him? Isn't it enough to lick yourself? Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully capturing the goddess of the protagonist Lu Yang, and causing extreme humiliation to her. The protagonist luck -300, the host's villain value +40000. I saw Ling Tian walked out of the bathroom with Sun Liu, who was also wearing a bathrobe, in his arms. 960 At this moment, there is still a seductive blush on her face. Brother Tian, the effect of that pill just now is so powerful. Sun Liu's face was full of surprise. She found that after taking that pill, her skin became fairer and firmer. And she has also become a martial artist now, and she also knows why that Lu Yang knelt in front of him and Brother Tian several times. Thinking about it, his own Brother Tian used his powerful strength to firmly suppress that guy in place. However, Sun Liu didn't have the slightest sympathy in her heart. She felt that it was the nasty guy who brought his own humiliation. Then you will practice the Yellow Emperor's internal classic with Brother Tian in the future. After all, after your strength has improved, it will be of great benefit to you. A wicked smile appeared on Ling Tian's face. After all, he was enjoying it too. Of course, he would try his best to persuade the woman in his arms if something like this was obviously beneficial to him. Hearing Ling Tian's ambiguous words, Sun Liu's pretty face instantly turned red. After all, she had just responded to Ling Tian's request, but she had tried many illustrations from the Yellow Emperor's internal classic with him. It can be said that this time is really a complete increase of knowledge. However, she did not refuse, because Ling Tian told her about the many benefits of becoming a warrior. In particular, it can delay aging and make one's own physical condition younger. This is an irresistible attraction for a woman. And after becoming a martial artist, she can live longer. With so many benefits, of course she wants to practice with her brother Tian. Let's go and see the licking dog outside the door. I wonder how angry he will be when his goddess becomes someone else's woman. Ling Tian smiled and grabbed Sun Liu's delicate hand and whispered in her ear. He naturally couldn't miss the opportunity to humiliate the protagonist like this, and it is estimated that he could extract some more villain value from this licking dog. Then let's go and have a look. Hearing Ling Tian's words, Sun Liu felt a little embarrassed, but she did not refuse. After all, now she has a complete understanding of Ling Tian's unique hobbies, and she found that her brother Tian really likes to humiliate that man. Especially when they just practiced together. She always said this name to ridicule herself, but she received a more stimulating experience because of it. At this moment, Lu Yang's face outside the door is full of gray and defeated. After all, so long has passed, it is estimated that his goddess has completely transformed into a woman. However, at this time, he heard a familiar footstep sound coming towards the door. It's that damn guy. Lu Yang's eyes showed a cannibalistic look, and he gritted his teeth. This footstep sound, he is now familiar with it, to him it is like a terrifying midnight bell. That's right, now he has been tortured by Ling Tian to the point that he has some fear. After all, this person is completely insulting himself mentally and physically. In front of him, he seems to be inferior to a dog. No dignity at all. Crack. There was a sound of the door opening, and the closed door in front of him was instantly opened, and then Lu Yang saw his goddess being hugged intimately by that hateful man. Moreover, the face of his goddess is still full of seductive blushes that have not yet completely faded away. It is obvious that she has just become the woman of this young master, and her whole body reveals a woman's amorous feelings. At this moment, he felt the heart-piercing pain again, knowing that his goddess had never even had a boyfriend. I didn't expect that this little white face would be the first to board. Liu, it seems that your faithful licking dog looks pretty good now. Isn't it because I had the same experience with you just now? But thinking of this licking dog has been kneeling at the door, I was very excited just now. You should be impressed by this Liu. Ling Tian smiled and looked at the face of the dog-licking protagonist, whose face was flushed with anger, and laughed at Sun Liu next to him. God brother. Hearing that her brother Tian mentioned what happened just now, Sun Liu shyly buried her pretty face in Ling Tian's chest. Ah, damn you, you defiled my goddess. Seeing the shy and coquettish appearance of his goddess in the arms of other men, Lu Yang's face turned green. Coupled with the scene described by this damn guy, Lu Yang's face became hideous. He only felt a surge of anger welling up in his heart, and he felt extreme pain again. Li Yu, this little white face is not a good person. Later, Lu Yang raised his head and stared at Ling Tian, who was proud of the spring breeze in front of him with bloodthirsty eyes, and shouted angrily to Sun Liu in Ling Tian's arms. Even now, he is still reluctant to give up Sun Liu. After all, this is the goddess that he has had a crush on since childhood. Even if he was able to receive the remaining dishes from other men, he would be willing and happy. As a licking dog, how could he be picky about his goddess? To love her is to accept everything about her. This is the ultimate meaning of super licking dogs. Ha ha, you dead licking dog, do you think I don't exist? A sneer appeared on Ling Tian's face, and then he stepped directly on the head of this dead-licking dog. After all, Ling Tian would not hesitate to insult these protagonists. After all, if he has the slightest virgin, when these protagonists develop, he will never be polite to himself. Ah, wait for me, I will definitely kill you. Ling Tian frantically rubbed his head on his head, causing Lu Yang to let out a painful wailing. After all, he was just an ordinary person. However, this kid is only very licking towards Sun Liu, but towards Ling Tian, he is not polite at all, and he speaks ruthlessly with shame and anger. Lu Yang never thought that he would be worse than Ling Tian. As long as he was given time, he would definitely pay back the humiliation this kid gave him 100-fold. Bang! Go away, lick the dog. After humiliating him for a while, Ling Tian also felt that it was meaningless, and directly kicked the dead dog out with a trick. Bang! After being kicked by Ling Tian, Lu Yang's body slammed into the wall opposite the door. Oh! After that, Lu Yang wailed with a pale face, his whole body shrunk into the shape of a prawn, and his hands tightly covered his lifeblood. Although Ling Tian didn't use any power just now, it was definitely enough for this kid. Moreover, at the same time as he stepped out, Ling Tian also released a trace of true qi to destroy the lifeblood of this kid. Although Lu Yang could only feel the incomparable pain in his balls at the moment, when he lifted weights, he would find that he could no longer lift it. This dog-licking protagonist is actually arrogant in front of him. Ling Tian will of course teach him a lesson. What's more, as this kid is a super dead-licking dog, it is estimated that he can't use that thing. The reason why Ling Tian didn't trample him directly was because he wanted to wait until he wanted to use it, but found that he couldn't. This will definitely bring him even greater despair. Ding, congratulations to the host for destroying the protagonist's lifeblood and causing him extreme humiliation. The protagonist's luck -500, the host's villain value +80000. Chapter 114. Lu Yang can't raise his head, and the mail department starts. Brother Tian, let's go in. Seeing that her brother Tian gave this Lu Yang a lesson again, Sun Liu felt that he should be almost enjoying himself, so she urged him to go back to the room. After all, she didn't want to keep looking at that spoiled guy. Then let's go. Ling Tian responded with a smile. After all, the villain value has been harvested just now, and Ling Tian is too lazy to continue spending time on this protagonist. Just wait until the next time to continue licking his wool. Anyway, this kid Ling Tian will make people stare at him 24 hours a day, and even all his communication tools will be monitored. Therefore, his every move cannot escape Ling Tian's eyes. No matter what kind of woman it encounters, it will definitely be cut off by Ling Tian. What's more, he has now become a eunuch, and at most he can only have a good time with those heroines. And Lu Yang on the ground, after struggling in pain for a long time, got up from the ground tremblingly. Damn it! Lu Yang couldn't help but cursed in a low voice. After all, he was kicked by Ling Tian just now, and now his lower body is still in severe pain. Even walking, he can only support the wall. What made him even more grief-stricken was that his goddess was indifferent to him, but was willing to serve other men instead. No, I'm going to change to another goddess to lick. Lu Yang found that he had no hope of being here with Sun Liu for the time being, and more importantly, that damn guy would definitely continue to torture him. Today, it can be said that he has been humiliated, and the pain he has suffered in his life is not as much as today. And he found that he was such a waste. Obviously he had a powerful system, but he would be humiliated by a little white face madly stepping on his face. According to normal circumstances, shouldn't he pretend to slap these people in various ways, and then capture the heart of the goddess? Damn it! Lu Yang cursed fiercely and slapped the wall in front of him with a slap in the face. Oh! However, Lu Yang's sudden force had affected his lifeblood injury, causing him to cry out in pain again. Then, he thought of his other goddess, Ning Yusen. In an instant, the delicate and beautiful face and her graceful and graceful body appeared in Lu Yang's mind. I saw a smug smile on Lu Yang's face again. You must know that he is the father of the gold master in the live broadcast room. It seems that I have to ask you send out immediately. With my charm, won't it be easy to take her down? Hey. Suddenly, Lu Yang's eyes regained confidence again. Afterwards, he rushed to his house. After all, he is not suitable for dating his goddess now. Just walking on the street while leaning against the wall attracted a lot of strange eyes from passers-by, which made his face flush red, and he felt a huge humiliation again. However, the injury on Lu Yang's crotch made him rush slowly towards his home. Fortunately, his home was not far from here. Therefore, he still bravely walked the longest road in his life under the contemptuous eyes of passers-by. In a luxuriously decorated duplex building in the Jinhua community of Tiandu City, Ning Yusen was lying on the sofa with the pillow in his arms, watching TV boredly. But you can see that her pretty face is full of sadness at the moment. Should I sign the new contract? It's so annoying. Ning Yusen's willow eyebrows were slightly frowned, and her small white hands patted the pillow in her arms, and began to mutter to herself for a while. My contract with Gobi Live is about to expire in 3 months, and since Gobi Live's performance has been getting worse recently, I plan to cut the salaries of their anchors. That's why she's so annoyed now. If Ning Yusen signs a new contract, her salary will be reduced by at least 20%. But if she dares not to sign this contract, even if she is the top internet celebrity currently supported by the company, she will definitely be directly hidden. After all, Tiger Fish Live is very powerful in the internet live broadcast industry. What's more, it is backed by the powerful Ling Group, so no anchor dares to offend it easily. Otherwise, not only will the live broadcast career be interrupted from now on, but even more powerful blows from all aspects will be encountered. Call. Should I just sign it directly? Although the money is less, if you don't sign, you can only switch to other platforms at most. At that time, the new contract may not make much money. And maybe it's possible to switch jobs successfully. Just when she made up her mind to sign a new contract tomorrow, a message suddenly came from her phone. Afterwards, Ning Yusen opened the information bar in the phone directly after unlocking it with his fingerprint. He didn't expect that it was Brother Yang who gave him a gift of 5 million. Ning Yusen carefully looked at the message the man sent to him. After reading it, her face showed shock and disbelief. At this time, Lu Yang was lying on the wooden bed with only wooden planks, his face full of pride. The goddess should be very moved. Maybe it's not impossible for her to fall in love with herself directly. A wretched smile suddenly appeared on Lu Yang's face, and he began to think that his goddess should be moved to tears now. After all, he told her via text message that he was going to buy Gobi Live and give it to her. Because he just learned from Weibo that his goddess is very troubled by the new contract recently. In this case, Lu Yang must have solved the problem for his goddess, and the easiest way is to buy the live broadcast platform directly. And he believes that as long as he dares to spend money, the shareholders of Tiger Fish Live will definitely be willing to sell their shares. However, since he can only buy it by licking dog gold, he can only give this company to his goddess. What? The goddess actually rejected me, why? Then Lu Yang suddenly jumped up from the bed, his face was full of doubt and shock. However, he quickly realized that it must be the goddess who still doesn't understand her own strength. After all, Lu Yang also knew that the total market value of Tiger Fish Live is about 10 billion yuan. For him, buying this company is an easy task. But in the eyes of his own goddess, it must be unimaginable, even if he brushed 5 million for her before. If that's the case, then I can only settle for the next best thing. Then invite Yusen to eat together tomorrow, and then show her your huge financial resources by the way. Suddenly Lu Yang figured out what to do next, and a smug smile appeared on his face again. Thinking of his goddess's beautiful appearance and seductive hot body, Lu Yang felt that his body was starting to get hot again. But soon, he found out that something was wrong. When I was young and bloody, I couldn't raise my head. Do not. It must be the damn guy. The original joy disappeared in an instant. Lu Yang's face became extremely hideous, his eyes were instantly covered with bloodshot eyes, and there were eyes that wanted to choose someone to devour. He thought of the damn guy today, and gave himself a life-threatening kick. Wouldn't you just kick yourself into a eunuch? You must know that you have lived since childhood, but you haven't even touched a girl's hand. If it's a real eunuch, isn't this a fucking tragedy on earth? Afterwards, he jumped off the bed with an extremely ugly face, immediately put on his three-piece suit, and rushed in the direction of the male department of the hospital. Of course, on the way to the hospital, Lu Yang did not forget to keep sending messages to his goddess, inviting her to have lunch together tomorrow. Because he didn't believe that he really became a eunuch. It's okay, it's just a temporary problem. Lu Yang comforted himself secretly in his heart. Predict. Chapter 115 Doctor, can I save my life? At this time, Ning Yusen received a message from Lu Yang again. If it's just to eat, then promise him. Ning Yusen lay lazily on the sofa, and she frowned slightly when she saw the news. After thinking about it for a while, I decided to agree to Lu Yang, who gave him 5 million credits. And Ning Yusen decided that she would invite her for this meal. No matter what, this person has given himself so much money, although it is not impossible for him to take out this money. But you must know that this Lu Yang is just a stranger to him, but he has given himself so much money. If you don't even agree to eat with others for a meal, it's too unreasonable. However, Ning Yusen still had a firm belief in his heart, that is, if this Lu Yang had other ideas, he would definitely refuse it. 960. After all, as a top-notch internet celebrity, you don't need to rely on some dirty ways to survive. Not long after, Lu Yang rushed to the nearest hospital and conducted a series of tests under the doctor's instructions. Boy, your current situation, alas. It is estimated that in the future that thing can only be used to go to the toilet. The doctor carefully checked Lu Yang's examination report, his face became more and more solemn, and then he announced the results to Lu Yang earnestly. What? Doctor, are you sure there is nothing wrong with the examination report? I'm a healthy young man. After listening to the doctor's words, Lu Yang's face darkened instantly, and even his body began to tremble slightly. He couldn't believe this fact. After checking the life route by himself, the doctor actually told himself after reading the report that he was dying. He has become a eunuch himself, can he still be tough in front of his goddess in the future? My condolences. I have practiced medicine for more than 10 years, and there is absolutely nothing wrong with this report. Young man, there are still many happy things in this world. You mustn't think about it. After the doctor answered affirmatively, he took another look at the slightly trembling body of the young man in front of him, and hurriedly and carefully comforted him. He didn't want this young man to make trouble in the hospital after a while. Do not. Why is it happening like that? Lu Yong said with grief and indignation, this kind of blow is simply not something that ordinary people can bear. He has just awakened the system, and he is about to reach the peak of his life, and he will spend all kinds of time with his goddess. As a result, he turned himself into a eunuch now. Doctor, can I still be saved? With a worried look on Lu Yang's face, he walked straight to the front and held the doctor's hand tightly. Based on our current medical situation, there is little hope. The doctor's face was full of sympathy, and he said softly to the young man in front of him. In fact, what he means is that the disease is basically incurable. Hearing this, Lu Yang's face instantly showed a dead gray look, and his hands were weakly drooping down. He couldn't accept such a result at all. I saw him walking out of the hospital slowly like a walking corpse. After coming to a small alley with no one, his face suddenly became crazy. His hands were inserted into his hair and rubbed constantly, in order to relieve his suppressed emotions at the moment. System, is there any reward that can make me become a normal man? After venting the anger in his heart, he gradually calmed down and asked about his super dog licking system in his mind. After all, the system has said that as long as he gets the goddess's heart, he can get various rich rewards, and maybe there is a medicine that can cure his lifeblood. Of course, but you can only see luck if you want to get it. After getting the affirmative answer from the system, Lu Yang's originally tense and repressed face became relaxed, and then he let out a deep breath. No matter what, there is finally a way to treat it. As for whether he can get such a reward, Lu Yang is still very confident in his heart. It's all because of that damn guy. I will never let you go. Afterwards, Lu Yang remembered the culprit of his eunuch again, and roared angrily again in a low voice. If it weren't for that person's vicious slap in the face, he wouldn't have ended up like this. After taking a few deep breaths, he rushed home again. After all, he was going on a date with the goddess tomorrow. Ding, the protagonist Lu Yang found that he couldn't raise his head, his mentality exploded, and he directly broke the defense host villain value plus 10000. At this time, Ling Tian received the villain value rewarded by the system again, and a proud smile appeared on his face again. Presumably the protagonist must be in a very bad mood at the moment. After all, he has now become a dead eunuch. It would be strange if his mentality didn't explode. However, Ling Tian didn't pay much attention to this matter. After all, the protagonist of licking the dog has been monitored by him in all aspects. Haha, you still want to buy tiger fish live. Ling Tian was lying on the chair at this moment, looking at the news monitored on the tablet, and a wicked smile appeared on his face. I have to say that this protagonist is really naive. He is really just throwing money at it and buying it without thinking. Although brainless, I have to admit that this method is simple and rude, and it is very easy to use. However, Ling Tian still felt very speechless. To be honest, if it wasn't for the protagonist's halo, this kid probably wouldn't have grown up in the original plot, and he would have been killed if he showed up. After all, he is a little guy without any background, so what if he has a system? Do you really think you can buy anything with money? Even if he bought it, does he think he can keep these assets? Not to mention Ling Tian's strength, as long as he uses the family's resources a little, he can crush this kid to death casually in 1.4, leaving him without the slightest ability to resist. However, a new heroine has appeared. Ling Tian looked at the information about Ning Yusen in his hand and had to say, this is indeed a very attractive beauty. No wonder the dog-licking protagonist hastily changed his target. We're going to have dinner together tomorrow, right? If you are there, tomorrow's meal is expected to be very exciting. Ling Tian couldn't helplessly watch the dog-licking protagonist's presence in front of the heroine. After all, the protagonist's halo is still very terrifying. If you are not careful, the heroine may really like this dog-licking. So Ling Tian definitely wanted to cut off his beard ahead of time. How could such a beautiful woman be left to that dead-licking dog? To put it bluntly, he can only pass the eye addiction. Don't even think about anything else. Chapter 116 The First Meeting, Ning Yusen's Shyness. The next day, Ning Yusin was awakened by the sound of birds chirping on the tree outside the window, and then she rubbed her sleepy eyes and walked towards the bathroom. Today, Ning Yusin was going to go to Tigerfish Live headquarters first, sign the new contract, and then go to have lunch with that Liu Yang. After all, these two things must be done for her, so she also got up early today. Not long after, Ning Yusin, who had finished washing up, finished her breakfast, and then she came to her dressing room. Today, she chose a printed top and a long lace-embroidered skirt. The low-key and elegant colors and delicate and gorgeous embroidery show the charming temperament of a mature woman. Then she wears a small black coat outside, which makes her whole person look charming. Perfect. Then let's wear it today. Looking at her delicate appearance and her graceful curves in the mirror, Ning Yusin couldn't help showing a happy smile on her fair face. Afterwards, she came to the underground garage, got on the orange Ferrari sports car she had just bought, and drove in the direction of Gobi Live's headquarters. She has already made an appointment with the Tiger Fish Company today, so she must rush over on time, otherwise it will be very rude. However, at this time, at the gate of Tigerfish Live headquarters, Wang Bing, the company's president, has already led people to wait respectfully here. Are you sure Ling Xiao has set off? 18 Wang Bing had a serious expression on his face, and asked the assistant next to him in a deep voice. Mr. Wang, very sure. The assistant next to him in a suit and leather shoes also replied respectfully immediately. He didn't dare to make any mistakes in this kind of thing, or he would be fired immediately. Has everyone who should be here already? Don't make any trouble for me. Afterwards, Wang Bing asked the assistant again. After all, Xiao Ling planned to come to the company for inspection. Of course, these executives had to greet him here in advance. After all, this is the eldest young master of the Ling family. He is also the major shareholder behind their Tigerfish Live broadcast platform. When he heard that Ling Xiao was going to come to Tigerfish Live broadcasting headquarters today, Wang Bing was both excited and had some expectations. After all, not everyone has the right to show a face in front of Ling Xiao. Once you get the appreciation of Ling Xiao, won't you be soaring in the future? Mr. Wang, everyone has arrived. I have confirmed it several times. The assistant hurriedly continued to respond. After all, today's occasion is very important. In order to prevent mistakes, he carefully checked all the people present. At this time, Wang Bing nodded with satisfaction, but his face gradually became a little nervous. After all, this is the first time he and Ling Xiao have met, and he is also worried that there will be some special accidents at that time. Not long after, Ning Yusin drove his Ferrari to the headquarters of Tigerfish Live. What, Mr. Wang, why are you here at the gate? However, she found that the company's president Wang was waiting here with a large number of executives, obviously waiting for some important person to come. So Ning Yusin hurriedly parked the car, got out of the car and went over to say hello to President Wang. Of course, they both knew each other. After all, she is the company's current attractor. Xiao Ning. At this moment, Wang Bing also noticed that the company's most famous female anchor, Ning Yusin, was walking towards him, so he smiled and greeted her. Mr. Wang, why are you waiting here at the door today? Is there a big man coming to the company? Ning Yusin's face was filled with a polite smile, and asked curiously to President Wang in a suit and leather shoes. Ha ha ha, that's right, it's young Master Ling of our Ling group who is ready to inspect. So of course our company executives have to wait here for Ling Xiao's arrival in advance. There was also a smile on Wang Bing's face. After all, these things weren't secret, so of course he said it very readily. Looking at the well-dressed woman in front of him, Wang Bing suddenly had another thought in his heart. Would you like to introduce Xiao Ning to young Master Ling? After all, Ling Xiao is young and passionate, so he must be very interested in such a beauty. Suddenly, Wang Bing couldn't help but feel proud. If Ling Xiao really took a fancy to Ning Yusin, then he, the company president, would definitely gain more trust from Ling Xiao. What's more, he used to do things like pimping a lot. After all, men are the ones who understand men best. And maybe the Xiao Ning in front of him also really wants to know Ling Xiao, maybe. After all, there are only a handful of high-quality men like Ling Xiao in the whole country. Xiao Ning, young Master Ling will be here soon. How about I introduce you to young Master Ling? After all, the Ling Group is the major shareholder of our Tigerfish Live. If you get to know Ling Xiao, it will be very beneficial to you. A gentle smile appeared on Wang Bing's face. He spoke carefully to Ning Yusen in front of him. Okay, thank you Mr. Wang. Hearing Mr. Wang's words, of course Ning Yusen couldn't refuse the kindness of others, not to mention, being able to get to know the eldest young master of the group is also a good thing for him. And if you reject Mr. Wang's kindness in front of so many executives, isn't that slapping him in the face? As a smart woman, Ning Yusen would not do such a stupid thing. It didn't take long for a group of 6 Ford SUVs and a Maybach in the middle to head towards the road in front of Gobi Live's headquarters. In the Maybach car, Ling Tian sat in the back seat with a smile on his face. Seeing the car in front of him stop, Wang Bing hurried forward and respectfully opened the Maybach's rear door for Ling Tian. Young Master Ling, you are welcome to come and inspect our work. Wang Bing's face was full of pleasing smiles. He nodded to Ling Tian and said with a bow. It's hard work, Mr. Wang. Ling Tian also responded with a smile. No matter what, he was still very satisfied with his attitude. After all, the person in front of him is an executive of his Ling group. If he can't even find his own position, Ling Tian will definitely kick him out. Ha ha ha. Wang Bing smiled and walked towards Ling Tian in the direction of the company, then he glanced at Ning Yusen next to him. Ling Xiao, let me introduce to you, this is our company's most famous internet celebrity anchor, Ningyu 960 Sen. Ling Tian looked at the woman in front of him, and it had to be said that she was still very attractive, and her charm score reached 99 points. Looking at her decent outfit, she perfectly shows a proud bumpy figure. Not only does her legs look very slender, but her body curve is also highlighted. Whether it is the waistline curve or the bust curve, they are very eye-catching. In addition, her facial features are also very delicate, especially the pair of eyes that seem to be able to talk, which are especially agile. Ling Xiao, hello. At this moment, Ning Yusen's beautiful face showed a hint of embarrassment. The man in front of her was so handsome that she couldn't help but stutter when she spoke. You must know that no matter who she is facing, she can handle it indifferently, but this handsome man in front of him has a very outstanding temperament. Hello, Ning Yusen, right. We know each other now, I'll just call you Yusen in the future. Ling Tian's face was filled with a gentle smile, and he said softly to this woman. Sure. Ning Yusen looked shyly at Ling Tian's star-like eyes, and then lowered his head embarrassedly. This is the first time I feel ashamed in front of a man. On the other hand, Wang Bing also had an ecstatic look on his face. As an old fried dough stick, of course he could see that this was a little interesting to the young people. It seems that I have been very successful in flattering this time. However, he still restrained his expression at a very fast speed. He didn't want to get carried away because of this, which would definitely make Ling Xiao dissatisfied. Chapter 117, The active Ning Yusen breaks through the heavenly rank. Yusen, why did you come to the company headquarters today? Ling Tian's face was full of smiles, and he asked the woman in front of him pretending to be puzzled. Young Master Ling, I'm here to sign a new contract with the company. Ning Yusen looked up at Ling Tian's handsome face, a blush appeared on her face, and a sweet voice came out of her mouth. Ling Xiao, it's like this, the competition in the live broadcast industry is getting bigger and bigger, so we are also ready to provide new cooperation contracts to increase the company's revenue. According to our company's decision, all the anchors' salaries will be reduced to a certain extent, and Xiao Ning's contract is about to expire, so she will come here today. Wang Bing, who is on the side, had a strange expression on his face, and he explained the current company's business strategy to Ling Tian in front of him. Wang Bing didn't want to misunderstand Ling Xiao. After all, he could see that Ling Xiao still had some concern for Xiao Ning in front of him. However, since the decision to cut the anchor's salary has been made, he will naturally not change it. Even if he is a good person, he must let young Master Ling do it. He didn't dare to overdo it. After all, if Ling Xiao had a special order, it would definitely make Xiao Ning more favorable. So he brought this matter up directly. If Ling Xiao ordered, he would do as he ordered. I don't usually watch live broadcasts. How is Yusen's situation in the company? Ling Tian asked indifferently, but did not immediately make any other expressions. Ling Xiao, Xiao Ning is currently the most popular female anchor on our platform. Wang Bing also did not hesitate to tell the situation. Even if it is not the case, he will try to improve Ning Yusen's performance in the company. After all, he already knew that Ling Xiao had some meaning for this woman. If that's the case, then it seems that Yusen is very capable. So I think her salary should not be cut, but should be increased appropriately. Let's hold her as one of the facades of our platform in the future. Ling Tian glanced at Ning Yusen next to him with a smile, and then instructed Wang Bing, who was following behind him. Young Master Ling, you are right. Actually, I think so too, but the company has some performance requirements before, and I don't dare to make an assertion. Since it is your order, I believe other management will also approve it with both hands. An overjoyed smile appeared on Wang Bing's face, and he immediately echoed what Ling Tian had just said. You know, he was able to come this far, naturally he has an excellent vision in terms of observation. Ah, young Master Ling, wouldn't this be unfair to others? Aware of Ling Tian's deep gaze, Ning Yusen felt a hot flush on her face. She didn't expect Ling Tian to recognize her own value so much, and she secretly rejoiced. Even she felt a strange sweetness. This is the feeling of being pampered. But she also doesn't want to be that special person. This will definitely make Ling Xiao and herself suffer criticism. Okay, is that the decision? Ling Tian smiled and met Ning Yusen's eyes until she lowered her head shyly. Although Ling Tian seemed to be discussing with Ning Yusen, his tone was undeniable. Thank you, young Master Ling. Ning Yusen responded with a trembling voice. She didn't feel the slightest disgust at Ling Tian's overbearing actions, but felt a sense of security. Well, then Yusen, you should sign the contract as soon as possible. I won't get involved in the next thing. I saw a strange light flashing in Ling Tian's eyes, and he was about to turn and leave after saying that. Looking at the tall and straight figure of this man, Ning Yusen's beautiful eyes darkened slightly, and there was an indescribable depression in his heart. Young Master Ling, wait. After she took a deep breath, she mustered up the courage to stop Ling Tian, who just wanted to leave. What's the matter, Yusen, do you have anything else to do? Ling Tian turned his head and asked with some doubts. Young Master Ling, can I leave your contact information? I'll invite you to dinner next time. Ning Yusen's face flushed with seductive blush, and she said these words tremblingly. This was the first time she took the initiative to ask other men for their contact information. But for some unknown reason, there was always a voice in her heart calling her to establish a connection with the man in front of her. That's why she called Ling Tian so recklessly. Young Master Ling helped me settle the contract. It's normal for me to invite him to dinner. Afterwards, Ning Yusen comforted herself again in her heart, and her originally nervous and excited mood gradually calmed down. However, she was still a little worried that young Master Ling in front of her would refuse her request. No problem. Hearing Ling Tian readily agree, a bright smile appeared on Ning Yusen's beautiful face, and the original nervousness was swept away. After that, she quickly took out her mobile phone and exchanged contact information with Ling Tian. Ling Xiao, goodbye. Later, Ning Yusen Chao showed a smile on her face. After saying goodbye to Ling Tian, she walked towards the floor she was going to. Call. Yeah, why is my face so hot? After taking a deep breath, Ning Yusen held her face with her little fair hands, feeling the heat on her face at the moment. This made her shy again in her heart, and she began to curse herself for being so unreserved just now. Fortunately, now I have successfully obtained Ling Tian's contact information. I didn't expect that young Master Ling was not only unusually handsome, but also so approachable. Thinking about the details of getting along with Ling Tian just now, Ning Yusen secretly praised Ling Tianlai again in his heart. This is definitely the best man she has ever seen, and there is no one. In just a few minutes of contact, she found that she was full of affection for Ling Tian. You must know that she was not like this before. Although she is very approachable to anyone due to the needs of her career, she will not have too much contact with other people, let alone take the initiative to contact like today. Way too. And she just agreed to invite Ling Tian to dinner just in order to get the call. Then find a good time to invite Ling Xiao to have a meal. After that, Ning Yusen made a decision in his heart. Since he promised Ling Tian, he must do it. At this time, after Ling Tian walked around the company, he didn't have much interest. After all, the company had this group of executives, which was basically enough. And his main purpose today is to get in touch with Ning Yusen in advance. Well, now you all go back to work. Ling Tian smiled and said to Wang Bing and other company executives. Okay. Wang Bing and the others then respectfully bid farewell to Ling Tian. After all, staying by Ling Tian's side, they also felt a huge pressure. You must know that this is the eldest young master of the group. Accidentally made Ling Xiao unhappy, they may lose their jobs. Ling Tian quietly watched the backs of the group of executives leaving, and then an imperceptible smile appeared on his face. Next, just wait for the licking dog to play. After all, Ning Yusen accepted the invitation to go to dinner with the licking dog. So Ling Tian will naturally go to eat when the time comes. I wonder what the expression of that licking dog will be when he sees him again. Ha ha. Afterwards, Ling Tian returned to his manor. First of all, he checked the villain value he had now, and it reached a total of 80 W. With so many villain values on his body, Ling Tian will definitely turn it into his own power as much as possible. Afterwards, he checked the medicine pill that was suitable for him in the system mall, and soon King Nuos found the target he needed. Breaking Heaven Pill, the price is 50 W villain value. After taking it, the warriors of the late stage can be perfectly promoted to the sky. After seeing this pill, Ling Tian's calm mood gradually became agitated. The system will exchange a heaven-breaking pill for me. Then a simple bottle appeared in Ling Tian's hand, which was specially used to store the heaven-poundering pill. After all, only in this specially refined medicine bottle could the effect of this pill be preserved. Bang! Afterwards, Ling Tian directly opened the cork, and an extremely strong medicinal fragrance wafted out of his nostrils. Immediately, Ling Tian had the urge to make a breakthrough, but he was very clear in his heart that this was just an illusion. After all, if you want to break through to the heavenly rank, how can it be so easy? Afterwards, Ling Tian raised his head and took the pill, and instantly felt a huge amount of energy pouring into his limbs. After that, Ling Tian felt that his body had been greatly strengthened again, and the infuriating energy in his body had become more condensed and thicker. Boom! Then, a powerful momentum burst into Ling Tian's body and died. I saw a confident look on Ling Tian's face. He has now successfully broken through to the sky. Chapter 118 Lu Rumeng's Joy. Powerful. Unprecedented power. Ling Tian felt the power in his body and couldn't help but exclaimed in admiration. First of all, his perception ability has been improved several times. Now even those strategic weapons are basically impossible to threaten Ling Tian's safety. Not to mention that with his keen perception, he can avoid danger in advance. Even if Ling Tian cannot avoid it, he can directly carry it through his own powerful strength. Moreover, based on the damage Ling Tian's current strength can cause, he can also be called a humanoid strategic weapon. And he is more terrifying than general strategic weapons. After all, Ling Tian's strength is several times stronger than that of ordinary heavenly rank powerhouses. After that, Ling Tian showed a wry smile on his face, and looked at the room that had become incomparably messy. You must know that he has just tried his best to restrain his strength, otherwise it is estimated that the entire main courtyard will be moved to the ground by him. Brother Tian, have you broken through to the rank of heaven? A gentle voice came over, and then, Lu Rumeng's graceful figure appeared in the room. Well, I got a rare elixir and broke through after taking it. A smile appeared on Ling Tian's face, and he directly embraced the beautiful woman in front of him. There was no need for him to hide anything from this woman. When his 960 villain value is enough, all his women and blood relatives will be arranged. After all, no matter how powerful he is, what's the point of living alone if he lives alone? Anyway, it is impossible for Ling Tian to be a loner. Great. I saw a happy look on Lu Rumeng's cold and pretty face. She hugged Ling Tian's arm tightly, and her body trembled with excitement. After all, Ling Tian is his own man, and of course he is very happy that his strength has surpassed Lu Rumeng. Let's go. After we try to break through, how strong my strength has become. Looking at Lu Rumeng's pretty face in front of her with the alluring flush of excitement, coupled with her sexy red dress today, Ling Tian, who had just broken through his strength, felt a different kind of temptation. I saw a wicked smile on Ling Tian's face. He picked her up by the waist, and went to the next bedroom. When Lu Rumeng heard Ling Tian's words, she shyly buried her head in his chest and let Ling Tian's movements go. Ding! Congratulations to the host for cultivating the Yellow Emperor's inner cannon, the villain value plus 1000. The time gradually came to noon. At this time, Ning Yusen had come to Yijing Garden, and then she walked straight into the reserved box under the guidance of the waiter. After all, she planned to invite Lu Yang to dinner, so of course she had to choose a high-end place. You must know that Lu Yong gave himself a total of 5 million. If Ning Yusen invited him to a meal casually, it would be too insincere. He should be here soon, right? After waiting in the box for a while, Ning Yusen finally received a message from Lu Yong. At this time, Lu Yong was riding in a taxi, heading towards Yijingyuan. His heart was also extremely excited, and he was going to meet the goddess. Before he hadn't awakened the system, this was something he could never imagine. Master, drive faster. Lu Yong couldn't contain his excitement anymore, and urged his master to get to Yijing Garden as soon as possible. He couldn't wait to meet his goddess. Every time he gave Ning Yusen a gift before, he was looking forward to being able to stand in front of her one day. Finally got it done today. Boy, don't worry. It's coming soon. The driver was a middle-aged man. Looking at the young man in front of him, he was speechless for a while. Do you drive as fast as you want? If you drive too fast, you may become a ghost car. He didn't want to joke about his own life. Not long after, the driver stably parked the car at the gate of Yijing Garden. Boy, here it is. Hearing this, Lu Yang's face showed joy. He immediately opened the car door and walked out. Looking at the extravagantly decorated Yijing Garden in front of him, Lu Yong felt a little excited. He had never tried to eat in such a place before. And still with his own goddess. Afterwards, he excitedly walked towards the gate, and was stopped directly by the bodyguard. After all, even if this Lu Yong came out to eat with his goddess, he was wearing the three-piece suit of shorts, vest and slippers. Because he thinks that the only way to dress like this is in line with his gangster temperament, art novels and TV series described in this way. But how could a high-end restaurant like Yijingyuan let someone who obviously can't afford it here? What's more, he walks with a big mouth and a swaggering appearance, just like a street gangster, and the bodyguards at the door are even more afraid to let him in. Get out of here now. An angry look suddenly appeared on Lu Yang's face. After all, as a representative of Diocese's counterattack, how could he bear the insults of these stinky bodyguards? Why didn't other people stop him from entering, but stopped him without saying a word? Doesn't that look down on him? Boy, hurry up and get away from me. This place is not something you can afford. Seeing this kid's arrogant appearance, the bodyguards were no longer polite to him, and sneered directly with disdain, not giving him any face at all. After all, looking at the clothes this kid is wearing, if you put this kid in, the job will be gone. Damn it. Wait for me. When I buy this restaurant, I will fire you first. Seeing the bodyguard being so rude to him, Lu Yong suddenly felt anger welling up in his mind, and his body trembled with anger. Lu Yong decided to continue spending money to buy this restaurant directly, give it to his goddess, and then fire this damn bodyguard. Having been insulted by Ling Tian and his bodyguards in the past had left a shadow in Lu Yang's heart, so how could he bear it when he saw these bodyguards being arrogant in front of him again? Afterwards, Lu Yong immediately sent a message to his goddess, asking her to come down and pick him up immediately. By the way, he will slap the face of these dog-eyed bodyguards. Ha ha ha. Hearing Lu Yang's words, the bodyguard at the door laughed disdainfully. If you can fire me, I'll kneel down on the spot and lick your shoes. One of the bodyguards even sneered. He felt that the boy in front of him was a clown, who came here to make some of his brothers happy. Chapter 119 Interrupting the protagonist pretends. Then just wait for me. Lu Yong could be said to be furious at the moment, but he didn't dare to be too presumptuous in the face of these burly men, or it would be a shame if he was beaten by these bodyguards in front of his goddess. Lost my hair. What's up? At this time, Ning Yusen was sitting in the private room leisurely playing with her mobile phone. Then she received a message from Lu Yong, and she saw a look of doubt on her pretty face. She didn't understand why Lu Yong was stopped by the bodyguard at the door. After all, this Lu Yong has swiped a full 5 million for himself. He must be a person with status. Isn't it normal to be able to walk in directly? Although Ning Yusen's heart was full of doubts, she still walked downstairs, ready to see what happened. Soon, she walked downstairs and came to the gate of Yijing Garden. However, she found that there was only a young man in shorts and a vest with an ordinary appearance who was in line with the bodyguard. No way this person is Lu Yong, right? Immediately, Ning Yusen had a guess in his heart. After all, there are no other people here. As for those passers-by who come and go, it doesn't look like they want to eat in Yijingyuan. Yusen, it's me. I'm Lu Yong, come and pick me up, these damn bodyguards actually stopped me. Seeing the beautiful figure walking downstairs, Lu Yang's eyes instantly straightened. His goddess was actually more beautiful than the one on the phone screen. Immediately, he felt hot all over. Fortunately, he is already a eunuch now, otherwise he must have shown an ugly appearance. Lu Yang couldn't help but secretly rejoiced. It seemed that becoming a eunuch would be beneficial. Really? Looking at the young man waving at him constantly, to be honest, Ning Yusen was speechless in his heart. She finally knew why this Lu Yang could be stopped by someone when he came to eat a meal. It was strange that Lu Yang was dressed like this, and he didn't get stopped when he came here to eat. Moreover, it was this Lu Yang who took the initiative to invite him out to dinner, but he actually dressed so casually. Immediately Ning Yusen felt that this man had no basic etiquette, and the look in Lu Yang's look at her made her feel very uncomfortable. That look was as if she was going to swallow herself up. A look that can often be seen in the eyes of a man. So the little goodwill in my heart because he had swiped 5 million for himself gradually dissipated. But since she had promised to invite him to dinner, she would not break the contract, so she walked in the direction of Lu Yang unhurriedly. Ha ha ha, you goddamn bodyguards. Now you know I'm here to eat, right? As Ning Yusen gradually came to his side, Lu Yang also began to mock these bodyguards arrogantly. Ning Yusen, who was next to her, also showed a hint of disgust in her beautiful eyes. She thought it was normal for Lu Yang to be stopped by the bodyguards dressed like this. You must know that the people who can enter and leave this place are all people with heads and faces, and it is impossible for the bodyguards to put everyone in. Otherwise, something really happened, and these bodyguards would definitely become one of the victims. However, now this Lu Yang couldn't get in because of her own reasons, and instead blamed these bodyguards, and suddenly her sense of Lu Yang dropped to a new level. Sir, I'm sorry. At this time, the bodyguard saw that this young man dressed like a homeless was actually going to eat inside, and his face immediately flushed, and he could only bow his head and admit it. Humph. Does it work to apologize? Who said that just now, if I can fire him, he will kneel down and lick my shoes? However, at this time, Lu Yang's face was full of triumphant expressions, and he didn't intend to let this group of bodyguards go so easily. Today, he had to get over the addiction of pretending to be slapped in the face. To be honest, at the moment, his heart was really cool. Call your boss out right now. I'll buy your store in a minute. If I fire you, I will fire you. I saw Lu Yang's head held high, looking at the bodyguard in front of him with a disdainful look. Although he used to be inferior to these bodyguards, but now that he has the system, he is an absolute superior. At this moment, Ning Yusen's eyes gradually showed a hint of disgust. She decided to leave immediately after eating with this Lu Yang. Because she feels that the man in front of her is too low level, and she is arguing with a bodyguard here, which is simply shameful here. If she hadn't already promised to eat with him, she would be leaving now. Clap clap clap. However, there was a sudden burst of applause from the side. Lu Yang turned his head curiously, his smug expression instantly turned dark, but he didn't expect to meet this damn guy again. The guy in front of him, even if he turns to ashes, he can definitely recognize it at a glance. After all, he has brought him endless pain and humiliation. At this moment, Ling Tian had a mocking smile on his face, clapping his hands while walking towards the gate. Young Master Ling. However, after seeing the person who came, Ning Yusen's beautiful eyes flashed a flash of brilliance, her pretty face was full of sweet smiles, and she greeted Ling Tian. Yusen, I didn't expect such a coincidence. Ling Tian greeted Ning Yusen with a smile, and the eyes of the two of them were facing each other. Soon Ning Yusen was defeated, her pretty face showed 2 smudges of red, and her eyes shifted slightly. Young Master Ling, are you here to eat too? Then, in order to avoid embarrassment, Ning Yusen took the initiative to ask Ling Tian. For some reason, in front of Ling Tian, she just wanted to maintain her image in this man's heart. Yup, would you like us to go together? Didn't you say you wanted to invite me to dinner? Ling Tian's face was full of gentle smiles, and he made an invitation to Ning Yusen. After all, he knew that this woman had also made an appointment to have dinner with that licking dog. Ling Tian is really looking forward to this kid's performance at the dinner table. Okay, but I asked this Lu Yang to have dinner together. The 3 of us eat together. Young Master Ling, do you mind? Of course, Ning Yusen didn't want to refuse Ling Tian's invitation, so she pointed at Lu Yang next to her. It just so happened that she didn't want to eat with Lu Yang anymore, and if she had Ling Tian to eat with her, she could avoid embarrassment. Of course. He and I are old acquaintances, and of course we don't mind having a meal together. Lu Yang, you shouldn't reject Yusen's proposal, right? A wicked smile appeared on Ling Tian's face, and he teased Lu Yang in front of him. Of course not. Hearing Ling Tian's words, Lu Yang's face suddenly turned red, and his heart became extremely angry, but he still resisted the anger and agreed with gnashing teeth, although he didn't want to eat with this damn guy at all. But after all, this is the request of his goddess. As a super-licking dog, how could Lu Yang have the courage to refuse? And if he refuses, doesn't it seem that he is very stingy? Let's go. Yusen, let's go in together. After that, Ling Tian stopped looking at the dog-licking protagonist, but said to Ning Yusen with a smile. Then Ning Yusen nodded obediently, and walked inside with Ling Tian. Damn it. Lu Yang's face turned green. He never imagined that his goddess would be hooked up by this damn guy again, which reminded him of the sad experience of kneeling at Sun Liu's door last time. Moreover, the goddess actually left it directly here, and suddenly he was no longer in the mood to care about this bodyguard, and immediately chased after the two figures in front of him. Otherwise, wait for a while before your goddess and this guy don't know what will happen. Ding, interrupt the protagonist Lu Yang to pretend, the villain value plus 3000. Ling Tian, who was walking in front, ticked slightly at the corner of his mouth. Although the villain value was small, no matter how small the mosquito was, it was still meat. Predict. Chapter 120 Drunk Yusen, Lu Yang is in a state of despair. Ling Tian and Ning Yusen talked and laughed all the way, and soon came to the private room reserved by Ning Yusen. Behind them, there was Lu Yang with a dark face. He didn't expect that the goddess who had spent 5 million to meet for dinner was actually cut off by this damn guy. Ling Xiao, what do you want to eat? Ning Yusen Chao's face was full of sweet smiles. She walked to Ling Tian with the menu in both hands, and asked him gently. You just need to come. I don't have any special requirements. Ling Tian smiled slightly and dealt with it casually. Afterwards, Ning Yusen ordered a few signature dishes and some fine wine, and then returned the menu to the waiter. As for Lu Yang, Ning Yusen didn't look at him at all, and asked the waiter to give him the menu. Because now she has a very poor sense of this man, if he wants to eat, just take the menu and order, 960, it's just a matter of opening his mouth anyway. Lu Yang's expression on the side also became ugly. He also noticed the indifference of the goddess to him at the moment, but he quickly blamed all the faults on Ling Tian. More importantly, as a super-licking dog, he didn't dare to lose his temper with his goddess. Damn, it's all because of this damn guy. Why did I meet him again? Lu Yang clenched his fists tightly under the table, and roared wildly in his heart. He found that the guy in front of him was his nemesis. Every time I wanted to show my strength in front of the goddess, this damn guy ran out. Otherwise, my goddess may have secretly promised her now. However, he didn't dare to attack on the spot, because he was a little afraid that Ling Tian would come to Yin, and let himself kneel in front of the goddess like last time. In his heart, there was already some fear towards Ling Tian. Ha ha. Ling Tian smiled and looked at this dog-licking protagonist who dared to be angry and did not dare to speak, and was also amused in his heart. But since he is not happy, he must be happy. In a short time, all the delicious food and wine you just ordered will be ready. The entire private room was also filled with the scent of food, and Ling Tian couldn't help but pick up his chopsticks and taste it. After all, the dishes here are still very famous. Come on, Yusen, try this beef, it's very tender. Ling Tian's face was full of smiles, and he picked up a piece of beef and put it on Ning Yusen's plate. After all, Ling Tian's actions would definitely make the dog-licking protagonist jump with anger, so of course he was happy with it. However, Ning Yusen was very shy about Ling Tian's intimate behavior. After all, she had never accepted food from other men. Thanks. However, Ning Yusen not only did not reject Ling Tian's food for himself, but his heart was filled with strange sweetness. After all, it is not a woman to have such charm and honor to allow such a perfect man to serve herself. Master Ling, try this soup. Afterwards, Ning Yusen's delicate face was filled with red clouds, and he reached out to fill Ling Tian's bowl with some fish soup. Ling Tian had just prepared food for herself just now, so of course she had to go back and forth with respect. But it was the first time to do this for a same age and the opposite sex, and she was so shy that she almost spilled the soup. However, Lu Yang, who was sitting on the side at this time, turned greener and greener, and he found out that his goddess was actually showing affection with this damn guy. And as the organizer of this dinner party, he actually became an outsider, as if the meal he had arranged for had completely made a wedding dress for Ling Tian. Ah, that damn bastard. Liu Yang's eyes were full of bloodshots, his hands under the table were clenching fists, and even his fingernails had been inserted into the flesh and blood. One can imagine how intense his anger was at the moment. In his heart, after this dinner, he did not know how many times he had greeted Ling Tian. Why did his goddess suddenly become so indifferent to him? Obviously we had a good chat on the phone before. After thinking about it, Liu Yang felt that there was only one reason, and that was the bastard in front of him. Liu, come and try this lobster. Seeing such a sweet interaction between the two in front of him, Liu Yang finally couldn't help but want to give his goddess a piece of lobster. However, he never imagined that his goddess would actually move the dinner plate to the side, rejecting his kindness. Thank you, I'm not used to other people giving me food, you should eat it yourself. Ning Yusen said to Liu Yang with a blank face. She didn't want to have too much relationship with this man, even if she promised to have dinner with him before, but now she regrets it very much in her heart. More importantly, Ling Tian was by her side, she didn't want this man to misunderstand that she had anything to do with Liu Yang. Do not. Why is it happening like that? Liu Yang wailed in his heart, and the mask of pain on his face became even more ugly. I didn't expect the goddess to despise him so much. And he used such nonsense reasons to reject him, saying that he didn't like other people serving you vegetables. How could you be so happy when the damned guy on the other side served you food, and he looked like he was refusing and welcoming? Suddenly, Liu Yang felt a surge of anger pouring into his brain, and he almost went into shock from anger. It's all because of this damn guy. Afterwards, Liu Yang cast a vicious glance at Ling Tian on the opposite side, but he didn't dare to do anything out of the ordinary, because he was afraid that this damn fellow would attack him again. Soon, after 3 rounds of drinking, Ning Yusen's fair face also showed a hint of seductive aura after drinking. She obviously seldom drinks, but after having a few drinks with Ling Tian today, her face became a little drunk. Yusen, are you okay? I see you are drunk. Ling Tian's face was full of concern, and he said with a smile to Ning Yusen, who was a little drunk in front of him. I'm fine. It's just that I don't usually drink much, but now I'm a little too drunk. Ning Yusen's charming face was flushed red at the moment, and she looked extraordinarily attractive. She didn't hide the slightest bit about Ling Tian, and told her situation directly. After all, Ning Yusen is very fond of Ling Tian now, and she also believes in Ling Tian's character very much, and feels that such a man will definitely not be detrimental to her. Since we have almost eaten, why don't I take you back in a while? Looking at Ning Yusen's appearance in front of him, Ling Tian's 1.4 face showed a wicked smile, suggesting that he wanted to send the woman in front of him home. After all, the licking dog next to him would definitely follow behind him, and Ling Tian would be able to enjoy the joy of being loved again. Good. Thank you Ling Xiao. Regarding Ling Tian's proposal, Ning Yusen nodded with a blushing face, and agreed directly. After all, it is really not convenient for him to drive back after drinking alcohol. Originally, she didn't intend to drink, but if Ling Tian wanted to drink, she didn't refuse, and drank with him directly, so the best way now is to let him take him back. It's impossible to let this nasty guy next to him send him back. In that case, Ning Yusen is extremely unhappy. However, she is very relieved if she asks Ling Tian to send her back. She felt that a modest gentleman like Ling Tian would never do anything to herself. Chapter 121 The heroine turns against Ling Tian and protects Ling Tian, the intimacy of the two. Yusen, let me take you back. Hearing that Ning Yusen actually agreed to let Ling Tian take her home, Liu Yang was like an ant on a hot pot, roaring at Ning Yusen. He didn't want to give Ling Tian a chance to this despicable villain. He had to know that his other goddess, Sun Liu, was taken over by this damn guy. If this young Master Ling was to send Ning Yusen home, he would probably sleep with her on the same bed when he got home. How could Liu Yang accept such a thing? He didn't want to watch his goddess fall into the hands of other men again, let alone the big enemy in front of him. No need, Liu Yang. You can go back by yourself. Young Master Ling will take good care of me, you don't need to worry anymore. Hearing Liu Yang's words, Ning Yusen's eyes flashed with disgust. She doesn't want to have anything to do with this guy anymore. She even thought that if this Liu Yang wanted to continue pestering her, she would refund him the full amount of money that Lu Yong gave her, so that he would have no excuse to approach her again. Also, she didn't want this guy to know her address, otherwise, looking at his appearance, she would definitely come to harass her often. Damn it! Lu Yong cursed in his heart. Hearing that his goddess had rejected his proposal so indifferently, his face suddenly darkened. But he still didn't give up lightly. No matter what, he didn't want to let this damn guy send his goddess home. But let this guy take you back. Don't worry, I'll take you. I said, no need. Seeing that Lu Yong was still entangled, Ning Yusen spoke indifferently and directly interrupted what he wanted to say next. Ning Yusen's tone was also extremely cold, because she really didn't have any good feelings for this Lu Yong, and she didn't want to stay with this man anymore. Ha ha ha. Lu Yong, let me take Yusen home. Can't you see it? Yusen is very worried about letting you send her home. Ling Tian's face was full of playful smiles, and he mocked the dog-licking protagonist in front of him. To be honest, if Ling Tian didn't appear, although Ning Yusen's initial impression of Lu Yong was not very good, but he couldn't be licked by this kid, and his face was so fucking thick, so Lu Yong was not without it. Hold on to the hope that the beauty will return. But since Ling Tian appeared here, Lu Yong only had to be a clown. After all, the difference between people can be compared. With an excellent man like Ling Tian here, how can Lu Yong, a licking dog, have the right to speak? You shameless villain. I will definitely protect you, Sen, and I will never give you another chance. Hearing Ling Tian's words, Lu Yang's face suddenly turned green. Because this damn guy has exposed his scars again, but in front of his goddess, he will never admit it. At most, he was insulted by him as before, but he absolutely couldn't let this damn guy attack his goddess. Shut up, how can you insult Ling Xiao like this? Young Master Ling sent me home, but it was a kind gesture. Hearing that Lu Yong was actually insulting Ling Xiao, Ning Yusen felt an uncontrollable burst of anger in his heart, and immediately scolded Lu Yong in a coquettish voice. She didn't understand why this guy glared at Ling Xiao during the whole dinner. Moreover, he even blatantly targeted Ling Xiao. In Ning Yusen's heart, Ling Xiao is a gentle and elegant gentleman. Ning Yusen couldn't allow this annoying Lu Yong to slander Ling Xiao so much. Yusen, I'm sorry, don't be angry. I'm just worried about your safety. Seeing the pretty face of his goddess, he was full of anger, and Lu Yong immediately shrank. He didn't have the courage to lose his temper with his goddess, but immediately began to kneel and lick. However, his hatred for Ling Tian was getting deeper and deeper. He didn't expect that his goddess would openly defend this damn guy. Young Master Ling, let's go. My head feels so dizzy now, I want to go back to rest early. Seeing that Lu Yong actually confessed, Ning Yusen immediately ignored his thoughts. Afterwards, Ning Yusen got up from his seat and turned to look at Ling Tian, hoping that he could take him out of this place sooner. Because she really wanted to go back to rest early. After all, she usually doesn't drink much alcohol, and drinking some alcohol today made her feel very uncomfortable. Then let's go. I'll take you home early. Ling Tian's face was full of concern as he smiled and said softly to the woman in front of him. Then he came to Ning Yusen's side unhurriedly, and put his hand on her shoulder gently. After all, this woman is a little drunk now, so Ling Tian is ready to help her. Thanks. For Ling Tian's somewhat intimate actions, Ning Yusen's face showed a little crimson, and thanked him softly. She did not reject Ling Tian's approach, but felt a full sense of security in her heart, even an unprecedented sweetness. Then, the two of them walked downstairs. What? Seeing the intimacy of the two of them, Lu Yang's face showed a hideous expression, and his forehead was even more bruised, and he stared at Ling Tian with hateful eyes. He doesn't understand why this damned guy always pleases his goddess. And he has already licked it like this, why doesn't the goddess still fall in love with him? Not good. Seeing the backs of the two gradually disappearing, Lu Yong had a panicked look on his face, and hurriedly followed. This time, he must stop this damn guy from attacking his goddess. Soon, Ling Tian took the drunk Ning Yusen to the downstairs of Yijing Garden, when the two went down the stairs together. Seeing a flash of strange light in Ling Tian's eyes, Ning Yusen felt a blank in his mind, and then he accidentally stepped down a step. What? Immediately, Ning Yusen exclaimed, and his body almost fell to the ground. I saw Ling Tian's mouth twitched slightly, and he directly reached out and hugged Ning Yusen, who was about to fall to the ground, in his arms. Young Master Ling, thank you. Feeling the scorching palm on his waist, Ning Yusen, who had just turned pale with shock, suddenly had two blushes on his face, and thanked Ling Tian with some trembling. If it wasn't for Ling Tian, she estimated that she would have fallen into a dog-biting posture this time. Although the steps were very low, it would not be a big deal to fall down 960 degrees. But if she showed such an ugly face in front of Ling Tian, she would have no face to see this man again in the future. Thinking of this, she secretly rejoiced in her heart, and her affection for Ling Tian deepened. I think you seem to be a little drunk. I'll carry you directly to my car. Ling Tian's face was full of concern, and he spoke directly to the shy woman in his arms. What? No need, young Master Ling. I'm really fine, it was just an accident. Hearing that Ling Tian actually wanted to hug him, Ning Yusen's pretty face, which was already full of red clouds, became hot again. After all, she had never been hugged by other men like this, and of course she subconsciously refused. However, Ling Tian ignored her refusal, otherwise, wasn't his little action just a waste of time? What's more, he could see that this woman refused only because she was shy, and as a big villain, how could he listen to the heroine? I saw Ling Tian's face was full of smiles, and he hugged the woman by the waist in the posture of a princess. What? Ling, young Master Ling, I'm really fine. Feeling Ling Tian's warm embrace, Ning Yusen's heart was full of embarrassment, and he began to stutter when he spoke. But for some unknown reason, she felt a sweet taste in her heart at the moment, and even her heart that was panicked because she almost fell, gradually calmed down. And the man holding him seems to have magic power, making Ning Yusen at this moment involuntarily want to get close to him. Chapter 122 Kiss with Yusen, isn't licking a dog worthy of love? Okay, let me hold you. Otherwise you are very dangerous. Ling Tian lowered his head and looked at the woman in his arms. His voice was full of gentleness, but it gave Ning Yusen an irresistible domineering. Well, listen to you. Looking at Ling Tian's handsome face and those eyes as deep as stars, Ning Yusen only felt that his body was getting hot, and there was no courage to refuse. Afterwards, Ling Tian walked straight to the parking lot with this somewhat shy woman in his arms. Let my bodyguard help you drive your car back later. Now you'll be my car, okay? Ling Tian smiled and said to Ning Yusen, who had been bowing his head in his arms. Well, listen to you. Ning Yusen also showed a smile on her pretty face, nodded to Ling Tian, and did not reject his proposal. Afterwards, Ling Tian gave a few words to the bodyguard next to him, and then got into his car with Ning Yusen. Damn it, I won't let you succeed. At this moment, Lu Yang also caught up. Seeing Ling Tian actually hugging his goddess into the car, he suddenly felt the three corpses jumping violently, and the 7 orifices were filled with smoke. This reminded him of the scene when Sun Liu was hugged into the room by Ling Tian yesterday, and she was kneeling at the door. Then, he hurried to the side of the road and stopped a taxi. Master, keep up with the car in front of you. Lu Yang's tone was very urgent, and he ordered to the driver. The driver was a middle-aged man who seemed to be honest. He didn't talk nonsense, and followed the luxury car in front of him directly. Anyway, as long as the young man in the car gives the money, he can't care about the rest. In the back seat of Maybach, Ning Yusen lowered her head slightly at this moment. Her pretty face was full of seductive blush, because after getting in the car, Ling Tian had been holding his little hand and even playing with it gently. However, she did not resist, because she still had a very good impression of Ling Tian, and she was afraid that if she refused, Ling Tian would feel that she had no feelings for him. Furthermore, his actions were not excessive. Although she felt very shy, it was still acceptable. Then she noticed that Ling Tian turned his head to stare at her, so she raised her head slightly and glanced at Ling Tian, but she saw the wicked smile on his face. Ling, young Master Ling, it's not good for us to be like this. You are deliberately bullying this weak woman. It was obvious that he was deliberately bullying himself, and Ning Yusen's heart was immediately filled with shame and anger, so she said angrily to Ling Tian. Ha ha ha, Yusen, you looked so cute just now, I can't help it. Seeing that the smile on Ling Tian's face did not change, he put his head slightly close to Ning Yusen's ear and said softly. Ling Tian didn't care much about this woman's humiliation. After all, this is a normal reaction of a woman. And he could see that Ning Yusen still had a very good impression of him, so he just grabbed her snow-white softweed directly, and wanted to promote the relationship between the two as soon as possible. Humph. Hear Ling Tian's words. Ning Yusen couldn't help but feel joy in her heart, and the trace of shame and anger she had just produced quietly dissipated, but she still pretended to be angry and snorted. Because she thinks that girls should be more reserved, otherwise, the bad guy next to him still doesn't know how to bully her. Moreover, Ning Yusen is more confident in his own charm. Unexpectedly, even Ling Xiao, who is like a handsome gentleman, is tempted by him. Yusen. Noticing the change in Ning Yusen's face, Ling Tian's mouth twitched slightly, and softly called her name again. Ning Yusen still had a smile on her pretty face at the moment, and when she heard Ling Tian's call, she turned her head for some unknown reason. Then, she saw an incomparably handsome face, slowly approaching her. No. Ding, to capture the first kiss of the heroine, Ning Yusen secretly promises the host's love, the protagonist's luck -100, the host's villain value +20000. Lip points. Young Master Ling, you bully others. I saw that Ning Yusen's face was full of seductive blushes, while reaching out and patting Ling Tian's shoulder lightly, he shyly complained about him. You'll be mine from now on, you know. Facing Ning Yusen's coquettish behavior, Ling Tian's face was filled with a calm smile. He directly reached out and hugged her into his arms, then turned his head and said in her ear with an unquestionable tone. You are so arrogant. It doesn't give people any time to prepare. Hearing this, Ning Yusen showed a sweet smile on her beautiful face, and then she leaned her head on Ling Tian's shoulder, and said softly in his ear with her rosy little mouth. However, her heart was full of joy when Ling Tian admitted her identity directly. After all, she also has a very good impression of Ling Tian. If another man had just treated her like that, she would have slapped her in the past. Afterwards, the two exchanged sweet words in the car. With Ling Tian's sweet words, he naturally coaxed this woman into obedience. The relationship between the two has also begun to develop by leaps and bounds. After a while, the car stopped in the garage, and Ling Tian carried Ning Yusen to her door. Brother Tian, put me down now. I'll take the key and open the door. Ning Yusen looked up at Ling Tian, her eyes were full of joy. After all, she had already arrived at her door, so there was no need to stay in Ling Tian's arms all the time. Ling Tian smiled and replied softly, and then put Ning Yusen down. Then there was a hurried shout from behind them. Yusen, don't let this damn guy enter your house. This person is absolutely uneasy. Seeing a trace of resentment on Lu Yang's face, he glanced at Ling Tian fiercely, and then gave a loud warning to Ning Yusen. Because when he saw the appearance of the two people in front of him, he wanted to go back to Ning Yusen's home together. He was all too familiar with this scene. Sun Liu was deceived by this damn guy before. However, Lu Yang's words made Ning Yusen's pretty face instantly show an angry look. This person was following him, and he actually spoke ill of Brother Tian in front of him. You must know that you and Brother Tian have just confirmed their relationship. This time, Ning Yusen couldn't bear it anymore. She decided to make a clean break with this Lu Yang. If he dared to harass her again, she would definitely call the police. To shut up. Why do you slander Brother Tian like this? He obviously sent me back with good intentions, but in your heart he has bad intentions. You are the narrow-minded villain. Please don't harass me again in the future. As for the money you swiped to me, I'll have my assistant refund it to you in full after a while. Ning Yusen angrily said a lot of dissociative words to Lu Yang, making Lu Yang's face more and more ugly. Originally, she didn't want to do this either, but this Lu Yang was going too far. He targeted Brother Tian several times. Even though Brother Tian had a very big belly, he didn't care about him. But now he is his own man. That's why Ning Yusen's heart, King Nuo's, was extremely angry. She couldn't bear this nasty guy who insulted her Brother Tian like this. Yusen, Seeing his goddess words to him so decisively in front of him, Lu Yang's face turned green, his lips trembled slightly, he wanted to speak, but he didn't know what to say. At this moment, he once again felt the pain of one arrow piercing his heart, and his heart was also very aggrieved. Obviously she is doing it for the goddess, but she has always favored this damn guy, and her relationship with him has become more and more intimate, even at the expense of herself. Damn it, isn't licking a dog unworthy of love? Okay, Yusen. You haven't seen it yet. This guy is one of your dead-licking dogs. Seeing that my goddess's heart was given to me, I was so anxious that I wanted to come out and bite me. Ling Tian's face was full of smirks. He directly stretched out his arms and wrapped his arms around Ning Yusen's slender waist, and began to ridicule the dog-licking protagonist in front of him. Ling Tian naturally would not be polite to this licking dog. After a while, he would have to take away his goddess again in front of him. Chapter 123 Capture the Heroine, Liu Yang's nightmare reappears. What? You despicable and shameless bastard. You are dreaming, it's impossible for my goddess to like you. Hearing Ling Tian's ridicule to him, Liu Yang was a little furious, and naturally he responded to Ling Tian angrily. Although he admitted that he was a licking dog of Ning Yusen, he didn't want to be exposed by Ling Tian in front of his goddess. Is it shameful to lick a dog? And he didn't believe that his goddess fell in love with this damn guy so easily. Or that his heart is unwilling to accept such a fact. Yusen, come and tell your licking dog. What's our relationship now? Ling Tian looked at Ning Yusen next to him with a smile, and gave her a somewhat ambiguous look. He believed that this smart woman absolutely knew what he wanted her to do. After all, no matter how much Ling Tian explained, he might as well let Ning Yusen do some actual action, so that he could deal a greater blow to this deadly licking dog. Liu Yang, please don't pester me in the future. Just now, I have promised to be Brother Tian's girlfriend. Ning Yusen looked at Liu Yang in front of him with indifferent eyes, and then spoke to him coldly. After saying this, in order to make this man completely give up on himself 960. I saw Ning Yusen stretched out his arms around Ling Tian's neck with a blushing face, and stood on tiptoe and kissed his handsome profile lightly. Ha ha ha, did you see it, you fucking licking dog? If you dare to harass my woman again, I won't be polite to you. Ling Tian's face was full of smug smiles, and he said disdainfully to the licking dog in front of him. Today, I will teach him a truth. If you want to chase a woman, it is useless to be a licking dog. However, it is estimated that he will not have the opportunity to comprehend this in the future, because Ling Tian has decided to send this licking dog back to the west after winning the heroine. I do not believe. Damn it, you must have deceived my goddess with despicable means. Liu Yang's face became extremely ferocious, he stretched out his hand and pointed at Ling Tian, his eyes were full of mad hatred, as if he was going to swallow Ling Tian alive. Although the fact is very obvious, but his heart still cannot accept this reality. For the goddess actually offered a kiss to the enemy he hated the most, his heart was bleeding non-stop. Ha ha, Ling Tian sneered, and then a powerful force moved towards the licking dog to suppress it. He is not so interested, he is talking nonsense with this licking dog, then let him kneel here and enjoy the feeling of despair. Thump. I saw that Liu Yang fell to the ground instantly under the pressure of Ling Tian, and he couldn't even say a word. Let's go, Yusen. Let's leave this guy alone. Afterwards, a wicked smile appeared on Ling Tian's face, he directly picked up the woman in front of him by the waist, and walked inside. Ning Yusen did not resist Ling Tian's actions in the slightest. A hint of shyness flashed across her pretty face. She wrapped her arms around Ling Tian's neck tightly, buried her head in his arms, and let herself be alone. The man took her home. As for the licking dog kneeling on the ground, Ning Yusen didn't even look at it, because she didn't want to trouble herself. Just leave it to your own brother to handle it. Bang! The heavy door closing sounded again, and at this moment Liu Yang felt the same pain and despair as before. He actually knelt at the door again, waiting for his goddess to transform into a real woman in the arms of other men. This is simply the biggest insult to being a super licking dog. Ah! Damn it, I will definitely kill you. You wait for me. Liu Yang's heart was mad with hatred, and his body began to struggle frantically, but under Ling Tian's power, his madness had no effect at all, his knees seemed to grow on the ground, kneeling on the ground, in front of the door. And at this moment, Ling Tian, who had entered the room with Ning Yusen, naturally wouldn't be polite. You know, he's a big villain. What's more, Ling Tian wanted to let this woman know the joy of cultivating the Yellow Emperor's inner canon together. By the way, Ling Tian can also extract more villain value from the dog-licking protagonist. Brother Tian, you. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully getting the heroine Ning Yusen and humiliating the protagonist Liu Yang. The protagonist luck -300, the host's villain value +4W. The next day, Ning Yusen snuggled up in Ling Tian's arms and enjoyed a hearty breakfast together. Brother Tian, is that Liu Yang still kneeling at the door? Now she has also passively become a warrior, after all Ling Tian will not let her go easily. Last night, I studied the illustrations in the Yellow Emperor's inner canon with her all night long. So with Ning Yusen's perception ability as a warrior, it is natural to know that this annoying guy Liu Yang is still kneeling at his door. Yup, wait a minute, do you want to take a look at your loyal licking dog? Ling Tian reached out and squeezed her rosy cheeks, and laughed at her. After last night's transformation, it can be said that the current Ning Yusen is no longer shy about Ling Tian's teasing and intimate actions. After all, she was thoroughly knowledgeable last night, and now these can only be regarded as pediatrics. Brother Tian, what's so good about that annoying guy? I see him in a worse mood. There was a hint of disgust on Ning Yusen's pretty face. After becoming Ling Tian's woman, she didn't want to have anything to do with this Luyang now. Not to mention going to see this guy, she doesn't care at all. Anyway, her own brother will always let this guy go. Ha ha ha, that's not possible. Let's go out and take care of it now. You know, if he hadn't been kneeling there all the time, I would have had a lot less fun last night. Ling Tian and Ning Yusen, who was sitting on his lap, looked at each other, and his face was full of wicked smiles as he teased Ning Yusen again. After all, in front of the protagonist, these female protagonists are one of Ling Tian's sources of happiness. Oh my god, why are you so funny? Ning Yusen had a charming look on her face, and gave Ling Tian an angry look. Last night, he always used Luyang as a nasty guy to make fun of himself. Originally, Ning Yusen thought he was just on a whim, but now it seems that his brother Tian did it on purpose. Let's go. Ling Tian directly hugged Ning Yusen in his arms and walked towards the gate with his arms around her. Brother God. Ning Yusen Chao's face was full of shyness. She let out a coquettish voice with some dissatisfaction, and reached out and gently patted Ling Tian's chest a few times. To be honest, she didn't really want to go out and meet that nasty guy, but her hobby is so weird that she can't beat him, so she can only let him go. At this moment, Lu Yang's face was pale, and his eyes were bloodshot. After all, he is just an ordinary person, kneeling on the ground all night. To be honest, his body with kidney deficiency is indeed a little overwhelmed. However, the physical pain is nothing. On this night, his mind suffered a major trauma. Tap tap. However, at this time Lu Yang heard a familiar footstep sound coming from the direction of the gate. This damn guy. Afterwards, Lu Yang's face turned green, and he immediately understood that it must be that guy who was embracing his goddess and laughing at him again. After all, he is no longer the stunned young man he used to be. He already had the experience that Ling Tian and Sun Liu gave him last time. Chapter 124. A beautiful day begins with practicing the Yellow Emperor's inner cannon. Crack. Lu Yang heard the sound of the door being opened, and then saw Ling Tian's ugly face full of proud smiles. Seeing the shy look of his goddess in his arms, even her face still had a seductive blush. Lu Yang's face turned green again. How familiar he was with this scene. Tisk tisk. Yusen, do you think this licking dog wants to jump up and bite me? After all, I devoured his goddess yesterday. Seeing Lu Yang kneeling on the ground with his teeth gnashing his teeth, Ling Tian felt extremely relieved, and he started teasing him directly. After all, this is one of the important programs that can make the villain happy. Ning Yusen Chao's face was flushed in her arms. She glanced at Ling Tian helplessly. She didn't say much about his unique hobby, as long as brother Tian was happy. Ah, you vile bastard, I will never let you go. Hearing Ling Tian's ridicule towards him, Lu Yang's face became extremely hideous, and he roared wildly at Ling Tian. This damn guy, he simply trampled his dignity on the ground. What's more important is that my beloved goddess has been defiled by this damn guy again. As a super licking dog, how could he accept such a thing? And the damn guy made himself kneel on the ground to look at the door. Treat him like a dog. Damn it. After I get the reward from the system, I must make your life worse than death. Lu Yang swears in his heart that for all the humiliation he has suffered in the past few days, he must give back to this damn guy 100-fold. Ha ha, it looks like you haven't recognized the form yet. Snapped. Seeing the incompetent and furious appearance of this licking dog in front of him, Ling Tian sneered, and then slapped him out. He won't get used to this deadly licking dog. When it's time to teach it, he must teach it hard. After all, the protagonists are like this. Wow. Lu Yang, who fell to the ground, rolled on the ground for several times, and then spit out a mouthful of blood. After all, he is just an ordinary person. Even if Ling Tian just slapped him with just a tiny bit of strength, he slapped his head so much that he was completely stunned. I saw that Lu Yang became honest in an instant, and he no longer dared to grin at Ling Tian. Ding, the protagonist Lu Yang is extremely insulted. The host villain value +1W. Ling Tian also received the reward from the system, and suddenly his mood became even more wonderful. Next, Ling Tian is not going to waste time on this licking dog, he will let Qingxi bring this kid back to his manor first. After all, it's not the right place to deal with this guy. Qingxi, take him back. Ling Tian gave an order to a corner. Then he saw Qingxi's face full of respectful smiles and walked out from there. Okay, young master. Qingxi nodded, then grabbed his neck and lifted Lu Yang, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog. Clap. Facing his dishonest struggle, Qingxi slapped him with 2 slaps, instantly turning him into a dead fish. I saw 2 bright red slap prints instantly appear on Lu Yang's face, and the whole person passed out. Qingxi, you are arranging a fencing package for this boy. Looking at Qingxi's figure, Ling Tian gave another order. Anyway, he was going to kill the dog-licking protagonist directly, but of course he had to extract the villain value from him as much as possible before he died. Therefore, the fencing packages that the protagonists have enjoyed before must also be arranged for Lu Yang. Ling Tian is very fair and will never favor one over another. Moreover, the protagonist can still enjoy the joy of fencing before he dies. He should definitely thank Ling Tian for his kindness. Okay, I understand, young master. Then I'll take this kid away first. Qingxi turned around and said a word to Ling Tian respectfully, and then retire. Qingxi is very winking, knowing that the young master must not leave here so soon. So of course he won't stay here and get in the way. Brother Tian, don't do anything impulsive. It's not necessary for this nasty guy. A worried look appeared on Ning Yusin's face, she didn't want her brother Tian to do anything illegal on impulse. After all, Ning Yusin's mentality is still an ordinary person, so when she saw that Ling Tian actually let the bodyguards capture Lu Yang, she would naturally be very worried about Ling Tian. Do not worry. My heart is measured. A gentle smile appeared on Ling Tian's face, and he comforted the woman in his arms. After all, there were some things that he didn't plan to tell Ning Yusin, because it would only make her annoyed. Let's go back. A good day should start with practice. A wicked smile appeared on Ling Tian's face again. After all, he had just cleaned up the protagonist, and he was in a very good mood. So he naturally wanted to practice the Yellow Emperor's internal classic with the woman in his arms. Brother Tian, you are dead. People don't care about you. Hearing Ling Tian's words, Ning Yusin's pretty face instantly turned red, she sneered at Ling Tian, and then shyly buried her head on his chest again. Ha ha ha. Ling Tian didn't care about Ning Yusin's words, he just walked into the room with a big laugh. After all, this woman has no choice, or she is just duplicitous. After all, after learning about the benefits of becoming a martial artist last night, she cooperated with Ling Tian to practice the Yellow Emperor's inner cannon. Bang! After a dull closing sound, the door of Ning Yusin's house was closed again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for cultivating the Yellow Emperor's internal classic X3, the villain value plus 3000. The time gradually came to the afternoon. In front of the gate, Ning Yusin had a look of frustration on her pretty face, and she was reluctant to put her arms around Ling Tian's neck. All right. Is this starting to hate me? Ling Tian's face was filled with a gentle smile, he reached out and rubbed her thick black hair, and said softly to her. But Ling Tian really had to go back, after all, he still had to deal with the dog-licking protagonist. Ling Tian was still very interested in the system of this dog-licking protagonist. I don't know how much villain value I can get after swallowing it. To be honest, Ling Tian is very much looking forward to it at this time. Of course I can't bear it. I'll find you when I get there. Ning Yusin looked up at Ling Tian's handsome face and said reluctantly to him. Then I saw her face blushing directly and kissed Ling Tian's face directly, and then buried her head in his arms. Feeling Ning Yusin's dependence on him, Ling Tian also felt a little moved in his heart. He can clearly feel that this woman has truly fallen in love with him now. After snuggling with Ning Yusin again for a while, Ling Tian left here under her reluctant gaze. Chapter 125 Fencing Package, Killing Hearts. Lu Yang died in pain. At this moment, in a dungeon not far from Ling's manor, Lu Yang was lying on the cold floor with a stinky sock still in his mouth. Throughout the day today, batch after batch of swordsmanship masters were welcomed into the dungeon. Lu Yang did not show weakness in the face of these people, but because there were too many enemies, in the end he was outnumbered and could only passively defend. Just now, the last group of people left after learning swordsmanship with Liu Yang. At this time, Liu Yang's face was pale, and there were faintly visible tears in the corners of his eyes. Parts of his body were seriously injured. However, the physical pain is nothing, and more importantly, it is a huge mental insult. Damn it, I will never let you go. Liu Yang, who gradually calmed down, showed a look of humiliation on his pale face. Today is definitely the most humiliating day in his life. Not only was he humiliated by that hateful guy in front of his goddess, but now he didn't even keep his integrity. Bang! Afterwards, the big, 977, iron gate of the dungeon was kicked open, and Qingxi walked in with a cigar in his mouth with 2 bodyguards. Take this kid away. Master will be back soon. Qingxi took a sip of the cigar on his mouth, and then instructed the 2 bodyguards next to him. What? Liu Yang, who was suddenly pulled up by the 2 bodyguards, felt his wound being ripped open, and then he cried out in pain. Snapped. The bodyguard next to him wouldn't be accustomed to him, and he directly served this kid with a big mouth. What the hell is it called? Be honest. Otherwise you'll break your legs. A fierce smile appeared on the bodyguard's face, and he said directly to Liu Yang. He did it on purpose just now. After all, this kid kept yelling at the fencing, and he took the trouble to keep the guard outside the door. Now that he has the opportunity to take care of this kid, the bodyguard must be out of breath, so he won't be polite to him. Damn it. Wait for me, I will kill you. The expression on Liu Yang's face was distorted, and he yelled at the bodyguard again. At this moment, Liu Yang has already broken the jar. Anyway, he is already so miserable now, and he doesn't care about eating 2 more big mouths. You must know that it was these damned bodyguards who brought Liu Yang to this hellish place. In the end, a large group of muscular men took turns to battle, and they kept learning swordsmanship with him. One can imagine how much Liu Yang hated these bodyguards. Don't talk nonsense with him, just carry him away. Otherwise, it would be bad for the young master to wait. Qingxi's face darkened, looking at Liu Yang's arrogant appearance. He resisted the urge to give him 2 more big mouths, and again instructed the bodyguard next to him. He can also see that this guy is a tough guy, especially his mouth is very tough. If he hadn't been in a hurry to bring him back and deal with the young master, Qingxi would have to take care of him. Any cat or dog would dare to be arrogant in front of his strong brother. Okay, Brother Chang. The 2 bodyguards also responded respectfully, then grabbed Liu Yang and walked out of the dungeon. After all, they didn't dare to make a mistake about the young master. As for teaching this guy, there is a chance. Afterwards, Qingxi got into the car and hurried towards the Ling family manor. After all, the young master was about to return to the manor, so he didn't want to be neglected. Master, I brought this kid here. Not long after, Qingxi carried the boy Liu Yang to Ling Tian. Kneel down. I saw Qingxi shouting coldly, stepping on the back of Liu Yang's knee, making him kneel in front of Ling Tian, and then stepping on his head, causing his head to slam into the ground. On the ground. After all, he has long been unhappy with this kid, so naturally he will not be polite when he starts. What? Damn you. The severe pain made Liu Yang's face grim, and he turned his head and cursed at Qingxi. And what made him even more humiliated, he actually knelt down in front of Ling Tian again, and was kicked on the head by this damn bodyguard. Qianzi, you go out first. Ling Tian smiled and commanded Qingxi in front of him. Okay, young master. Then I'll go outside and wait, just tell me if you have something. Qingxi's face was full of respect, and he didn't ask any more questions, and immediately resigned with Ling Tian. After all, he is very smart. Since the young master wants to go out, there must be his reasons. So he won't be here for 1 more second. Liu Yang, how is the master fencing technique I arranged for you? I heard Qingxi and the others say that you really enjoyed yourself today. Tisk tisk, I can't see it. I didn't expect your kid to have such a hobby. If I had known, I should have arranged for you earlier. Ling Tian's face was full of playful smiles, and he kept teasing Liu Yang who was kneeling in front of him. After all, this kid has provided himself with tens of thousands of villain points for a whole day today. I have to say that Qingxi and the others are still very powerful. Looking at this boy's appearance, it is estimated that they will not be able to be pinched off in the future. Damn it, you wait for me. I will never let you go. Hearing Ling Tian's words, Liu Yang's face turned green as if he had been stepped on, but he still raised his head and roared at Ling Tian not to be outdone. His face was full of ferocity, his forehead was full of blue veins, and the terrifying look in his eyes seemed to be eating Ling Tian. Because of this damn guy, he has tasted all kinds of humiliating things in his life, and this guy is exposing his scars in front of himself. It can be said that his hatred for Ling Tian has reached a peak now. Ha ha ha, Lu Yang, you don't naively think I'll let you go, do you? A smug smile appeared on Ling Tian's face. He stretched out his foot and stomped on Lu Yang's head and rubbed it on the ground several times before telling the cruel truth. After all, he had already decided that if he wanted to kill this dog-licking protagonist today, he wouldn't hold back at all. And he wants to let this kid die in despair and unwillingness. This is called the real murderer. You want to kill me? It's illegal, you know. Lu Yang's pupils shrank slightly, and he said to Ling Tian with some trembling. At this moment, a fear spread in his heart instantly, and his body suddenly felt a biting cold. Although he is very tough, it doesn't mean that he is not afraid of death. Breaking the law, hee. A little guy like you, no one knows when he dies. You don't have to care about me, I will definitely destroy you. A look of disdain appeared on Ling Tian's face, and he mocked Lu Yang in front of him. For him, killing such a small person is impossible to set off any storm. As for breaking the law, it is just something used to restrain ordinary people, and for Ling Tian, it has no effect at all. You are shameless. Kill me and you won't be better off. At this moment, Lu Yang was completely shrouded in fear, and his body was trembling slightly. He never imagined that this damn guy would kill himself so decisively. 1.4. Otherwise, relying on his system, he will definitely turn the tide against the wind. At this moment, Lu Yang's heart is full of unwillingness and resentment. Ha ha ha, what's the use of licking a dog like you, even if you're alive? Don't you think that with that dog-licking system, you have the ability to fight against me? Ling Tian's face was filled with a calm smile, directly revealing the deepest secret in Lu Yang's heart. How could you possibly know? Lu Yang's face was full of horror, and his voice began to tremble when he spoke. I don't understand why this guy knows he has a super dog-licking system. This is the biggest secret in his heart. Ha ha. Die with unwillingness and fear. A sneer appeared on Ling Tian's face. He was not interested in answering this dog-licking question. He did this just to make his death more painful. As soon as Ling Tian's voice fell, a powerful infuriating qi burst out of his body, and Lu Yang lost his life in an instant. Chapter 126 Devouring the Dog-Licking System, Su Xian's Shyness. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully killing the protagonist Lu Yang, the villain value plus 10W. System, devour that super dog-licking system for me. Afterwards, Ling Tian instructed his system to devour Lu Yang's super dog-licking system. After all, this thing can provide himself with a lot of villain value, so it is naturally impossible for him to miss it. Ding, successfully swallowed the super licking dog system, villain value plus 20W. I didn't expect that this licking dog could squeeze out so much villain value. Lu Yang, your goddess, I will take good care of you. Looking at the corpse of the licking dog on the ground, Ling Tian smiled and said to himself. Afterwards, Ling Tian called Qian Chang, who had been waiting quietly outside. Get rid of this kid. Ling Tian casually instructed Qingxi. Okay, young master. Qingxi nodded respectfully, and then picked up Lu Yang who was lying on the ground, ready to destroy this kid's body. Afterwards, Ling Tian came to the balcony with a comfortable face and lay down on the chair. He opened his system mall and decided to exchange some medicinal pills for his relatives and women. After all, he now has nearly 650,000 villains in his body. Of course, he has to convert it into items that are useful to him as much as possible. It is worth mentioning that now Ling Tian's grandfather has broken through to the Earth level after cultivating the Yellow Emperor's internal classic system, exchange for an Earth Spirit pill for me. Ling Tian instructed the big villain system in his mind. Because now his father has also broken through to the late stage of the Xuanji, Ling Tian intends to exchange an Earth Spirit pill for him. I believe that when I have this pill, my father will immediately break through to the ground level. In this way, the strength of their Ling family will skyrocket. Even in the martial arts world, it can be said to be a top existence. As for his other women, currently only Lu Rumeng has reached the edge of breaking through the Great Realm, but Ling Tian plans to exchange her for a heaven-breaking pill when the villain's value is a little higher in the future. After all, he also has to keep some villain values just in case. There may still be some warriors stronger than him in this world. After all, some protagonists may have very bad luck. With enough villains, Ling Tian will feel safe. However, there are some one-time attack methods in the system mall, which are enough to easily destroy those heavenly powerhouses. Or some explosive seed pills with very strong effects can make Ling Tian instantly gain several times the strength of the previous one. However, if you want to redeem these things, the villain value is essential. So Ling Tian is naturally planning ahead, but now he is very afraid of death. After all, he doesn't want to give up this kind of life. What's more, as long as he cuts a few more leaks of the protagonist, he can easily exchange the medicinal pills he needs, but it will take some time. However, Ling Tian still spent hundreds of thousands of villain points to exchange some medicinal pills for his women and blood relatives, which can greatly improve their cultivation speed. As for the other villain values, Ling Tian is going to keep them for now. It's almost time to continue practicing. After finishing these things, Ling Tian showed a wicked smile on his face, and then came to the yard where Lu Rumeng was. Now these women are getting along very well, especially when Ling Tian is not around. They especially like to get together. After a while, Ling Tian came to the gate of Lu Rumeng's courtyard. At this moment, these women were chatting in the pavilion in the garden. What? Heaven is here. After seeing Ling Tian's figure, Su Zian's face showed a happy smile. She directly shouted at everyone, and then she couldn't wait to trot towards Ling Tian. On the other hand, Lu Rumeng and Yi Wanru looked at them with a smile. After all, they were not as clingy as Su Zian. I saw Su Zian's figure like a Ruyan throwing herself into her arms, directly throwing herself into Ling Tian's arms. What's the matter? Why are you so excited? Ling Tian's face was full of smiles, and he said softly in this little girl's ear. After all, he still likes this woman very much, so he still spoils her very much. People miss you. Brother Tian, people smell other women on you. Su Zian pouted a little mouth. After all, Ling Tian didn't return all night last night. Originally, she wanted her brother Tian to accompany her well, but the plan was in vain. A helpless smile appeared on Ling Tian's face, and he found that these women's noses were very sensitive. But even if they didn't smell other women on their own, presumably based on their cleverness, they also knew that they had not returned all night. It must be because of other women. Brother, that day, I will make up for you today. After that, Ling Tian dotingly stretched out his hand and gently stroked the little girl's hair, and said softly in her ear. Okay then, Brother Tian, take someone to your sister's side. Su Zian looked at Ling Tian with eyes full of love, and acted coquettishly at him. After all, this is her favorite thing to do now. What's more, since she hasn't seen Ling Tian for so long, Su Zian naturally wants to feel the warmth in his arms again. Ha ha, what else are you doing there? Seeing a smile on Ling Tian's face, he hugged Su Zian by the waist and walked into Lu Rumeng's yard. He's here on business. Ding, congratulations to the host for cultivating the Yellow Emperor's internal classic X3, the villain value plus 3000. For the next few days, Ling Tian naturally enjoyed the life of a wealthy family. After all, those protagonists haven't appeared by Ling Tian's side for a while, so he naturally relaxed for a while. It has to be said that Ling Tian's heart was almost corroded in Wenru Township. It made him almost forget that he is a big villain. Time gradually came to a weekend. Are you two okay? If you don't come out, I'm going in. Ling Tian sat helplessly on the sofa in the living room and asked loudly to the two women who were changing clothes inside. Do not do it. I'll be out soon, brother. There were shy voices from the two little girls Su Zian and Yang Qingshe from the room. It was very obvious, they didn't want Ling Tian to break in at this time. Last night, under the entanglement of these two little girls, Ling Tian promised to take them to go shopping together. So early in the morning, the two of them anxiously pulled Ling Tian up from his sleep. But when it came time to change clothes and make up, they didn't seem particularly anxious. Ling Tian waited outside until the flowers were all thanked, and the two little girls were still picking clothes and makeup inside, so he had to say something to urge him. Although they said they were about to come out, Ling Tian waited for a while before seeing the two little girls walking out of the room, holding hands and looking intimate. Hee, Brother Tian, are you in a hurry? With a sweet smile all over Yang Qingshui's face, she walked straight towards Ling Tian, grabbed Ling Tian's arm and whispered in his ear. After all, she and Su Zian have been picking clothes for a long time, so her brother Tian must be in a hurry. What do you say? Ling Tian asked these two little girls angrily. After all, he was pulled up by them early in the morning. As a result, the two of them spent so long in the room in order to go out and go shopping beautifully. Humph! Who made you promise us two last night, brother Tian? Su Zian's beautiful eyes were full of love. She directly hugged Ling Tian's other arm, and said something arrogant to Ling Tian. Take care of you two when you get back. A wicked smile appeared on Ling Tian's face, and he no longer entangled with them. He stretched his arms around the two little girls and walked out the door. Anyway, to deal with these two little girls, I have countless ways. Hearing Ling Tian's words, the two women's beautiful faces showed two red glows, and they were obviously very shy about Ling Tian's words. Chapter 127 The Tauren's son-in-law, Ling Tian is actually a South thief. Afterwards, Ling Tian took the two little girls into his Rolls-Royce and drove towards the commercial street. In the car, Ling Tian naturally did not forget to teach these two little girls a lesson. After all, they made themselves wait. Soon the group arrived at the destination, and then Ling Tian got out of the car with the two little girls whose pretty faces were full of alluring blushes. Let's go. Brother Tian will take you to pick some jewelry. Ling Tian's face was full of smiles, and he said to the two little girls next to him who were holding his arms. After all, their wardrobes in the Ling family manor are basically full of clothes, so Ling Tian plans to take them to pick out some jewelry first. You must know that women are of dragon blood, and they will be jealous of shiny objects. Later, if they want to buy other items, take them there yourself. Brother Tian, listen to you. A sweet smile appeared on Su Zian's pretty face, and she said softly in Ling Tian's ear. The reason why the two of them went shopping was mainly because they wanted Ling Tian to accompany them more. As for what to buy, they didn't really care. Then let's go. After that, Ling Tian walked on the street hugging from side to side, walking towards the jewelry store not far away. Wow, what a pair of handsome men and beautiful women. Along the way, it naturally attracted the envy of many passers-by. Those men are all envious, jealous, and hateful. After all, Ling Tian has two super beauties in his arms. No matter in terms of appearance or figure, they are all top-notch. As for the women on the road, most of them set their sights on Ling Tian. After all, his extraordinary temperament made these women feel love at first sight in an instant. Ling Tian naturally walked over with a calm expression. He didn't care about the eyes of these people at all. The pretty faces of the two little girls next to them are getting more and more blush. After all, it is the first time they have gone out shopping with their brother Tian so intimately. Welcome. Soon Ling Tian came to the door of the jewelry store. A polite smile appeared on Yingbin's face, and he welcomed several people in enthusiastically. Ling Tian walked in directly behind her. After all, he had never been to this store before. Okay, Yan, take Qingshe to pick your favorite jewelry. Ling Tian's face was full of gentle smiles. He stretched out his hand to squeeze the blushing cheeks of the two women, and said softly to them. Anyway, just let the two of them choose what they like. His task today is to act as a payer. Su Zian's pretty face was full of cuteness. She responded directly to Ling Tian sweetly, and then dragged Yang Qingshe, who was a little overwhelmed, and walked towards the cabinet full of jewels next to her. After all, Yang Qingshe has never been to this place, so she is still a little cautious about this unfamiliar place. The two women were choosing their favorite jewelry at the counter, and soon Su Zian fell in love with a pink crystal necklace called Pink Love. And Yang Qingshe chose a blue crystal necklace called Blue Demon Girl. As for the price, Ling Tian paid no attention to it at all. After all, money was no different from toilet paper to him. He didn't even bother to look at it when it was thrown on the ground. Brother Tian, come and help me bring it. Su Zian's beautiful face was full of smiles, and she directly handed the necklace to Ling Tian, ready to let him wear it for herself. Ling Tian smiled, took the necklace from her hand, and put it on her neck intimately. How about it? Is this necklace you picked good looking? Su Zian closely followed the change in Ling Tian's expression. After all, this was the criterion she used to refer to whether to buy the necklace. If Ling Tian didn't like it, her interest in this necklace would be greatly reduced. After all, when she bought this necklace, she must be wearing it for her brother Tian. Very beautiful. A look of admiration appeared on Ling Tian's face, directly praising this little girl's beautiful big eyes that turned into crescents. After all, she could see that Su Zian liked this necklace very much, so he wouldn't be stingy with his sweet words. Brother Tian, we're here. Afterwards, Yang Qingshe also hugged Ling Tian's arm affectionately and whispered in his ear. Ling Tian naturally wouldn't favor one over another, and he also gently put on this necklace for her. This necklace is perfect for my share. Just buy it. Looking at Yang Qingshui's pretty rosy face and the look of anticipation in her eyes, Ling Tian naturally said what she wanted to hear the most. Ling Tian definitely wanted to make these two little girls happy, and they would make Ling Tian even happier. Go ahead and pick your favorite jewelry. Well, by the way, let's pick some more. Bring them back to Rumon. Afterwards, Ling Tian smiled and commanded the two women again. Although Ling Tian's other women did not go shopping with her, Ling Tian would not forget them. Spending a little money can make these women more committed to themselves, why not? Okay, God. Su Zian responded with a pretty voice, and then pulled Yang Qingshe to continue picking. After a while, Ling Tian heard the voice of a woman who didn't fit in with the group coming from the door. You bastard, let you park your car for so long. The person talking was a mature and beautiful woman who seemed to be in her 30s, but Ling Tian knew that this woman was definitely in her 40s, but she was well maintained and did not look old. At this time, her face was full of anger, and she was reprimanding a young man with low eyebrows and an ordinary appearance next to her. Mom, I'm sorry. There were too many people there just now, and there were no more spaces to park. The young man didn't dare to show the slightest dissatisfaction on his face, instead he looked extremely humble, explaining carefully to the woman in front of him. What a waste. Besides doing a little housework, what else can you do? However, this middle-aged beautiful woman did not want to let him go, and once again madly accused this young man of his affairs. After that, the man nodded and bowed again, and apologized frantically. It was simply humble and couldn't be more humble. A strange look appeared on Ling Tian's face, he was very familiar with this scene. This humble appearance, coupled with the fact that he is so young, has the strength of the early stage. This looks like a son-in-law protagonist. System, transmit the story of this protagonist to my mind. Quote. Then, a huge memory flooded into Ling Tian's mind, and he digested all the plots in an instant. Ha ha, as the Dragon King's son-in-law. It's still a Tauren. In the original plot, I was green in front of him. Isn't this a fucking green turtle? Ling Tian's face was full of shock, he never imagined that there is such a protagonist. In the original plot, the protagonist and the heroine Qin Xiu have been married for 3 years, but they haven't even touched one of her fingers. Afterwards, he put his wife to bed in front of him, but under the coercion of his mother-in-law, this kid didn't dare to let go of a fart. Euphemistically called, see through but not say through. No matter what, don't embarrass your wife. Who wrote this web article? Anyone read The Green Hat? But Ling Tian is a big villain, and he is also a senior Sao boss, this plot has won his heart. Since the plot was written like this, Ling Tian must have followed the plot. Then Ling Tian saw two women with great looks and figures behind them. In particular, the woman with a more outstanding appearance, Nuo Zhaozhao, directly caught Ling Tian's attention. The charm of this heroine has reached 99 points, not bad. Although the other one is not a heroine, her charm value has reached 97 points. I saw Ling Tian's mouth twitched slightly, and his originally calm heart suddenly felt agitated. The most damned Sao thief addiction. However, it was definitely impossible to let go of this heroine when he met Ling Tian. What's more, it's still buy one get one free, and the other one is actually a girlfriend. Mom, let's go in. A lot of people here looking at us. Aware of the strange gazes of the people around, Qin Xiu's pretty face showed a hint of helplessness, and persuaded her mother. After all, the people who can enter this high-end jewelry store are basically good-natured, and it is a little embarrassing for her mother to scold her useless husband loudly here. After all, this kind of thing is a loss of identity. However, she didn't have any good feelings for this titular husband, and even said that she had never seen this man's clothes with her eyes. To be willing to marry him is just to obey his grandfather's last wish. P.S. I vomited blood, the last chapter has been banned, everyone will wait. Chapter 128. The mother-in-law sends her daughter, the son-in-law is incompetent and furious. Hearing that his wife actually said something to defend himself, Lin Yi next to him immediately became ecstatic. Suddenly, he felt that his efforts in the past few years had not been in vain, and his wife actually began to care about him. At this moment, he actually had an urge to hug his wife and talk to each other. But looking at his wife's indifferent face, he temporarily dismissed the idea. Humph, you bastard, be careful next time. After hearing her daughter's persuasion, Mother Wang Yueguang also decided to let go of what she had just done for the time being, but she still snorted coldly with an ugly face, and then warned this wasteful son-in-law again. After all, people in this place are all people with status. If they accidentally provoke some powerful people, they will be out of luck. Yes, I already knew I was wrong. A warning to his mother-in-law, Lin Yi's face immediately showed a pleasing smile, nodding and bowing like a pug. After all, it also means that the things just now are put down like this. But fortunately, he has experienced countless times when he was insulted by his mother-in-law and made a fool of himself in public. Therefore, his face has become extremely thick, and he will not feel embarrassed in the face of the strange eyes of everyone. In other words, even after kneeling for a long time, I can't stand up anymore. Ha ha ha. Seeing the humble appearance of the Dragon King's son-in-law, Ling Tian laughed unkindly. He thinks that such a guy is simply not worthy of being the protagonist, and it is an insult to the word protagonist. Even Ling Tian felt that such a person should go to a mental hospital. He was a dignified Dragon King, but he actually hid his identity and strength, and went to an ordinary person's home to be his son-in-law. And living in the mother-in-law's house is not as good as a dog. But more than a dog can shake its head and wag its tail at its owner. Isn't this Nima a proper idiot? Ling Tian's laughter instantly attracted the attention of Qin Shiyu's family. However, Qin's mother, Wang Yueguang, is also a very discerning person. At a glance, she can see the high-end customized casual clothes on Ling Tian's body, and his temperament is even more extraordinary. Must be a noble man. So she didn't dare to have any temper, she could only show an embarrassed smile to Ling Tian. Qin Shiyu and her best friend Zhao Qinghan saw Ling Tian's first glance, and their eyes lit up. They had never seen such a handsome man. Immediately, they felt that their heartbeats began to speed up, and two blushes appeared on their pretty faces unconsciously. After all, everyone has a love for beauty. Not only do men like to look at beautiful women, but women's eyes are also attracted to handsome men. Damn boy. But at this moment, Lin Yi looked at Ling Tian very badly, but he was very unhappy in his heart. Although he is like a dog in front of his mother-in-law's family. But that doesn't mean other people can laugh and insult themselves at will. To be honest, if it wasn't for his mother-in-law's family here, he didn't want to reveal his strength, or he would definitely teach this kid a hard lesson based on the mockery he had just made to himself. Of course, if Lin Yi saw the shy expression on his wife's face, he would probably vomit blood in anger. After all, since getting married, Qin Shiyu has always had a cold face towards Lin Yi, and has never given him any good looks. Because Qin Shiyu felt that such a useless husband was not worthy of him at all. What? However, at this time, the more Zhao Qinghan looked at the man in front of him, the more familiar he felt, as if he had seen him somewhere before. Is it Ling Xiao? Then, she suddenly remembered that a friend of hers had posted on Weibo before. It was a photo she and Xiao Ling took together at a high-level party. Then, the figure of the handsome man in front of him gradually overlapped with the person in the photo. This is young Master Ling of the Ling family. Afterwards, Zhao Qinghan was very excited and said to Qin Shiyu's mother and daughter next to her. After all, this is the eldest grandson of the first family in Kyushu, and he is destined to have endless wealth and power in the future. Families like them who can only be considered rich, usually have no chance to get to know Ling Xiao at all, but I didn't expect to meet them today. What? Really? Qinghan, Qin's mother, Wang Yueguang, also had an excited look on her face. She couldn't believe that she could meet the young master of the Ling family. Immediately, the anger in Wang Yueguang's heart just because of the wasteful son-in-law disappeared instantly, and she turned to Ling Tian with a respectful and flattering smile. Before, Wang Yueguang felt that this noble son had an unusual origin, but she never thought that her feelings were actually true. Daughter, Qinghan, go. Let's go and say hello to Ling Xiao immediately. Afterwards, Qin's mother Wang Yueguang showed ecstasy on her face, and hurriedly pulled her daughter and walked towards Ling Tian's direction. After all, the opportunity to please Ling Xiao is not something you can come across at any time, of course she will cherish it. If they can really catch up with Ling Xiao's line, wouldn't their Qin family flourish? However, the Lin Yi's face turned dark. He didn't think that his mother-in-law would actually drag his wife to please this man who laughed at him. But he didn't have the courage to compete with his mother-in-law, so he had to bite the bullet and follow. Young Master Ling, hello. I am Wang Yuanwan from the Qin family, and this is my daughter Qin Xiu. This is my daughter's best friend, Zhao Qinghan. Wang Yuanwan's face was full of flattering smiles, and Ling Tian kindly introduced her daughter and her best friend next to her. Because she still has a little thought in her heart, that is, she is looking forward to Ling Tian being able to take a fancy to her daughter. Because she knew that her daughter had never had any relationship with that wasteful son-in-law. What's more, she also has a wife status that makes men very excited. If Ling Xiao really fell in love with her daughter, she would have to persuade her daughter to hug Ling Xiao's thigh. Even if it is a woman who has no place in Ling Xiao, it is better than being the wife of that wasteful son-in-law. I have to say that Qin's mother, Wang Yuanwan, understands men very well. It's no wonder that he took this wasteful son-in-law so tightly. Train Lin Yi like a pug. Hello. Ling Tian also smiled and greeted the few people in front of him, but his eyes were staring at Qin Xiu recklessly. Aware of Ling Tian's scorching gaze, Qin Xiu couldn't resist the powerful pressure, and she lowered her head with a blushing face. However, for some unknown reason, Qin Xiu did not feel repelled by Ling Tian's gaze, but secretly delighted. After all, this is also a manifestation of her charm. However, Wang Yuanwan, the mother of Qin next to her, noticed Ling Tian's gaze, and her heart suddenly became ecstatic. Unexpectedly, Ling Xiao was actually interested in his daughter. Isn't this a great thing? As for the useless son-in-law next to her, she doesn't care at all, or she doesn't treat this son-in-law as a person at all. What's more, she just didn't have any idea to introduce her son-in-law to Ling Tian. Because at first she felt very embarrassed, and she wasn't sure if Ling Tian was the one who had a good bite. In case Ling Tian doesn't like married people, she would rather let her daughter get divorced immediately, and she must also cling to young Master Ling. Daughter, why don't you say hello to Ling Xiao? Seeing her daughter's shy appearance, Wang Yuanwan became anxious in her heart, and hurriedly took her daughter's arm and urged her. After all, even if Ling Xiao is interested in his daughter again, if she doesn't take the initiative, Ling Xiao may soon forget her. After all, for a man like Ling Xiao, there is no woman by his side. Damn it. This damn boy, if you dare to think about my wife, I will kill you. At this moment, Lin Yi stared viciously at Ling Tian in front of him from behind. He never expected that his mother-in-law would introduce his wife to other men in front of him. Doesn't that amount to naked cuckolding him in front of him? What kind of man can endure such a thing? However, he didn't dare to put his temper on his mother-in-law, so he could only put all the grievances he had accumulated all along on Ling Tian's head. Ling Xiao, hello. I am poetry. Hearing her mother's urging, Qin Xiu finally raised her head with a blushing face, but she still did not dare to look directly at Ling Tian in front of her, and then introduced herself with a trembling voice. Chapter 129 was beaten by my mother-in-law, and my husband-in-law apologized for the humiliation. Please ask for a monthly ticket. Well, then I'll call you Xiu in the future. You don't need to call me Ling Xiao, it seems too natural. Call me Brother Tian. A wicked smile appeared on Ling Tian's face, and he said directly to the shy woman in front of him. After all, with this useless son-in-law beside him, Ling Tian naturally wouldn't be polite, and he was very direct to get closer to this woman. What's more, he really wanted to put a green hat on this wasteful son-in-law. God brother. Hearing Ling Tian's words, Qin Xiu's pretty face became even more ashamed, and then she stammered and called out Ling Tian. After all, Ling Xiao said so, if she dared to refuse in public, she would not be able to bear the consequences. What's more, Qin Xiu still has a good impression of Ling Tian, so he didn't reject such a title. Befriending Ling Tian is also a great thing for their Qin family, this is something other families dream of. Damn it. Damn boy, I will definitely kill you. Hearing that his wife actually shyly called out such a kind address to other men, Lin Yi's face instantly turned green. Moreover, he had never seen his wife's shy appearance before. I didn't expect to show such a little woman's attitude to other men, and Lin Yi suddenly felt that the top of his head was green. However, as a son-in-law, he did not dare to attack on the spot, so he could only secretly hate Ling Tian in his heart. Young Master Ling, can I call you that? At this time, Zhao Qinghan's beautiful face was also full of excitement, her eyes were full of coquettishness, she looked at Ling Tian in front of her, and she spoke to him timidly. You know, she really wants to be able to cling to this man. Although their Zhao family has a certain reputation in Tiandu, but she is not very popular at home. If you can become Ling Tian's woman, then the family must not treat themselves as their ancestors. Sure, it's just a name. Ling Tian looked at the woman's pretty face with a smile, but there was a hint of deep meaning in his eyes. This woman is very scheming. In the original plot, in order to please Ling Tian, she was the one who kept pushing her best friend Qin Xiu to cuckold her husband Lin Yi. With such an excellent tool person, how could Ling Tian let it go? What's more, this woman is in the range that Ling Tian can accept in terms of appearance and figure, so naturally he will not be polite. What's more, he also wants to know what it's like to be a close friend. Really? Thank you, brother. After receiving Ling Tian's affirmative answer, a happy smile appeared on Zhao Qinghan's pretty face. Originally, she just tried it out, but she never expected Ling Tian to agree to it so easily. Thinking that she will be able to cling to Ling Tian from today onwards, she immediately felt extremely excited in her heart. Oh, what about this one? Looking at his appearance, he won't be a servant, will he? Afterwards, Ling Tian smiled and turned to look at Lin Yi, who was standing behind the women with an unusually gloomy face, and asked pretending to be puzzled. After all, at the moment, he is wearing a simple street stall, which looks out of tune with everyone in the jewelry store. Of course, the main purpose of Ling Tian's words was to insult this son-in-law. After all, he wanted to harvest the villain's value from this guy. Hearing Ling Tian's words, Lin Yi's face became even more ugly. He felt that this kid was mocking him. Just when he wanted to refute, when he said that he was Shi Yu's husband, Qin's mother was the first to speak. Exactly. He's our servant, young Master Ling, you don't need to care about him. Mother Qin's face showed a pleasing smile again, and she admitted it directly. After all, when she wasn't sure whether Ling Tian had a good bite, she didn't dare to reveal the fact that her daughter was married. Before, she was a little worried about whether Ling Xiao already knew that he was her son-in-law. After all, she just trained this wasteful son-in-law at the door of the store. After Ling Tian asked this question, Wang Yueguang no longer had this worry. It seems that young Master Ling has not discovered the relationship between this wasteful son-in-law and his daughter. Damn it! And at this moment, Lin Yi, who is standing behind him, has a face full of humiliation. His mother-in-law is not even willing to admit her identity. Instead, she is actually trying to please the damn guy in front of her. But he didn't dare to refute, after all, this is his mother-in-law. If he dared to refute, it is estimated that he would have to kneel at the door when he went back at night. And kneeling at the door is still light, so he has to drink his mother-in-law's foot wash. He has not drunk this thing. Oh, but the way your servant looks at me seems very unpleasant. The smile on Ling Tian's face gradually subsided, and he directly attacked this wasteful son-in-law. After all, this kid is like a dog at his mother-in-law's house, but he looks aloof to others. Of course Ling Tian had to take care of him. Wang Yueguang has been paying attention to the change of Ling Tian's face. After hearing Ling Tian's words, her face suddenly turned pale. Snapped. This piece of shit, don't hurry up and apologize to young Master Ling. Afterwards, Wang Yueguang immediately slapped this wasteful son-in-law on the face, and then spoke to him viciously. At this moment, she was also very angry and nervous in her heart. If Ling Xiao angered their Qin family, this wasteful son-in-law would really be damned. He actually dared to glare at Ling Tian. Did he think that their Qin family had a good life? However, facing the anger of his mother-in-law at this moment, Lin Yi did not dare to show any dissatisfaction at all. Instead, he covered the beaten face with one hand, and then showed an embarrassed smile. Because Lin Yi knew that if he dared to have any dissatisfaction, he would be severely beaten by his mother-in-law. This is one of the most useful experiences he has gathered since he lived as a son-in-law for 3 years. Damn it! However, the hatred towards Ling Tian deepened in his heart. If it weren't for him, he wouldn't have been slapped. And he didn't dare not to listen to his mother-in-law's warning, and the hatred in his eyes instantly subsided. Snapped. Hurry up. Damn it, you bastard. Seeing that the son-in-law didn't apologize immediately, Wang Yunwan's heart burst into anger again, and another big mouth slapped Lin Yi's other half of the face. After all, she was very afraid that Ling Tian would hate them, so their Qin family would really have no way out. Ling Tian just stretched out a finger, and he could stab them all to death. That damned piece of shit. At this moment, Wang Yunwan cursed this son-in-law again in her heart. If you don't have any brains, how dare you provoke young Master Ling? In the face of his mother-in-law's big mouth, Lin Yi didn't dare to dodge at all. Although his face was still humble, his heart was full of humiliation, and he completely hated Ling Tian. Damn it, you wait for me. Lin Yi roared frantically in his heart. He swore that he would torture this damned guy to death. Sorry. At this moment, the two bright red slap prints on Lin Yi's face were particularly conspicuous. After taking a deep breath, he obediently apologized to Ling Tian. Chapter 130. What a cheap bone. If you don't smoke for a day, your skin will be itchy, right? Young Master Ling, I have already apologized to you for this rubbish. Are you still satisfied? Wang Yunwan looked at Ling Tian's expressionless face at the moment, and she felt extremely uneasy in her heart. After all, she didn't know if Ling Xiao was still angry about what happened just now. It's all to blame for this damn crap. Afterwards, she cursed Lin Yi again in her heart. After all, it was because of this useless son-in-law that such a thing happened. Otherwise, they would have already climbed on Ling Xiao's high branch. How could they have gotten to such a pitiful state? Brother Tian, I'm sorry. I hope you don't take it to heart. At this moment, Qin Shiyu's pretty face was also very nervous. Seeing that her mother had been begging for Ling Tian's forgiveness, she couldn't help but plead. Of course, she didn't mean to defend this wasteful husband, and she didn't know what his brain cramped to be disrespectful to Ling Xiao. Now they want these women, 977, to pay for the stupid things he did, and suddenly she hated her husband even more. All right, since you have already pleaded for Shi Yu, I'm not that stingy. But I don't think his apology was sincere enough. After all, everyone else knelt on the ground to apologize to me before. Now that the heroine has spoken, Ling Tian will of course give him a face, and then he turned his head and smiled and said to Qin Shiyu and his daughter. Ling Tian's meaning is very obvious. As long as this son-in-law kneels down for him, this matter will end here. However, this thing that seems very simple to ordinary people can be done, but it is not so easy in the eyes of this wasteful son-in-law. Although he can be like a dog in his mother-in-law's family, it doesn't mean that he can be so humble in front of other people. Sure enough, after hearing Ling Tian's words, Lin Yi's face suddenly showed an angry look. You must know that after he became the Dragon King, no one except the mother-in-law's family had ever dared him to kneel. Snapped. What are you still doing? You bastard. Kneel down immediately and apologize to young Master Ling. Then Wang Yunwan would not let this wasteful son-in-law go. Her face showed an angry look again, and she slapped Lin Yi directly in the face, and then yelled at him. After all, she felt that her waste son-in-law didn't kneel every day at home, so why did she start pretending to be here? What's more, even if he didn't want to kneel, Wang Yunwan would force him to kneel down, otherwise, he would have good fruit to eat. Damn it! Noticing the strange gazes of the people around him, especially the contempt and indifference in his wife's eyes, Lin Yi felt extremely humiliated. However, in the face of the intimidation of his mother-in-law, he did not dare to resist, and then he bent his legs. Thump. Sorry. Lin Yi, who was kneeling on the ground, lowered his head. His face was full of shame, and he said those 3 words through gritted teeth. At this moment, Lin Yi's hatred for Ling Tian has reached an extreme. If he didn't want to show his strength in front of his mother-in-law's family, he would jump up and kill Ling Tian. Master Ling, how is it? Are you satisfied? If you're not satisfied, I'll let him kowtow to you a few more times. Qin's mother Wang Yunwan showed a flattering smile to Ling Tian and asked for his opinion. However, at this moment, Wang Yunwan's originally fearful mood has gradually relaxed, because she saw that Ling Tian's face was no longer indifferent. Obviously, he is very satisfied with this wasteful son-in-law kneeling down and apologizing. Your proposal is very good. Just do as you say. A playful smile suddenly appeared on Ling Tian's face. Since the mother-in-law of this wasteful son-in-law took the initiative to make up the knife, he would not be polite. What's more, since this kid is a son-in-law and is not insulted, how can he grow up? Ling Tian was just following the plot, and it was his mother-in-law's idea. Do you hear me? Hurry up and kowtow to young Master Ling. You bastard, dawdling. Wang Yunwan turned around and put on an indifferent expression, shouting loudly at the waste son-in-law. Anyway, it wasn't her who knelt down and kowtowed, so she wouldn't be polite. After all, this matter was caused by Lin Yi. Ah, this damn guy. Lin Yi roared furiously in his heart. Hearing the conversation between his mother-in-law and Ling Tian, his face darkened again. He never imagined that his mother-in-law would keep turning her elbows out. This is to trample his dignity to the ground ruthlessly. At this moment, his heart is extremely angry and aggrieved. I saw Lin Yi's forehead bursting with blue veins, and his eyes were full of bloodshots. If he hadn't restrained his strength, it is estimated that the entire jewelry store would have been moved to the ground by him. But in the end, he chose to be soft. Bang bang bang. Then I saw Lin Yi's face was full of humiliation, and he kowtowed 3 times on the ground. But now he only had one thought in his mind for Ling Tian, that is, he must give this kid a cramp and torture him to death. Ha ha ha. This servant's posture of kneeling and kowtow is very standard. I must have practiced at home a lot, right? Ling Tian showed a presumptuous smile on his face, teasing his mother Qin and Qin Shiyu next to him. Young Master Ling, you are right. This disobedient guy, I make him kneel at the door every day at home. So he has practiced. For Ling Tian's ridicule, Qin's mother showed a pleasing smile on her face, and tried to go along with him as much as possible. After all, what he said was the truth, and as long as young Master Ling could be happy and let this wasteful son-in-law keep kneeling here, she would have no opinion. Hearing the teasing of his mother-in-law and the damned guy, Lin Yi's face became even more ugly, and there was even more mad hatred in his eyes, and his hands clung to the floor. Okay, you can get up now. Be careful next time, I don't like a man looking at me like that. Afterwards, Ling Tian said with a warning look to Lin Yi who was kneeling on the ground. Hearing Ling Tian's words, the anger that had been suppressed in Lin Yi's heart instantly rose again, and even a trace of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. But he still forcibly held back, and then slowly got up from the ground. However, Wang Yunwan's face became ugly again at this moment, because this waste son-in-law actually dared to make a face after getting up. Crack. 1.4. Did you hear me? Why don't you quickly thank Ling Xiao for your kindness? I saw Wang Yunwan slap the face of this wasteful son-in-law again, and then taught him a lesson. She didn't want to wait for Ling Xiao to get angry again because of this. What if she angered their Qin family? So he also took this opportunity to take a sigh of relief on this son-in-law, and by the way, he could also use this to please Ling Xiao. Thank you Ling Xiao. Lin Yi, who slapped his mother-in-law again, suddenly calmed down. An embarrassed smile appeared on his face, and he bowed his head and thanked Ling Tian. However, from Lin Yi's clenched fists and his slightly trembling body, it can be seen how intense his anger is at the moment. What a bitch. If you don't smoke for a day, your skin will be itchy, right? Seeing her son-in-law's useless appearance, Wang Yunwan's face was full of disdain, and she reprimanded him again. Chapter 131 The Heart of the Heroine, the Humble Son-in-Law. For the insult of his mother-in-law, Lin Yi did not dare to have any complaints, and a humble smile appeared on his face again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully humiliating the hero Lin Yi in front of the heroine. The hero's luck -100, the host's villain value +30000. After receiving the prompt from the system, Ling Tian also showed a satisfied smile on his face. Ah! Qin Shiyu's face was full of sorrow, and he couldn't help sighing deeply in his heart. Why is your husband such a jerk? I usually only do some housework at home, and my mother treats her as a servant. No, it should be said to be a pug. And her husband is even more humble than a pug, the kind who can't fight back or scold him. Even if the dog is provoked, will it still bite? But my husband would only kneel down and apologize. Qin Shiyu has been ridiculed by others in the family because of this useless husband. After all, she also has many peers in the family, so when they get together, they will naturally talk about things around her. 18 So that's one of the reasons why she hates this husband so much. Afterwards, Qin Shiyu couldn't help but look at the charming Ling Tian in front of her, and a blush appeared on her pretty face. There was even a thought in her heart. If only this man was his own husband. At this moment, Su Zian brought Yang Qingshe towards Ling Tian, and they all saw what happened just now. They could also see that their brother Tian was deliberately treating the kid. Although they didn't know the reason, the two of them didn't care, as long as brother Tian was happy. Brother Tian, we have almost picked it. A sweet smile appeared on Su Xian's fair and pretty face. She hugged Ling Tian's arm directly, and whispered in his ear. Afterwards, Su Xian looked at the two very beautiful women opposite Ling Tian again, and suddenly, a jealousy rose in her heart. Of course she couldn't show it. Presumably by virtue of his brother Tian's temperament, if he is attracted to him, these two women will not be able to escape from his palm. At this moment, Qin Shiyu and Zhao Qinghan's beautiful eyes also flashed a splendid light, because the two women surrounding Ling Tian are also very beautiful. Especially Zhao Qinghan's heart raised an ambition. Since Ling Xiao likes beautiful women, she must have a chance. After all, she is no worse than the two women next to Ling Tian. Now let's go to the checkout. Looking at the little girl on the left and right of her who was hugging her arms tightly, Ling Tian also smiled helplessly. It seemed that they were starting to be jealous again. But she thinks this is also very normal, and this is one of the normal reactions of women. Afterwards, Ling Tian found a waiter to prepare for the checkout. Shiyu, go and get your contact information for Brother Tian. Seeing that Ling Tian was about to check out and leave, Wang Yueguang's face was full of urgency, and she immediately pulled her daughter's arm and urged her. After all, if Ling Tian left, it would be very difficult for them to get Ling Tian's contact information. She didn't want her daughter to miss such a man. This is really missing this village, there is no such shop. What? Hearing her mother's words, Qin Shiyu's pretty face became even more rosy, but she was still very shy. After all, she never took the initiative to contact other men. Ah, what? Hurry over there. Wait, if Ling Xiao leaves, it will be too late for you to regret it. For her daughter's disappointment, Wang Yueguang's face showed a trace of anger. She was also very dissatisfied with her daughter's shyness at a critical moment. Go, poetry. Let's go together. A look of joy flashed across Zhao Qinghan's pretty face next to her. She pulled Qin Shiyu directly and walked towards Ling Tian. After all, she also wanted this man's contact information. Otherwise, you may have no chance in the future. Seeing that his wife was actually pulled over by her best friend to ask for the contact information of that damn guy, Lin Yi's face turned green again. At this moment, something was wrong in his heart. Wouldn't this be the rhythm of being cuckolded? Then, he hurriedly walked in the direction of his wife. What are you doing with the past? Stay here honestly. However, Wang Yueguang would not watch this wasteful son-in-law run over to destroy her daughter's good deeds. She directly reached out and grabbed Lin Yi, and then said rudely to him. But poetry shut up. Don't make trouble for me anymore. Believe it or not, I will ask Shiyu to divorce you immediately. Hearing that the useless son-in-law wanted to defend himself, Wang Wenwan interrupted him with an indifferent expression. She didn't have the patience to listen to Lin Yi's nonsense here. As long as his daughter can ask for Ling Xiao's contact information, wouldn't it be very easy to handle later? Damn it! Lin Yi was again incompetent and furious in his heart. He didn't dare to resist the threat of his mother-in-law, otherwise she would really let himself and Shiyu divorce. Afterwards, Lin Yi looked at Ling Tian viciously again, and counted all this on his head. If it wasn't for this damn guy suddenly appearing in front of them, he wouldn't be so humiliated today. Brother Tian, can you leave your contact information for me and Shiyu? I saw Zhao Qinghan pulling Qin Shiyu to stand in front of Ling Tian beautifully. Her pretty face was full of sweet smiles, and she asked Ling Tian politely. At this moment, Qin Shiyu's face was flushed with blush. After all, she is a married woman. It is really inappropriate to come here and ask for a man's contact information. Fortunately, the others present did not know her identity, otherwise she would be embarrassed. But in her heart, she also wanted to establish some deeper connections with Ling Tian. After all, this was also her mother's decision. Sure. Ling Tian smiled at the two women, and then left contact information with them. After all, he didn't intend to let these two women go. Since they took the initiative to ask for 977's own contact information, it would save Ling Tian a few things. Especially the woman Zhao Qinghan is very active towards Ling Tian. After all, her purpose is to cling to this man. Brother Tian, goodbye. Seeing that Ling Tian was about to leave with his two women, Zhao Qinghan also said goodbye to Ling Tian with a wink. After that, Qin Shiyu also said goodbye to Ling Tian shyly. After all, she didn't want to leave a bad impression in front of this man. Looking at the back of Ling Tian's departure, there was a haze in her beautiful eyes. Okay, poetry. Everyone is gone. It seems that you are very reluctant to Ling Xiao. Zhao Qinghan's face was full of teasing smiles, which directly awakened Qin Shiyu from her state of being a bit nympho. Qinghan, what did you say? I hate it to death. Being directly exposed by his best friend, Qin Shiyu's pretty face immediately showed two attractive red glows, and then she acted coquettishly with Zhao Qinghan. But what she said just now is not wrong, she seems to have some reluctance. After all, she had always wanted to divorce her useless husband Lin Yi, but because she couldn't find a suitable candidate, Ling Tian's appearance made her feel some impulses again. The reason why she didn't get divorced for the time being was that she only used Lin Yi as her shield. After all, she was very beautiful, and there were always some men who would harass her when they got jealous. Anyway, I haven't even let him touch a finger, this husband is all the same. Chapter 132 Qin's mother persuades her daughter to wear a cuckold to the protagonist. Zhao Qinghan looked at the best friend next to her and seemed to suddenly fall into contemplation, and a strange smile appeared on her pretty face. For this best friend, she also has some thoughts of her own in her heart. After all, Zhao Qinghan just saw a pair of beautiful girls beside Ling Xiao. And it can be seen that Ling Xiao is very fond of the two of them. To be honest, Zhao Qinghan is also very jealous of these two women in his heart. She couldn't know what it meant to be favored by Ling Tian. What's more, even if he becomes Ling Tian's woman in the future, he cannot avoid competing for favor with other Ling Tian women. Therefore, she now wants to pull her best friend Qin Shiyu into the water and let her and herself become Ling Tian's woman, so that their status in Ling Tian's mind will definitely be greatly increased. After all, this kind of thing is definitely 1 + 1 is greater than 2. She is still very sure about whether she can convince her best friend. After all, for a perfect man like Ling Tian, even she herself is very moved, so Qin Shiyu is definitely not much different from herself. And she just couldn't deceive herself by acting like a nympho just now. Also, she doesn't have any feelings for her useless husband-in-law at all, so she just needs to blow air in her ears. What's more, she was also very contemptuous of Lin Yi's useless son-in-law, so she just asked her best friend to give him a green hat. Looks like I should get in touch with Ling Xiaoduo. Afterwards, Zhao Qinghan made up her mind, she would go to make an appointment with Ling Tian when she returned after a while. Then directly showdown with him. After all, she can also see that Ling Tian is definitely interested in his best friend. Thinking about it, he certainly wouldn't mind matching him, and Ling Xiao would definitely value himself even more because of this. At this time, Qin's mother Wang Yueguang also came over. Her face was full of smiles, because she knew that her daughter had obtained Ling Tian's contact information. How about it? Daughter, how was your chat with Ling Xiao just now? With a hint of curiosity on Wang Yueguang's face, she asked her daughter and Zhao Qinghan next to her. Mom, I didn't talk about anything. Qin Shiyu's face showed a hint of blush. How could she have the nerve to talk about this with her mother? What's more, the two of them and Ling Tian just had a normal exchange, and they didn't talk about anything more than asking for the contact information. You're so arrogant. Mom has found such a good opportunity for you, don't you know how to cherish it? Wang Yueguang's face showed an expression of hatred for women. If it weren't for her age, Ling Tian would never look down on her. In fact, she wanted to play in person. After all, if Ling Tian really took a fancy to his own daughter, wouldn't their Qin family have flourished from then on, and they would have risen from there? Not to mention anything else, in Tiandu alone, under normal circumstances, no one else would dare to provoke them. Mom, young Master Ling and I have only just met. Qin Shiyu's face was full of helplessness, and she was also complaining at this moment. After all, she had never been so proactive. Just now, basically all of her best friends were chatting with Ling Tian, and she didn't even interrupt. I'm really going to be mad at you. Wang Yueguang was a little angry at the moment, and she was very dissatisfied with her daughter's performance. Even Zhao Qinghan was much better than her just now, and everyone knew that they would take the initiative to have a good relationship with Ling Xiao. And his daughter didn't act much. You must know that young Master Ling is obviously more interested in his daughter. However, Lin Yi, who was standing behind the mother and daughter, was directly ignored by them, or the two of them didn't care about this wasteful son-in-law. At this moment, listening to the conversation between the mother and daughter, Lin Yi's face became more and more ugly, and his heart was even more aggrieved and angry. His mother-in-law was negotiating to let her daughter cuckold him. A man can't bear this kind of thing, can he? But Lin Yi, this useless son-in-law, is different. This kind of thing is trivial to him. I saw him take a few deep breaths, and then two words flashed in his mind. Forbearance. Lin Yi believes that one day his wife will be touched by him. As for his mother-in-law, to be honest, Lin Yi didn't have much to do. But as long as his wife can accept his words, even if he endures the beatings and scoldings of his mother-in-law every day, he is willing and happy. Because he will never forget the little girl who gave him a roast duck when he was about to starve to death. That is his current wife, Qin Xiu. That's why he would do everything possible to hide his identity and want to make his wife really fall in love with him. As for Grandpa Qin Xiu's last wish, it was also forged by him. Otherwise, with the image of the three No Yu youth he left to the Qin family at that time, how could they marry their daughters to themselves? At this time, Ling Tian had already continued to stroll along the commercial street with the two little girls. Brother Tian, have you fallen in love with those two women? Su Xian's pretty face on the side was full of curiosity, and she asked Ling Tian softly. And at this moment, she also has some taste in her heart. Clearly she and Qingshe, two great beauties, are with Brother Tian. He also has to hook up with other women, which is the greatest insult to their two charms. Although young Qingshe on the side didn't say anything, she could tell from her pretty little face that she wasn't in a good mood at the moment. And when Su Xian asked this question, Yang Qingshe kept her eyes fixed on Ling Tian and wanted to know his answer. Ha ha ha. Is this jealous? Don't worry, the two of you will always be the most important thing in Brother Tian's heart. After Ling Tian laughed out loud, he directly kissed the two girls on the cheeks, followed by another sweet talk. After hearing what Brother Tian had said, the two little girls were also content to hug Ling Tian's arm, no longer arguing over what happened just now. After all they care about is their status in Ling Tian's mind. As for how many women he has, the two of them simply can't get in on the matter. Afterwards, Ling Tian took the two of them for a walk around the nearby commercial street. After the two little girls were satisfied, the group returned to the Ling family manor. The time gradually came to the afternoon, and Ling Tian received a call from Zhao Qinghan without any accident. This woman. After all, Ling Tian had long known that this woman would definitely contact him immediately, not to mention that he also had a little interest in this woman. At this moment, Zhao Qinghan was lying on the bed in his own house, and he was on the phone with Ling Tian with an excited smile on his face. Before the call was connected, Zhao Qinghan was still very worried that Ling Tian would not answer her call. She didn't expect things to go so smoothly. She actually had a very pleasant chat with Ling Tian. After the two had a chat, Zhao Qinghan also stated his purpose. Brother Tian, can I come to your manor? I heard that your manor is very big. I want to visit your place. Ling Tian listened to this woman's coquettish voice, and soon a playful smile appeared on his face. Ling Tian didn't believe a word of what she just said. How could this woman come to him just to visit his manor? Her real purpose must be to experience the comfort of the bed in Ling Tian's room. But how could Ling Tian refuse? After all, he also enjoys this kind of thing, so he naturally agreed to her very decisively. Chapter 133. The information fell to the ground. Qinghan, kneel down and pick it up. Really? Thank you, Brother Tian. After getting Ling Tian's affirmative answer, Zhao Qinghan's pretty face suddenly showed a happy smile. I didn't expect her to get her brother's approval so easily. As long as she went to Ling Tian's manor, wouldn't it be easy to become Ling Tian's woman by virtue of her charm? After all, women chase men, but they are only separated by a layer of gauze, not to mention a beautiful woman like her. Afterwards, Zhao Qinghan chatted with Ling Tian excitedly. Brother Tian, see you later. With a sweet smile on Zhao Qinghan's face, he ended the call with Ling Tian in a delicate voice. Great. It won't be long before I become Brother Tian's woman. When the time comes, let's see who in the family dares to bully me and my mother. An excited look appeared on Zhao Qinghan's face. As long as she became Ling Tian's woman, then their mother and daughter's status in the family would definitely not be compared with anyone. After all, since her father died in a car accident, the assets originally belonging to their mother and daughter have been occupied by several uncles. Moreover, she is usually very unpopular in the family, and even her heir, who owns a part of the family company's shares, has no way to enter the company. Because these uncles of hers are afraid that they will share their rights, even the dividends that originally belonged to their mother and daughter have been occupied by these uncles by making false accounts. 977. You all wait for me. A look of dissatisfaction appeared on Zhao Qinghan's face, and she swore secretly in her heart that she would never let these people go easily after she became a woman of Brother Tian. Especially those things that should belong to her, she will definitely get them all back. Then Zhao Qinghan found a beautiful dress from his wardrobe. After all, after a while, she is going to see her own brother, so of course she must show him the most beautiful side of herself. Presumably Brother Tian will be fascinated by me. Zhao Qinghan, who had changed into a light red dress, stood in front of the mirror, looking at her curvaceous body and delicate face, and said with a satisfied smile. After all, Zhao Qinghan is still very confident in his appearance and figure, especially after some careful dressing up, he looks more feminine. Then, she went downstairs and found Zhao's mother who was sitting on the sofa in the living room watching TV. Mom, I shouldn't be back tonight. Zhao Qinghan smiled and walked to her mother, holding her arm and said happily to Zhao mother. After all, she went to Brother Tian's house today, and it is estimated that she will not come back with a high probability. So of course you have to report to your mother in advance, otherwise she will definitely be worried. Daughter, where are you going tonight? With a puzzled look on Mother Zhao's face, she asked her daughter who was concerned by. After all, my daughter usually comes home on time every day. Why can't I tell myself suddenly today? Mom, you know what? I was very lucky to meet Ling Xiao from the Ling family today, and Brother Tian agreed to let me visit his manor. So if I stay late, I may not come back directly, and I won't go home until tomorrow. Regarding his mother, Zhao Qinghan naturally had no need to hide anything, and told her the origin of the matter with a smile on his face. Really? Mother Zhao's face also showed a look of joy. After all, she also knew something about the eldest young master of the Ling family. And looking at his daughter's appearance, it is estimated that he likes him, right? Daughter, then you have to pay attention to protect yourself. A somewhat ambiguous smile appeared on Mother Zhao's face, and she said softly to her daughter. After all, as a past person, she naturally understands the thoughts of these young people very well. What's more, the daughter is already so old, if she can really become a couple with the eldest young master of the Ling family, that's a good thing. Secondly, Ling Tian's reputation in the circle can be said to be very good, and as a mother, she naturally hopes that her daughter can have a good home. Mom, I know. Hearing his mother's slightly concerned teasing, Zhao Qinghan's pretty face instantly turned red. After all, she is very clean, and she has never experienced such a thing. So when her mother reminded herself, of course she also felt very ashamed. Mom, bye. Afterwards, after Zhao Qinghan said goodbye to his mother, he came to the garage, got into his car, and drove in the direction of Ling family manor. Not long after, Zhao Qinghan came to the gate of Ling's manor. Looking at this luxurious manor, her face was full of amazement. If only I could be the hostess here. At this moment, Zhao Qinghan's heart was filled with ambition again. After all, becoming Ling Tian's woman was her dream. With this luxurious manor alone, it can be said that if their entire family wanted to build an identical one, they would basically go bankrupt. Then, a beautiful woman in a maid outfit came over. This was arranged by Ling Tian long ago, just to wait for her here. Miss Zhao, please come with me. The maid's face was filled with a respectful smile, and she stretched out her hand towards Zhao Qinghan to guide her. Thanks. Zhao Qinghan also smiled and thanked her. After all, this is her brother Tian's manor, so she didn't want to lose her manners. Then, under the guidance of the maid, she soon came to the main courtyard where Ling Tian was. At this moment, Ling Tian was lying on the reclining chair on the balcony with a leisurely face, and he kept looking at the Qin family's information in his hand. After all, he must have found some way to make Qin Xiu, a woman, take the initiative to embrace him. Brother Tian, here I come. Zhao Qinghan's beautiful face was full of charming smiles as she walked straight towards Ling Tian. Looking at Ling Tian, who was so handsome and unparalleled in front of him, coupled with the extraordinary and unique temperament that he exudes all the time, Zhao Qinghan's beautiful eyes instantly became hazy. To be honest, she wants to be Ling Tian's woman, not only because of the Ling family's incomparably powerful power and wealth, but also because Ling Tian is really too masculine. Come over. Seeing Zhao Qinghan walking towards him, Ling Tian also sat up straight, then smirked and patted his thigh, motioning for the woman to sit directly over. Hearing Ling Tian's words, Zhao Qinghan's pretty face suddenly showed 2 blushes, but she still replied softly, and then sat on Ling Tian's lap obediently. At this moment, her heart is also very shy, although she has already made all the preparations before coming. Qinghan, since you're here, then I won't beat around the bush. From today, you are my woman. I saw Ling Tian's mouth twitched slightly, and he directly hugged the woman in his arms, and said in her ear without doubt. After all, he doesn't have so much time to develop a relationship with this woman. Is this step necessary with his strength? Also, Ling Tian wanted to harvest the villain value from that wasteful son-in-law as soon as possible, so he directly confronted Zhao Qinghan. Doesn't the reason why Zhao Qinghan put forward such an idea before also explains her thoughts? Ling Tian is only the beauty of an adult. Really? Brother God. I wonder if I'm dreaming. An unbelievable look appeared on Zhao Qinghan's pretty face, and he stretched out his hand to wrap his arms around Ling Tian's neck, and asked gruffly in his ear. I never imagined that my previous idea would come true so easily. Originally, she was thinking about how to attract Brother Tian's attention, and then get his favor, so that she could become Brother Tian's woman. After all, it's only today that the 2 women around my Brother Tian are even more attractive than me. So she was still very stressed. Of course it's true. Ling Tian smiled and gave an affirmative answer. But seeing this woman's face flushed and looking very excited, Ling Tian decided to cool her down. The data fell to the ground. Qinghan, kneel down and pick it up. Afterwards, there was a wicked smile on Ling Tian's face, and he casually threw the information about the Qin family on the ground. Suddenly, Zhao Qinghan's pretty face turned blood red. How could she not know what Ling Tian meant? However, she didn't have the courage to refuse Ling Tian. Meimu gave him a coquettish look, and then knelt on the ground. Chapter 134 Kneel at the door, the identity of a wife is a start. At this time, Ling Tian would not be idle either. He recalled the information he had just seen in his mind. After a while, he thought of a way to deal with the Qin family. Ha ha, Lin Yi, it won't be long before you can raise a flock on top of your head. Suddenly, Ling Tian gradually relaxed again. At this moment, in the Qin family villa, Lin Yi's life was very difficult. After returning home, Qin's mother, Wang Yueguang, was furious. After all, this useless son-in-law almost made them offend Ling Xiao. Fortunately, Ling Xiao is magnanimous and did not care about these little people. On the contrary, because of their daughters, they still have the opportunity to climb the high branch of Ling Xiao. But Wang Yueguang wouldn't let Lin Yi go so easily. In the jewelry store before, it was difficult for her to face Ling Tian in front of this wasteful son-in-law. But back at home, it's different. Here is her world. After all, Wang Yueguang has the final say in everything big and small in the family, and no one dares to resist her. After scolding Lin Yi for half an hour, Wang Yueguang's face was still full of anger. At this time, she was a little tired of scolding people and stopped to take a breath. However, although Lin Yi was scolded by his mother-in-law for so long, not only did he not have the slightest complaint on his face, but instead showed a humble smile to his mother-in-law. Trash, hurry up and kneel at the door for me. Seeing that this useless son-in-law was still able to laugh, Wang Yueguang was even more angry, and shouted loudly again at the son-in-law. Yes yes, Mom, calm down. The smile on Lin Yi's face became embarrassed, and he comforted his mother-in-law. If he was really angry, his wife would be even more indifferent to him. However, he did not dare to violate any of his mother-in-law's orders. Then he quickly ran to the door, and then bent his legs. Thump. Seeing the useless appearance of this son-in-law kneeling on the ground, Wang Yueguang's contempt for him deepened. What a useless person, the wealth I raised is not as obedient as you. A look of contempt appeared on Wang Yueguang's face, and then she squatted down and reached out to touch a dog she raised. To be honest, she felt that her daughter's marriage to such a waste was a waste of her daughter's youth. Hearing his mother-in-law's words, Lin Yi's face also turned a little dark, but he never thought that his mother-in-law would compare herself to a dog. No matter what, he must be better than a dog, right? Snapped. What's the matter? Do you think I'm wrong? Seeing that this rubbish thing dared to make a face on herself, Wang Yueguang instantly felt that her anger rose again, and rushed directly in front of him, slapped Lin Yi in the face, and then asked rudely. She won't save face for this son-in-law. After all, Lin Yi's life in the Qin family is really worse than a dog. No, Mom, you're right. After eating a big mouth, Lin Yi didn't dare to show any more face at this time. An embarrassed smile appeared on his face again, and he smiled humbly to his mother-in-law. And Lin Yi didn't dare to refute his mother-in-law, who was in a state of rage at the moment. After all, if he did that, he would be the one who would suffer in the end. And Qin Xiu, who was watching all this silently, sat on the sofa without saying a word. Her face became more and more indifferent. She really couldn't figure out why her grandfather would let her marry such a man. Now she really hates Lin Yi very much, and feels that this person is not like a man at all. Even though his mother had insulted him so much, he was not ashamed, but he could still laugh. Afterwards, Qin Xiu thought of Ling Tian again. Why is the gap so big when he is also a man? She felt that someone like Ling Tian was a real man, and her current husband in name was not even a dog. Thinking of the man in the jewelry store staring at her with hot eyes, she suddenly felt that her body became hot again. What? Qin Xiu, you have to be more reserved. Then, she took a deep breath and dispelled all the thoughts in her mind just now. However, there was always one thought in her heart that couldn't be shaken away, and that was how nice it would be if Ling Tian was her husband. Poetry, didn't Mom say you? In front of young Master Ling today, why don't you know to take the initiative? Look at how proactive Qinghan is. At this time, Wang Yueguang walked over to the sofa, looked at her daughter who was in a daze, and rebuked her directly. After all, Zhao Qinghan is very active towards Ling Tian today. She is much stronger than her own daughter. And you must know that Ling Xiao was obviously more interested in his daughter at that time, but she didn't know how to seize the opportunity. Mom, I'm already married now. It wouldn't be right for me to be so close to young Master Ling. Hearing her mother's words, Qin Xiu's face showed a helpless look, and she felt very shy about this kind of thing in her heart. So in order to prevent her mother from always preaching to her about this matter, she also found a reason for herself and her mother. At this moment, Lin Yi, who was kneeling at the door, naturally heard the conversation between the mother and daughter, and his face suddenly showed a look of joy. Poetry, I knew you wouldn't give me a cuckold. Although you are usually very indifferent to me, I know you must have me in your heart. Comma 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 dot dot. Lin Yi secretly thought in his heart that his love for Qin Xiu was even deeper at this moment, and he really did not see this woman wrong. Suddenly, he felt that the grievances and humiliation he had suffered in the past few years seemed to have vanished. At this moment, his mood was extraordinarily wonderful. However, what his mother-in-law said next made his face darken again. You stupid girl, what does that matter? I know you haven't touched the trashy thing with a single finger. What's more, you still have the identity of a married wife. This is definitely the beginning of Tianyu. If mother were you, you would have taken the initiative to find Ling Xiao. When she said these words, Wang Yueguang's face also showed a hint of emotion. If she was young, she would definitely take the initiative to attack. After all, she was also a great beauty at that time, otherwise she would not have given birth to such a beautiful daughter. And more importantly, Ling Tian not only has a prominent family background, but also has top-notch appearance and personality. As a normal woman, of course she will also be moved. Mom, what did you say? Qin Xiu's pretty face suddenly blushed, but she didn't expect her mother to say such a thing in order to persuade her to put a cuckold on her husband. Suddenly, she felt that her father was also very pitiful. At this time, Qin's father just came over with a glass of water. Hearing his wife's words, his face darkened. Unexpectedly, his wife was thinking of putting a cuckold on him. Although she was just talking about it, it also made her face unworthy. Predict. Chapter 135 Pity each other. I will give you a kick in the face. What kind of face do you make me look like, you rubbish? Useless guy, why did I blindly see you in the first place? Wang Yueguang was about to continue to reprimand her daughter. When she suddenly saw her husband approaching with an ugly face, she immediately turned the gun and reprimanded the waste husband. She didn't feel ashamed or embarrassed at all for what she said just now. After all, that's what she thought in her heart. She felt that her husband was just as wasteful as the son-in-law kneeling on the ground. In the family, this trash husband of his own basically has no right to speak. Let their mother and daughter live very aggrieved in the family, so she is naturally full of resentment towards this husband. Wife, my fault, my fault. You calm down. This is the water I just poured for you. Qin's father's face was full of embarrassment. He didn't dare to refute his wife's words, 977, so he could only apologize to her with a smile. And what his wife said is also true, he is indeed similar to a waste, anyway, he has already lied down. After getting married, Qin's father has been beaten and scolded by his wife a lot, so he has long been accustomed to these. Fortunately, since Lin Yi joined their family, he has an extra shield, and most of Wang Yunwan's anger and resentment have been vented to Lin Yi. Because Lin Yi was even flatter than him at home, he usually only scrambled for work with the servants. It is conceivable that such a waste son-in-law will suffer much anger from Wang Yunwan. However, Father Qin did not thank this son-in-law for this, but instead fell down on him. Usually, Father Qin did not teach this wasteful son-in-law less. After all, being scolded by his wife every day, he also has a belly of fire in his heart. Moreover, everyone has a dark side. When he sees someone who is worse than himself, Father Qin wants to step on it even more. And it just so happens that this son-in-law can't fight back, and he can't fight back, isn't he the best tool for venting his anger? And at this moment, Lin Yi, who is paying attention to all this, looks at his father-in-law's humble appearance in front of his mother-in-law, and his face also shows a look of pity on his face. Immediately, he felt that he also had some psychological comfort. After all, the men in the family were all such humble appearances. The anger that he had just felt when he heard that his mother-in-law wanted his wife to cuckold him immediately dissipated a lot. Look at what? You bastard, don't kneel down for me. Noticing the strange expression on his son-in-law's face, Qin's father couldn't hold his face anymore, and immediately shouted at him angrily. Afterwards, he rushed to Lin Yi angrily, kicked him directly on the forehead, and directly kicked the waste son-in-law to lie on his back on the ground. After all, he can act like a dog in front of his wife, but that doesn't mean Lin Yi, a wasteful son-in-law, can despise him. I bother. You lived like a dog at home, how dare you look at me like that? Father Qin cursed in his heart, he would not give any face to this wasteful son-in-law. However, after ruthlessly cleaning up the son-in-law, the anger that he had just felt because of being scolded by his wife disappeared in an instant. Even at this moment, there is still a hint of darkness in his heart. Hurry up and get up and kneel for Lao Su. Otherwise you won't have to eat dinner. Afterwards, Father Qin yelled at the waste son-in-law who was lying on the ground. After all, he has no psychological burden to teach Lin Yi, his son-in-law. Yes, Dad. Then Lin Yi showed an embarrassed smile again, and said to Qin's father with a smile. He also knew that the look in his eyes just now was really inappropriate. After all, he was the one with the lowest status in the family. Just next to this kick, he is to blame. Did you see that, daughter? Such a waste thing, why are you still guarding him? Listen to the mother, get in touch with Ling Xiao more. Could it be that I'm still hurting you as a mother? Seeing the humble appearance of the two wastes in front of her, Wang Yunwan was even more angry, and again persuaded her daughter bitterly. If their daughter could really become Ling Tian's woman, would they still act with the looks of others in the family? Give those people in the family 10,000 courage, and they will never dare to run in front of themselves and be arrogant. Okay, Mom, I got it. I'm a little tired today, I'll go back to my room to rest first. Hearing his mother persuaded him again, Qin Shiyu's face flushed again. But she was embarrassed to continue talking about such a topic with her mother. So Qin Shiyu had to find a reason to stop this topic, and then she shyly trotted towards her room. Then she threw herself directly onto her bed, grabbed the bear doll on the bed, and kneaded it hard. What? So annoying. Although Qin Shiyu never gave any answer, her mother's words still caused a wave in her heart. Of course, she has some good feelings towards Ling Tian, but it is impossible for her to do the act of delivering it to her door as her mother said. And after seeing Ling Tian, she also had the urge to divorce Lin Yi directly, because Qin Shiyu felt that if she didn't divorce, she would have no hope of being with Ling Tian. At this moment, in the Ling family manner, Zhao Qinghan walked out of the bathroom with a blushing face. At this moment, she felt some pain in her cheeks. Then, she went straight to Ling Tian's side. Then he sat in his arms again. Brother Tian, have you also taken a fancy to poetry? Zhao Qinghan's pretty face showed a curious look. After all, when he was in the jewelry store today, Ling Tian was very interested in his best friend Qin Shiyu. And Ling Tian has so many women, so she wants to bring in her best friend too. In this way, the two of them will have an advantage if they join forces. Well, yes. Because I really want to bring a green hat to her husband. A wicked smile appeared on Ling Tian's face. He grabbed Zhao Qinghan's fair and soft little hand, caressed it gently, and then spoke directly to her. Ling Tian was too lazy to hide this kind of thing. After all, Zhao Qing 1.4 Han was already his woman now. And this woman is also very smart. She will never do something that harms Ling Tian's interests, because doing so will not benefit her in the slightest. Brother Tian, are you guys all so bad? Zhao Qinghan's beautiful eyes showed a strange brilliance, and she glared at Ling Tian angrily. She was also speechless when Ling Tian directly expressed such evil thoughts in her heart. Ha ha ha. Then you, a woman who wants to pull her girlfriend into the water, aren't you also very bad? It just so happens that the two of us have become a couple. Hearing Zhao Qinghan's words, Ling Tian couldn't help laughing. After all, he knew exactly what this woman was thinking. I want to give Lin Yi a green hat, it's really bad. But isn't this woman worse than him by instigating her best friend to cuckold her husband? Chapter 136 Ling Tian's bad taste, to be Prince Charming. God brother, isn't it for you? It's not all you who are happy in the end. Zhao Qinghan put his arms around Ling Tian's neck, a hint of complaint appeared on his pretty face, and said to Ling Tian coquettishly. After all, what she said was indeed the truth. No matter what, Ling Tian was the final winner. As for the most unlucky one, of course, Qin Shiyu's new husband-in-law. The top of the head directly turned into a green. It makes perfect sense. To be honest, I'm really looking forward to the face of that wasteful son-in-law. Ha ha ha. Ling Tian's face showed excitement. After all, he was very interested in this kind of thing. And in the original plot, in front of the protagonist, he and his wife gave him a green hat. So now Ling Tian will still follow the development of the original plot. After all, this Lin Yi is very tolerant. It can definitely be called the most enduring green-haired turtle Ling Tian has ever seen. Afterwards, Ling Tianbian called Fu Bo and was going to hand over the matter of the Qin family to him to arrange. After all, it is definitely impossible for him to do such a trivial matter by himself. Master, what are your orders? Soon, Uncle Fu came to Ling Tian and asked him respectfully. Uncle Fu, order to go down and create a big trouble for the Qin family's family business. But don't expose our existence. Ling Tian smiled and said to Uncle Fu, after all, he must not expose this kind of thing, otherwise, how could he come forward and become the good man who saved the Qin family in the end? Okay, young master, I'll arrange it right away. Uncle Fu smiled and answered the matter directly. This was a breeze for the Ling family. After all, the Qin family is just a wealthy family whose family business is not too big, and its main business is the OEM of some products. It can be said that as long as the Ling family uses a little means, such a company can guarantee that they will basically not receive any big business. And once an OEM like the Qin family loses a lot of business, to be honest, it is not far from bankruptcy. And by that time, the mother and daughter of the Qin family will definitely think of Ling Tian, so he can take advantage of it. What's more, Qin Shiyu didn't have any feelings for her husband at all, so Ling Tian could easily hold the beauty back, and directly in front of that wasteful son-in-law. Brother Tian, why do you suddenly have to deal with the Qin family? Actually, I can see that Shiyu also has a good impression on you. A puzzled look appeared on Zhao Qinghan's face. After all, Qin Shiyu was his best friend. To be honest, she actually didn't want Ling Tian to do this in her heart. Moreover, Zhao Qinghan felt that even if Ling Tian pursued Shiyu by normal means, he would definitely be able to make her his own woman, so she felt that Ling Tian had no need to resort to extra means. Of course I know that. The reason for this is to get poetry faster. If nothing happens to their family property, how can I do the Prince Charming who came down from the sky to save her? Don't worry, at most they will only have a small loss. A wicked smile appeared on Ling Tian's face, and he reached out and squeezed the rosy face of the woman in his arms. It can't be seen that this woman is still very good to her best friend. After all, although some women are close friends in name, they can't see that the other party is better than themselves. That's good. Zhao Qinghan's face suddenly showed a relaxed look, and she didn't want anything to happen to her best friend's family. After all, the two of them were good best friends since childhood. But since Brother Tian said so, he must have his own plans, so Zhao Qinghan won't say anything more. That night we made an appointment for poetry and have a meal together. A smile appeared on Ling Tian's face as he spoke to the woman in his arms. Since he had already set his sights on Qin Shiyu, he naturally had to develop more relationships with her. Only in this way can he cause a greater psychological blow to that wasteful son-in-law, and Ling Tian can also harvest more villain values. And Qin Shiyu is still a somewhat conservative woman, so it would be difficult for her to take the initiative unless it was a last resort. So at this time, he naturally intends to take the initiative to attack. Are the three of us together? A blush appeared on Zhao Qinghan's pretty face. She thought Ling Tian couldn't wait. After all, if Brother Tian really wants to think about himself and Shiyu tonight, then the two of them really have no ability to resist. Most importantly, they didn't dare, because offending Ling Tian would have very serious consequences. What's more, the two of them won't necessarily resist. Do not worry. Just for a meal. I won't do anything to Shiyu for the time being. After all, I still want to be in front of that wasteful son-in-law. A wicked smile appeared on Ling Tian's face, but he would never forget the joy of being boss Cao. If it wasn't for that wasteful son-in-law guarding the door, Ling Tian's happiness would definitely be less than half. The main purpose of asking Qin Shiyu to come out is to further increase the line of defense between the two and break her inner line, so that she will not have any resistance to herself in the future. Heaven, Brother Tian, I know. At this time, Zhao Qinghan's pretty face became even more rosy, and she said to Ling Tian in a trembling voice. After all, she was a very smart woman, and she could hear Ling Tian's implication just now. Brother Tian won't do anything to Qin Shiyu for the time being, but that doesn't mean he won't do anything to himself. What's more, I have already experienced it once before, so I think Brother Tian won't let him go tonight. Ha ha. Seeing the shy look of the woman in his arms, Ling Tian also showed a 977 smile on his face. Presumably he also knew what he was thinking at the moment. Since this woman has already come to the door, Ling Tian will of course not be polite. What's more, Zhao Qinghan can be regarded as a top-notch beauty, and she still meets Ling Tian's requirements. At this time, in the Qin family's villa, Qin's mother Wang Yueguang walked to the door with an indifferent expression. Won't get up and get ready for dinner yet. You bastard, how long do you want to be lazy? When Wang Yueguang looked at this useless son-in-law, she felt irritated. Don't you know how to prepare dinner honestly when it's time? You have to come and call yourself. Yes, Mom, I'll go right away. Lin Yi showed a pleasing smile on his face, then immediately got up from the ground and trotted in the direction of the kitchen. But at this moment, Lin Yi felt very aggrieved. After all, it was his mother-in-law who asked him to kneel here. Without her permission, how could he have the courage to get up? However, he is also in a lot of pain and can't say it. If he dares to say this, he will probably be scolded by his mother-in-law again. Humph, what a piece of shit. Looking at the back of this son-in-law leaving, Wang Yueguang couldn't help but curse again with an ugly face. Then, she picked up the fruit she just cut and walked towards her daughter's room. Chapter 137 It's all to save poetry from water and fire. Bang bang. At this moment, Qin Shiyu was boringly watching dramas in her room, and suddenly she heard a knock on her door. Afterwards, Qin Shiyu's pretty face showed a hint of helplessness. She got off the bed immediately, put on her shoes and went to open the door. She guessed that it was her mother who came over again. And she should still come to persuade herself to have a good relationship with Brother Tian. After all, she is still very clear about her mother's temperament. Crack. Qin Shiyu reached out and opened the door directly, and saw his mother standing in front of him with a plate of fruit. Come on, daughter, Mom has prepared some fruit for you. With a loving smile on Wang Yueguang's face, she walked into Qin Shiyu's room with the fruit in her hand, and then put the plate with the fruit on the table in the room. Thanks, Mom. A happy smile appeared on Qin Shiyu's pretty face, but when she saw the look on her mother's face, she was very sure of her mother's purpose for coming here. Come here, Mom will tell you something. Wang Yueguang sat directly on the seat, smiled and asked her daughter to come too. Of course she had to persuade her daughter again. Ah. Qin Shiyu sighed helplessly in her heart, and then she obediently sat beside her mother. After all, she also knew very well in her heart that her mother was doing this for her own good, not to mention that she was the master of the family, so Qin Shiyu could only listen to her obediently. However, as soon as she was ready, her cell phone rang. It's Brother Tian. Suddenly, Qin Shiyu's face also showed a hint of joy, and she was also a little surprised. She didn't expect Ling Tian to call herself so quickly. Hurry up and pick it up, what are you doing? Of course Wang Yunwan also saw the display on the phone, it was Ling Tian. So her face suddenly showed a surprised expression, urging her daughter to answer the phone quickly. "Mom, don't worry." Qin Shiyu said something to her mother shyly, then she took a deep breath, calmed her emotions, and then answered the phone. "Really? Brother God." Hearing that Ling Tian on the phone actually wanted to invite him to dinner, Qin Shiyu's face suddenly showed a happy smile. After all, they just met today, I didn't expect this man to be so proactive in wanting to date him. As a normal woman, she would of course be very happy to be invited by such an excellent man as Ling Tian, not to mention that she already had a good impression of Ling Tian. "Well, okay, then I'll wait for you. Brother Tian, we'll see you later." After chatting a few words with Ling Tian, Qin Shiyu hung up the phone shyly. Of course, she never thought of rejecting Ling Tian's invitation. Moreover, Ling Tian not only invited himself, but also his good friend Zhao Qinghan, which immediately made his heart even less burdened. But when she heard that her best friend was also going, she felt a little disappointed. After all, she still wanted to go on a date with Ling Tian alone. "Daughter, let me tell you. Young Master Ling, he must be interested in you. Otherwise, why would he invite you out to dinner at night?" Wang Yunwan next to her naturally heard the entire content of the conversation between the two, but she smiled at her daughter with an ambiguous expression on her face. "Mom, Brother Tian just invited me to dinner. Why do you keep thinking about that? What if Brother Tian misunderstands at that time?" Qin Shiyu's face turned red again. After all, she didn't really want to talk about this topic with her mother. I don't even know what to say to you. But you have to seize the opportunity tonight, it's better not to come back." Wang Yunwan's face once again showed the expression of hating her daughter, but she still told her daughter with a smile. After all, if his daughter and Ling Tian had some substantive relationship, presumably by virtue of Ling Tian's good reputation, he would definitely not let his daughter suffer. Even if his daughter can't marry into the Ling family, but she must become one of Ling Tian's women, that's not much of a problem. "Mom, I'm going to change clothes, you go out first." Hearing her mother's words, Qin Shiyu's pretty face instantly turned red, and she felt her whole body heat up for a while, and then she urged her mother to leave quickly. She didn't want her mother to keep grabbing her to talk about this, so she quickly found a reason to let her go out, so that she could be quiet for a while. After all, she still has to think about it, how will she get along with Ling Tian tonight? If Brother Tian is really interested in herself, should she accept or reject it? Well, remember to dress up nicely. Ling Xiao likes you very much. Before leaving, Wang Yunwan couldn't help but say a few more words. After all, this daughter is still a little too conservative. "I see, Mom. I closed the door to change my clothes." Qin Shiyu covered her face shyly and gave her mother a cry, and then she closed the door of her room. Hoo. Afterwards, Qin Shiyu was leaned against the door and began to gasp for breath. After all, the topic my mother talked about just now is too embarrassing. Why didn't you inherit some of my advantages? Seeing her daughter's shy appearance, Wang Yunwan couldn't help sighing again. This is my younger self, and when I encounter such a good opportunity, I will definitely take the initiative to climb onto Ling Tian's bed. Now she can only hope that her daughter will be enlightened by then, otherwise she will always be guarding that wasteful son-in-law, won't she regret it for the rest of her life. At this time, inside the Ling family manor, Ling Tian smiled and put away his phone. "Brother Tian, are we ready to go now?" Zhao Qinghan, who had been beside her just now, naturally heard the content of the two people's phone calls. A sweet smile appeared on her face, and then she asked softly while holding Ling Tian's neck. "Of course, but I don't know what the expression on the face of Shiyu's husband-in-law will be when he sees me. I think it will be very exciting. After all, her wife was invited out to dinner at night by me. Even a man can't stand it, right?" A wicked smile appeared on Ling Tian's face, and he reached out and pinched Zhao Qinghan's rosy little face next to him. "This time I plan to go directly to Qin Shiyu's house to pick her up. The purpose is naturally to harvest the villain value from the protagonist of the son-in-law. By the way, he also wanted to see how endurable this wasteful son-in-law was, but under the pressure of his mother-in-law, it is estimated that the protagonist would not even dare to let a fart nuo Zhao. Brother Tian, with Auntie here, that trash will probably just kneel on the ground. Even if your wife is invited away by you, he doesn't dare to have any face. I think Shiyu's husband-in-law is a waste. Even if you marry a homeless man on the road, it's better than marrying such a person. At this time, Zhao Qinghan's face showed a look of disgust, and he couldn't help but complain. After all, she didn't have any affection for her best friend's trash husband. She felt that a useless person who knelt down and kowtowed like that was not a man at all. Ha ha ha, that's why I will pick up her wife in front of him. When the time is right, I will wear a green hat in front of this waste. Ling Tian's face was full of wanton smiles. After all, this was his favorite thing to do. Brother Tian, you are really bad. Hearing Ling Tian's words, Zhao Qinghan's face started to heat up as well. She reached out and patted Ling Tian's chest, and said to him with some anger. Chapter 138 Ling Tian enters the Qin family, Lin Yi's killing intent. Ha ha, I'm a good man. After all, such a beautiful woman like Shiyu is so pitiful to be the wife of that wasteful son-in-law. I'm saving her from fire and water. I saw Ling Tian's face was full of righteousness and awe-inspiring, and he had the image of a handsome gentleman. Zhao Qinghan next to her couldn't help but feel a little dumb. She didn't expect her brother Tian to have such a shameless side. If she hadn't known all of Ling Tian's plans, she would have taken everything Ling Tian just said to be true. Let's go. Seeing the shocked look of the woman in front of him, Ling Tian showed a faint smile on his face, and then patted her thigh, signaling that she was ready to leave. Zhao Qinghan showed a sweet smile on his face, responded to Ling Tian, and then got up from Ling Tian obediently. Then Ling Tian put his arms around the woman and walked unhurriedly towards the garage. Finally, he got into the car driven by the bodyguard and drove quickly in the direction of the Qin family villa. Not long after, Today and Zhao Qinghan came to the gate of the Qin family villa. However, at this time, Wang Yueguang and Qin's father had been waiting for the two of them here. Young Master Ling, welcome. I didn't expect you to come to pick up our poetry in person. Wang 977 Yueguang showed a flattering smile on her face, and said respectfully to Ling Tian in front of her. After all, even if this young man was interested in her daughter, she would not dare to show any disrespect. After all, the Ling family is thicker than their Qin family when they pluck a single leg hair. Not to mention that her own daughter hadn't become Ling Tian's woman yet. Yes, young Master Ling. This girl, Shiyu, is not sensible, so she's still wearing makeup inside. I'll ask her to apologize to you in a while. Father Qin also smiled and said to Ling Tian at this time, explaining why his daughter did not come out to greet Ling Tian. After all, he didn't want this young man to misunderstand their family. It does not matter. After all, I asked Shiyu to eat together this time, and it was also a temporary idea. Ling Tian's face was full of smiles as he spoke to the couple in front of him. After all, they were Qin Shiyu's parents, so Ling Tian would naturally give them some face. That's good. Young Master Ling, and Qinghan, come in with us quickly. Go and sit inside, we have prepared tea for you. Mother Qin spoke again and smiled at Ling Tian in front of her. After all, she didn't know when her daughter would come down. It is impossible for Ling Xiao to stand here and wait for his daughter, he must be brought to the house to sit. Well, then let's go. Ling Tian responded casually, and then followed Mother Qin and walked towards the villa. Soon, the group came to the inside of the villa. Ling Tian also went straight to the side of the sofa, and sat on it without hesitation, as if this was his territory. Young Master Qin, sit here for a while. I'll go up and urge Shiyu to get her down quickly. A pleasing smile appeared on Wang Yueguang's face. After speaking, she asked her husband to stay here with her. Then, she hurried upstairs. She wants to hurry up and call her daughter down. Daughter, young Master Ling has already arrived at our house, why aren't you ready yet? Qin mother Wang Yueguang's face was full of anxiety, and she knocked on her daughter's closed door. After all, Ling Tian couldn't keep waiting below, so she still had to urge her daughter to come out as soon as possible. Mom, I'm almost there. I'm coming out soon, don't rush me. At this moment, Qin Shiyu is sitting in front of the vanity mirror, carefully taking care of her makeup. At this time, Qin Shiyu's face has been painted with beautiful light makeup, and she looks more refined with a little powder. Qin Shiyu is also a little helpless about her mother's urging, but she has to take good care of herself. After all, she didn't want to lose her temper in front of Ling Tian, and this was their first date. Qin Shiyu wanted to show her best side to this man. Baby girl, hurry up. Hearing that her daughter was about to come out, Mother Qin's originally tense heart gradually relaxed. However, she still reassured her and warned her daughter again. At this moment in the kitchen, with Lin Yi's powerful perception ability, he naturally knew that the damn guy had actually come to his house. Moreover, he was going to bring his wife to dinner together, and he was instantly furious, feeling an uncontrollable anger welling up in his mind. Damn it! There was a fierce look on Lin Yi's face, he saw his hands clenched tightly, and his eyes showed a terrifying killing intent. After all, his wife is his inverse scale, this damn rich second generation, dare to beat his wife's idea. On this big night, isn't it obvious that he is going to put a cuckold on Lin Yi when he invites his wife out to dinner? A man can't stand this kind of thing, can he? This damn guy, I must kill him. Lin Yi said viciously in his heart, what happened today made him have the murderous intention to this kid, and now he dares to come to the door. Do you really think that his identity as the Dragon King is made of mud? But at this time, he didn't dare to attack on the spot. After all, his mother-in-law's family was at home, and he didn't want to reveal his identity and strength. He had already decided that he would accompany his wife at his in-law's house in the future, and live a dull life like this. What's more, if he really did it, with the respectful appearance of his mother-in-law to this kid, it is estimated that she will definitely let her wife divorce him. Forbearance. I'm going to hold back. Lin Yi's face was full of grimness, and he said these words through gritted teeth. But he was not at ease, and asked his wife to go out to dinner with that kid at night. So after a while, he plans to follow secretly to avoid that damn guy. What tricks are used on his wife? Otherwise, with the look in the eyes of that damn guy looking at his wife during the day, if he didn't follow the past to protect his wife, he would probably have to wear a green hat tonight. Later, he took out his mobile phone and sent a message to a special number. Damn bastard, you wait for me. Lin Yi said bitterly again that the number just now was the contact information of Long Yi, the strongest subordinate in Longmen he controlled. He is going to let his men find out the identity of that guy, and then find the right opportunity to kill him directly. To actually dare to stare at the Dragon King's wife, it's like she doesn't know how to live or die. Waste thing, what are you doing standing there dumbfounded? At this time, Father Qin walked over to the kitchen with a smile on his face. Seeing that this damned piece of trash was actually standing here and not working, the smile on his face disappeared, and he scolded Lin Yi angrily, came out. Yes, Dad. Seeing his father-in-law come over, Lin Yi quickly showed an embarrassed smile and said to him flatteringly. After all, he doesn't dare to offend anyone in the family. Over the past few years, he has become completely used to it. Go get some fruit now. Don't you know there are guests at home? Father Qin glared at this useless son-in-law, Yi. For Ling Tian's sake, he didn't want to pursue this kid too much. Otherwise, with the appearance of this trash just standing here stupidly, I have to slap his two big mouths fiercely. Chapter 139. The responsibilities of Shi Yu's husband will be done by me in the future. I'll go right away. Hearing his father-in-law's words, Lin Yi showed a humble smile on his face again, but he was extremely aggrieved in his heart. That damned guy clearly wanted to cuckold himself, but under the coercion of his father-in-law, he had to prepare fruit for that kid. This is a huge shame. Immediately, Lin Yi had even more murderous intentions towards Ling Tian in his heart, and wished to rip that kid to the bone, let him suffer to death. Hurry up, you bastard. Do everything slowly. Father Qin faced the son-in-law with a gloomy face and shouted again. For some reason, he gets angry when he looks at this son-in-law. If he doesn't scold him twice every day, he feels very uncomfortable. After that, Father Qin hurried back towards the living room. After all, he still had to perform well in front of Ling Tian. If his daughter can become Ling Tian's woman, then he must have a good relationship with Ling Tian. After a while, Ling Tian, who was sitting in the living room chatting with Qin's parents, showed a playful smile on his face. Because Lin Yi, the useless son-in-law, came over with a plate of fruit, at this moment, his face was full of ugly smiles. It can be seen that the protagonist of this son-in-law is very repulsive to such things as serving fruit to Ling Tian. Why did you take so long to bring the fruit up, you rubbish? Seeing this son-in-law move so slowly, Wang Yunwan, whose face was full of smiles, burst into anger and cursed directly at Lin Yi. Afterwards, she reached out and took the fruit brought by Lin Yi. After all, she didn't want Ling Tian to know that this rubbish thing was actually Shi Yu's husband. Now go ahead and prepare dinner. Afterwards, Qin's mother Wang Yunwan showed an impatient look on her face, and directly urged Lin Yi to leave quickly. Of course, this fits Lin Yi's mind, and he doesn't want to show his humble side in front of this guy. Afterwards, with a pleasing smile on his face, he nodded to his mother-in-law, and then he was about to turn around and leave. At this moment, a voice that made Lin Yi very disgusted came, and suddenly stopped him. "Wait a minute, let him wait here. Bring me some tea and water or something. Aunt Wang, is there any problem?" At this moment, a smile appeared on Ling Tian's face, and suddenly said politely to Wang Yunwan in front of him. Since the protagonist of the son-in-law ran over, Ling Tian naturally wanted to humiliate him. How could he let him go so easily? Of course there is no problem. It's an honor for this trash to be able to serve young Master Ling. Wang Yunwan also had an embarrassed smile on her face, although she didn't really want this wasteful son-in-law to be embarrassed here. But Ling Tian had already asked for it, how could she dare to refuse? "Have you heard? Why don't you hurry up and go beside Ling Xiao? If you don't make Ling Xiao serve you comfortably, you should kneel at the door tonight." Then, the smile on Wang Yunwan's face disappeared. She turned to look at Lin Yi next to her, and said to him in a very indifferent voice. Hearing this, Lin Yi showed an ugly smile on his face, and then reluctantly stood beside Ling Tian. "Aunt Wang, shouldn't this person be a servant of your Qin family? And he seems to be Shiyu's husband." I saw Ling Tian glanced at the waste protagonist next to him with disdain, and then a playful smile appeared on his face, directly dismantling the identity of this waste son-in-law. After all, this is the only way. Wait for a while before I can give him even more humiliation. "Yes, Master Ling, this waste is the son-in-law of our family. Because it feels very embarrassing, we usually dare not admit his identity to the outside world. What's more, what he does at home is servant's work. It is appropriate to call him a servant of our Qin family. I hope you don't take offense to Ling Xiao." A worried look appeared on Wang Yunwan's face. After all, she didn't tell the truth during the day. She was also worried that young Master Ling would be angry because she deceived him, and thus anger the entire Qin family. Ha ha ha. Of course it doesn't matter. I see that this kid looks useless, he is not worthy of poetry at all. But as a servant, it seems quite suitable. While speaking, Ling Tian showed an arrogant look on his face, an expression that did not take this son-in-law seriously at all. Of course, this is what he said in his heart. Such a wasteful protagonist is simply disgusting. Ling Tian naturally wants to humiliate him severely. At this moment, when Lin Yi next to him heard Ling Tian's words, his face darkened. But he didn't dare to do anything else. After all, his mother-in-law and father-in-law are sitting here. Damn boy. Lin Yi cursed in his heart, but he still forcibly held back the anger in his heart, or he would definitely tear his mouth to pieces with what he just said. However, if the mother-in-law turned her elbows out, Lin Yi was even more angry. "Young Master Ling, you are right. Sorry, I made you laugh. Actually, Shiyu has been married to him for 3 years, but he hasn't even touched a finger." A somewhat ambiguous smile appeared on Wang Yunwan's face, and she made a very obvious hint directly to Ling Tian. And she also saw that her daughter's status as a married woman would make Ling Xiao more excited, so she naturally told all the information about her daughter. Presumably so, Ling Xiao will definitely be more interested in poetry. Ha ha ha, that would be great. It's just pity Shiyu, married to such a waste husband. But this is exactly what I want. Since this kid can't do it, then I will take over the duties of Shiyu's husband in the future. Ling Tian laughed proudly, and then unscrupulously expressed his thoughts on Qin Shiyu. After all, no one in the audience could stop him. Zhao Qinghan next to her was even more speechless. Her beautiful eyes rolled her eyes at Ling Tian, and she had a better understanding of his arrogance and boldness. Unexpectedly, he would say such a thing directly in front of Shiyu's parents. At this time, she also felt some blushing, and her body gradually began to heat up, because she felt very embarrassed. That's good. After that, my daughter will be handed over to young Master Ling. I hope you will take good care of her in the future. Hearing Ling Tian's words, Wang Yunwan didn't feel the slightest anger. On the contrary, her face even showed an ecstatic look. Isn't this what she dreamed of? I didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so interested in his daughter. At this moment, the two of them ignored Lin Yi's already green face next to him. In other words, Ling Tian didn't care because he was strong enough. And Lin Yi's mother-in-law didn't care about this wasteful son-in-law at all. If Ling Xiao hadn't divorced his daughter immediately, she would have swept this wasteful son-in-law out of the house now. After all, this son-in-law is a disgrace to their family. Those people in the family often use Lin Yi as a waste to laugh at them. If their daughter becomes Ling Tian's woman, then this group of people is estimated to immediately hold their family to heaven. After all, in the Kyushu kingdom, who would dare to offend the behemoth of the Ling family? Even if his daughter could only be one of Ling Tian's women, that would definitely make the rest of the family envious and jealous. Predict. Chapter 140 Shameless, do you like other people's wives so much? Damn it, you are deceiving people too much. Lin Yi roared furiously in his heart. At this moment his heart seemed to be dripping blood, and his hatred for Ling Tian was even more difficult to describe in words. Lin Yi's body was trembling slightly with anger, his fists were clenched tightly, and his nails even penetrated deeply into the flesh and blood. He never imagined that his mother-in-law actually planned to give his wife to this damn guy in front of him. However, he still blamed all the faults on Ling Tian. After all, if this kid hadn't appeared, he would still be living happily in this family. Although he was beaten and scolded all the time, he recognized it, as long as he could accompany his wife Qin Xiu. Forbearance. Then, these two words appeared in Lin Yi's mind again, and then he took a deep breath and forcibly endured the anger in his chest. No matter what, he can't do it here, so he must continue to endure. 977. After all, he has asked his own men to investigate this damn guy, and dare to think about his wife. Lin Yi will definitely make his life worse than death. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully insulting the protagonist Lin Yi, making his mentality explode. The host villain value plus 15,000. Looking at the expression on Lin Yi's face that seemed to be eating shit at the moment, coupled with the system's prompt, Ling Tian felt even happier at the moment. However, it seems that language stimulation will not have much effect on this kid for the time being, so Ling Tian will wait for a while to be more ruthless. Anyway, this kid is so tolerant, if you don't give him a green hat, wouldn't it be a waste of talent? At this time, in a huge base on the outskirts of Tiandu City, Long Yi sat on the sofa with an ugly expression. I don't understand, why did the Dragon King go to a small Qin family to be his son-in-law? We Longmen are the underground overlords of the separatist side. Isn't it good to control such a powerful force? A look of dissatisfaction appeared on Long Yi's face, and he complained to the few people sitting next to him. Okay. Don't complain. Just now the Dragon King contacted you, what is the matter? Long Er smiled and persuaded Long Yi a few words. After all, Long Wang ran to be the son-in-law of the Qin family, and they had no ability to go against it. But this time the Dragon King suddenly contacted them, which really surprised their brothers. After all, the Dragon King hadn't contacted them for a long time. So this time the call made them all very curious. Long Wang's wife seems to be harassed today, so let's investigate. By the way, torture that ignorant person to death. With a dissatisfied look on Long Yi's face, he told everyone the content of the call. Although this was an order from the Dragon King, he was actually very reluctant in his heart. After all, after the Dragon King left, without his powerful strength to suppress the audience, the life of their Dragon Gate has been difficult recently. Especially as the acting Dragon King in charge of Dragon Gate, the pressure is even greater, so he is so dissatisfied with Lin Yi. Since it is the order of the Dragon King, then we can just do it. But it's time to persuade him. Now our Longmen's situation is getting more and more embarrassing. We must let the Dragon King come back to sit in town. Brother Long's face showed a trace of seriousness, and he said to everyone present. Then several other people looked at each other in dismay, and they all acquiesced to his statement. In the Qin family's villa, Qin Xiu upstairs now looked at her perfect figure in the mirror, and suddenly a sweet smile appeared on her pretty face. Then she carefully checked the makeup on her face. Almost, get down quickly. Otherwise, Brother Tian, they must be in a hurry. And mother, she will come up and continue to urge me. Qin Xiu thought to herself, and then she quickly cleaned up her dressing table. Then, after putting some necessary items in his bag, he carried his bag, then reached out to open his door, and walked downstairs. She had just reached the first floor when she heard her mother's voice. Xiu, why did it take you so long to come down? Do you know that young Master Ling has been waiting for you for a long time? You kid doesn't know the etiquette at all. Seeing her daughter walking towards the living room, Wang Yueguang got up and hurriedly greeted her. After all, she was also worried that young Master Ling would be in a hurry, so she had some dissatisfaction with her daughter. So she naturally has to teach her daughter a lesson in advance, so as to avoid possible resentment in Ling Xiao's heart. Mom, I just got ready and came down right away. Regarding his mother's words, Qin Shiyu also said with some grievances. After all, she didn't deliberately delay time, but where can women be anxious about things like makeup? Of course, be prepared. At this time, Ling Tian's eyes also showed a trace of heat, and now Qin Shiyu is wearing a light purple dress, which is extraordinarily beautiful and moving. In particular, her pretty face with a little fendai made her already delicate facial features even more attractive. What's more, there is this wasteful son-in-law in front of him, so Ling Tian has more thoughts. Auntie, it's okay. Since the poems are almost ready. Then I'll take her and prepare to go. As soon as Ling Tian's voice fell, he got up from the sofa, and then walked towards Qin Shiyu with a smile. Poetry, you are so beautiful today. Ling Tian's face was full of gentle smiles. He grabbed Qin Shiyu's white and soft weed, and said softly in front of her. At this moment, the eyes of the two were facing each other, but soon Qin Shiyu couldn't resist the strong pressure brought by Ling Tian's star-like eyes. Then she lowered her head shyly. After all, she had never been so close to a man before. Qin Shiyu didn't resist Ling Tian's hand on his own. Instead, there was a sweetness in his heart that he had never felt before. And an unprecedented sense of excitement. After all, there are not only her best friends and parents, but also her nominally useless husband. Thank you, brother Tian. Qin Shiyu's pretty face was full of crimson at the moment, thanking Ling Tian for what she said just now. You could hear that her voice trembled slightly. Obviously, Qin Shiyu's mood is very unstable at this moment. On the other hand, Wang Yueguang, who had been watching all this, showed a delighted smile on her face. 1.4 inches Ling Xiao seems to like our poetry very much. Wang Yueguang thought to herself, after all, Ling Tian took the initiative to hold her daughter's hand. And his handsome and unparalleled face, coupled with those fiery eyes, to be honest, she felt a little weak in her body. However, behind Ling Tian, there was a pair of eyes full of murderous intent staring at him. Damn it, I will definitely kill you. I haven't touched my wife's hand yet, since I asked you to touch it first. Wait for me, I will chop off your hand and feed it to the dog. Lin Yi roared wildly in his heart. At this moment, his anger was stronger than ever. This damn fellow knew that she was Shiyu's own wife, yet he still reached out to take advantage of her. To be honest, Lin Yi has never seen such a shameless man. Does he like someone else's wife so much? Chapter 141 I will take good care of your wife at night. Snapped. You bastard, what kind of look is this? Don't hurry up and get ready for dinner. This is the side of Qin's father who is directly yelling at Lin Yi. He found that this wasteful son-in-law actually dared to wink at Ling Xiao. Immediately, he felt a surge of anger welling up in his mind, and then a big mouth slapped directly on the face of Lin Yi, the useless son-in-law. It's really a dead thing. Father Qin scolded fiercely in his heart. If this is discovered by young Master Ling, it will be great. He is too lazy to take care of whether this wasteful son-in-law is dead or alive, but if he angers young Master Ling, and then angers them, it will be a big problem. Therefore, Father Qin will not let this wasteful thing look at Ling Xiao with such eyes. Yes, Dad. At this moment, Lin Yi, who had a big mouth, honestly put away the fierce expression on his face just now, then showed an ugly smile, and responded respectfully to his father-in-law twice. After all, in this family, Lin Yi didn't dare to fight against anyone, otherwise, his mother-in-law would definitely cast her temper on him in the end. What's more important is that his mother-in-law often threatens him with the idea of divorcing his daughter. Uncle Qin, don't blame him. After all, I'm going to take his wife out for dinner tonight. It's normal for him to have a pimple in his heart. Don't worry, Lin Yi, I will take good care of your wife tonight. At this time, Ling Tian looked at Lin Yi who had a slap on his face, a wicked smile appeared on his face, and then continued to tease the trash protagonist. Ha ha ha, let the poems be handed over to young Master Ling, of course we can rest assured. It's just that this waste son-in-law is too ignorant. Ling Xiao is very kind. Father Qin also laughed out loud at this time, and naturally he picked up Ling Tian's words. After all, as long as he can flatter Ling Tian well, Ling Xiao will be more interested in his daughter. As for what this waste son-in-law was thinking, Father Qin didn't care at all. What's more, being cuckolded by Ling Xiao is the only role that his waste son-in-law can play in this family. You bastard. Don't hurry up and thank Ling Xiao. People are kind enough to help you take care of your wife, are you still not happy? At this time, Wang Yunwan also walked in front of everyone, her face was full of anger, and she said loudly to Lin Yi. After all, she didn't want to affect Ling Xiao's liking of poetry because of this waste. He has raised this waste for so many years, and he has done his best. He doesn't really think that he is his son-in-law, right? If he hadn't been able to bring Shi Yu the status of a wife now, Wang Yunwan would have divorced him and his daughter long ago. After all, she has seen it now, Ling Tian is good at it, so without his permission, Wang Yunwan would not make an assertion and let her daughter divorce this wasteful son-in-law. Hearing his mother-in-law's words, the smile on Lin Yi's face became even more ugly. At this time, he could only stop. After all, he dared not listen to his mother-in-law's words. Thank you, young Master Ling. I saw Lin Yi holding his head down, because he didn't want everyone to see the crazy killing intent in his eyes. Then he suppressed the anger in his heart, and thanked Ling Tian with a trembling voice. However, in his heart, he wanted to tear Ling Tian apart. This damned fellow, just beat his wife's idea. Now he actually said such shameless words to make fun of himself. This is simply not taking him as a person. Yes, very sincere attitude. Shiyu, your husband is so obedient. I have to take good care of you at night. Otherwise, I'm sorry for your husband's trust in me. After that, Ling Tian's face was full of smiles, and he praised Lin Yi in front of him, then turned to look at Qin Shiyu in front of him, and made another joke at her. Especially taking care of those few words, Ling Tian recited the accent once, and everyone present must have heard it. Hearing Ling Tian's words, Qin Shiyu's delicate face became even more rosy. At this moment, she didn't dare to look directly into Ling Tian's eyes. After all, where had she heard other men say such frivolous words to her? But for Ling Tian to say this, not only did she not have any disgust, but a different kind of excitement faintly rose in her heart. When Lin Yi heard Ling Tian's words, his eyes were blood red, and his body trembled with anger. He now feels more and more that this damn guy in front of him definitely wants to cuckold himself. Ding, congratulations to the host for being a frivolous heroine in front of the protagonist Lin Yi. Lin Yi's mentality breaks the defense again, the host's villain value plus 20000. Uncle and aunt, then I'll take the poetry away now. After that, Ling Tian smiled and said something to Qin Shiyu's parents. Because it is not too early, he is not ready to continue wasting time here. The important thing is that he has already harvested the villain value from Lin Yi, the leak, so he can only wait for the next opportunity. Then have fun. Wang Yunwan's face was full of bright smiles, and she said happily to the young people in front of her. In fact, she thought in her heart that it would be best for Ling Tian to stay with her daughter for one night, and it would be best not to come back. However, she is also very smart, so naturally she will not say such words to her face, lest both her daughter and Ling Tian might be embarrassed. Ling Tian smiled and nodded to Qin Shiyu's parents, then made a gesture to Zhao Qinghan. Zhao Qinghan looked at her brother Tian affectionately, her pretty face was also full of sweet smiles, then she got up from the sofa and walked towards Ling Tian. Let's go, Qinghan. Seeing Zhao Qinghan walking towards him, Ling Tian smiled and said something, then he took Qin Shiyu's hand and walked towards the door. After all, his main target now is the woman Qin Shiyu, so Ling Tian will naturally take her down first. As for Zhao Qinghan, Ling Tian would not reveal his relationship with Qin Shiyu for the time being. After all, Qin Shiyu is still a relatively traditional woman. Ling Tian 977 doesn't want to add any psychological burden to her. Poetry. At this time, Lin Yi saw that his wife was taken away by that damn guy, so he subconsciously wanted to follow him. Snapped. What do you want to do, you bastard? Dinner is over, what shall we eat? Seeing that this wasteful son-in-law still wanted to disturb her daughter's good deeds, Wang Yunwan slapped him in the face angrily, and then scolded Lin Yi loudly. She wouldn't save any face for this waste. If he let him go with her daughter, that's fine. It is estimated that if there is a situation like today's daytime, it will not offend Ling Xiao to the death. Yes, Mom, I'm going to prepare dinner for you right now. After being slapped, Lin Yi also woke up immediately, only to see a humble smile on his face. After answering honestly to his mother-in-law, he walked towards the kitchen. Lin Yi guessed that he would not be able to make it through for the time being, so he would let his subordinates who were staying near Qin's house watch over him. No matter what, he wouldn't dare to offend his mother-in-law, otherwise he wouldn't be obediently endured so many beatings here. So Lin Yi is going to wait until dinner is over before going over to stare, otherwise he is really worried if he just lets his subordinates stay there. What a useless thing. Looking at the back of her son-in-law leaving, Wang Yueguang couldn't help but curse again. Chapter 142 Qin Shiyu's initiative. I didn't expect Brother Tian to be so bad. Wife, it seems that this time our daughter will soon become Ling Xiao's woman. This is a great thing. Wait a minute, we too must have a drink. At this time, Qin's father was also full of a pleasing smile, walked towards his wife, and said happily to her. There is such a good thing today, of course he wants to have a good drink with his wife. After all, without his wife's permission, Father Qin didn't even dare to drink alcohol, or at least he would be scolded. Humph, that's not my fault. Look at all of you guys in the house, all of you are no different from trash. Wang Yueguang's face was full of disdain, and she taunted her waste husband directly. That is. Wife, you have worked hard. Although Wang Yueguang's words were very ugly, Qin's father didn't have the slightest dissatisfaction on his face. Instead, he walked behind his wife with an apologetic smile and rubbed her shoulders for her honestly. Anyway, Father Qin, who has been lying flat now, is already used to his wife's character, so he naturally follows his wife's wishes. What's more, their family is going to be with Xiaoling soon. What if they are scolded by his wife? With such a great deed, even if he was severely beaten by his wife, he would still be willing. What's more, there is a tool person in the family who allows him to vent his anger. When Father Qin couldn't stand it, he would use the pain transfer technique that he had been cultivating for a long time. At this time, Father Qin would just find an excuse and beat up his useless son-in-law personally, so that he felt comfortable. After all, ever since Lin Yi became the son-in-law of their family, Qin's father has always been doing this. Anyway, this rubbish will not fight back no matter how he is beaten or scolded. Father Qin felt that it would be a waste of talents to not use it to vent his anger. At this time, Ling Tian had already taken Qin Shiyu and Zhao Qinghan into his car. Zhao Qinghan naturally sat in the front very sensible. After all, she knew that the purpose of Ling Tian's trip was her best friend Qin Shiyu. She is a very smart woman, naturally she will not do anything unwise. Hee. The protagonist of this son-in-law still has a pair of eyes. After getting into the car, Ling Tian's mouth twitched slightly, and he naturally noticed that there was a person behind him. The car he was driving was hanging deadly behind Ling Tian, but it wasn't very close, so normal people couldn't find it at all, and it seemed that he was very good at tracking. But just at this level, it is impossible to escape Ling Tian's eyes. After all, his perception ability is very powerful. This person is probably sent by Lin Yi to stare at him. After all, how can he trust that his wife is taken out by a man? Brother Tian, what's wrong? Seeing the sudden smile on Ling Tian's face next to him, Qin Shiyu asked with a curious look on his face. It's okay, I just saw a little bug outside the car. Ling Tian casually explained that there was no need for Qin Shiyu to know about this kind of thing. Afterwards, he reached out and squeezed Qin Shiyu's ruddy little face. This woman's shy appearance was still very attractive. In addition, she also has the identity of the protagonist's wife, which makes Ling Tian's heart feel even more eager to move. Bah! Ling Tian's action made Qin Shiyu snort, and her pretty face turned even redder, and her little head lowered even more shyly. However, regarding Ling Tian's actions, she felt an unusual shyness and sweetness at this moment. Seeing this woman's shy appearance, Ling Tian didn't make any outrageous movements, and then smiled and let go of the hand that was holding Qin Shiyu's small face. However, the moment Ling Tian's hand left, Qin Shiyu felt a sense of loss in his heart. Then she glanced at Ling Tian who was sitting next to her, who seemed to be closing his eyes to rest. Brother Tian, in fact, I don't want to marry that Lin Yi at all. It was just because of Grandpa's last wish. Actually, I can divorce him anytime. Qin Shiyu's head was slightly lowered, her pretty face had two attractive flushes, and her hands were even crossed and kneaded. It was obvious that she was very nervous at the moment. Then she began to explain to Ling Tian next to her the reason why she would become Lin Yi's wife. Because Qin Shiyu now knows that Ling Tian has a very good impression of herself, and she also has some affection for Ling Tian, even though she knows that Ling Tian already has 2 women. But this kind of thing is very normal in their upper circle, not to mention an excellent man like Ling Tian. However, she was worried that her married status would have a certain impact on brother Tian, so she took the initiative to explain to him with some worry. Poetry, do you know? It's because of your status that you're married to that wasteful son-in-law. I will be more interested in you. Hearing the woman next to him take the initiative to explain the reason for her marriage to him, a wicked smile appeared on Ling Tian's face, and he directly showed that he didn't care about it. What? Suddenly, Qin Shiyu's pretty face suddenly became more rosy, and her heart was full of surprise. She never thought that her brother Tian was such a man. This is completely inconsistent with the image of the elegant gentleman in his eyes. And at this moment, Qin Shiyu's heart became even more shy. No wonder his brother Tian looked at her so strangely. It turned out that, as his mother said, his identity would make him feel more excited. Originally, she didn't believe what her mother said, but it seems that a woman like her understands men better. Brother Tian, I didn't expect you to be so bad. Qin Shiyu immediately gave Ling Tian a shy look, and said to her with some anger. However, in her heart, she didn't have any meaning to blame Ling Tian. Instead, she felt full of sweetness and happiness at the moment. After all, as long as Ling Tian doesn't mind her married status, she doesn't care about anything else. After all, she doesn't have any feelings for Lin Yi's husband at all, some are just full of indifference and ignorance. Ha ha ha. So, I don't allow you to divorce your husband now, you know. Otherwise, I won't like it. Facing the coquettish act of the beautiful woman in front of him, Ling Tian laughed out loud, and once again directly expressed his inner thoughts. After all, Ling Tian hasn't cleaned up the protagonist properly. How could he allow Qin Shi Nuo Zhao Zhao Yu to file for a divorce now? As for the death of the protagonist, she must be divorced from the waste protagonist immediately. People know, big bad guy. Qin Shiyu's pretty face was full of shyness, and she said coquettishly to Ling Tian. After all, this is just an easy thing for her. As long as her brother Tian likes it, she will of course try to be satisfied. It's so cute. A satisfied smile appeared on Ling Tian's face, and he praised the woman. Then Ling Tian stretched out his hand and took her into his arms. Ah, serve. Qin Shiyu was also taken aback by Ling Tian's sudden movement. Her body stiffened slightly, and then she felt her face heat up. However, she did not reject Ling Tian, feeling the warmth on his body, and then she leaned her head on his shoulder. At this time, she felt an unprecedented peace of mind and happiness. After all, Qin Shiyu hasn't felt real happiness for a long time after marrying that new in-law husband. Chapter 143 Even wife's farts are extraordinary. Afterwards, Ling Tian came to Yijing Garden very quickly. At this moment, Zhao Qinghan and Qin Shiyu both showed a hint of surprise on their faces. After all, the two of them have never been to this place to eat, and at this moment there is some excitement and joy in their hearts. After all, only their elders would choose to book a private room here when they entertain some distinguished guests. Eating here not only means that the identity and status of the visitor are extremely noble, but the consumption here is also frighteningly high. Even if their two families are relatively wealthy, they can't let their two juniors come to such a place to spend at will. But thinking that their brother Tian brought them here to eat, their hearts were relieved. After all, with Ling Tian's noble status, no matter which restaurant he goes to, it can be said to be the greatest honor of these restaurants. Qinghan, and poetry, let's go. A smile appeared on Ling Tian's face. He also noticed the changes in the faces of the two women, but he didn't care too much, and just said something to the two women with a smile. At this time, Yu Bin, the owner of this restaurant, was already waiting for Ling Tian respectfully at the door. Young Master Ling, you are welcome. After seeing Ling Tian's figure, Yu Bin immediately rushed up excitedly. His face was full of ingratiating smiles. He nodded and bowed to Ling Tian for a while. He never imagined that Ling Xiao would come to their restaurant for dinner again. At this moment, his heart also felt a surge of excitement. Since Ling Tian came last time, their restaurant, 977, has been favored by the upper-class people in Tiancheng even more. After all, there are countless people who want to teach Ling Xiao well, so they also choose to come here to eat to see if they can try their luck. After all, they usually don't have the chance to know Ling Xiao. Not to mention, the restaurant that Ling Xiao has been to alone is worth a visit for this name alone. Treating guests here is also very stylish. Well, boss Yu, let's go up. Ling Tian also showed a gentle smile on his face, and said to the middle-aged man in front of him. He is still very satisfied with Bin, the owner of Yijingyuan. After all, Yu Bin is still very good at making things happen. Ha ha ha. Young Master Ling, please. And these two young ladies. Feeling Ling Tian's temperament like a spring breeze, Yu Bin's smile became even brighter. After all, not everyone can get such preferential treatment as Ling Xiao, but he didn't lose his temper and immediately stretched out his hand to guide Ling Xiao. Although he had already led the way for Ling Xiao last time, Li Duduo is not to blame. I know the etiquette so well, so Ling Xiao must value himself more in his heart. Afterwards, Yu Bin took Ling Tian and his group to the Tianzi No. 1 box that he had carefully prepared for him. Young Master Ling, then you should use it slowly. If you need to find me for anything, just let the waiter at the door inform me when the time comes. Yu Bin's face was full of respectful smiles. Seeing the two beauties next to Ling Tian, he was naturally very sensible and prepared to retire from Ling Tian. Ling Tian also smiled and nodded to him, and then, Yu Bin turned and left. If you want to eat, just order whatever you want. Don't be polite to me. A gentle smile appeared on Ling Tian's face, and he said casually to the two women in front of him. Since everyone has already come out to eat, he must choose the best one. Ling Tian naturally wants to enjoy his appetite. He wouldn't come to this place just to soak up women. Brother Tian, the dishes here are so expensive. Looking at the prices of these dishes on the menu, Qin Shiyu was a little speechless, and her heart was full of surprise. If it wasn't for Ling Tian, she would have turned around and left when she saw the food at such a price. Although she can't afford it, such consumption is too high. If she is asked to pay, her heart will bleed after eating a meal, and her mother will definitely say she is a prodigal. Yes, God, I've heard of this restaurant before, but I didn't expect it to be so expensive. Zhao Qinghan next to him also had a surprised look on his face, and said to Ling Tian in shock. After all, although the Zhao family is a little richer than the Qin family, but their mother and daughter have no status in the family. No status, no money, a very real problem. Then try all the signature dishes here. After all, do you need to pay attention to the price of eating with me? A faint smile appeared on Ling Tian's face, and he said indifferently. For him, money is nothing at all, so he naturally doesn't care about it. Of course, he also saw that the two women were too embarrassed to order food, so he just ordered them all. What, Brother Tian, if you can't finish it, will it be a waste? A distressed look appeared on Qin Shiyu's face. After all, the few of them alone would definitely not be able to finish so many dishes. Although it was Ling Tian who came to treat the guests, she would still feel distressed. After all, she had a very good impression of Ling Tian, so she would naturally think about this man. Nothing. Just serve as I said. A smile appeared on Ling Tian's face, and he comforted Qin Shiyu in front of him, then turned to look at the waitress next to him, and gave her a direct command. Okay, young Master Ling. I'll go get ready for you right away. A respectful smile appeared on the female tester's face, and then she turned and left. And at this moment, in the Qin family's villa, Lin Yi has already prepared the dinner he prepared for the Qin family's parents. Today Lin Yi prepared dinner very fast, because he was always thinking about his wife, and he wanted to get there as soon as possible. Fortunately, his subordinates have been reporting Qin Shiyu's situation just now. Lin Yi knows that his wife is still very safe now, and eating with Ling Tian is only at the level of eating. So Lin Yi was not too anxious, and then he brought the prepared dinner to the restaurant. Dad, Mom, dinner is ready. You can come over for dinner. Afterwards, Lin Yi came to the living room with a respectful smile on his face, looked at the two people who were watching TV in the living room at the moment, and said to them cautiously. Wife, let's go. I'm a little hungry too. At this moment, Qin's father also smelled the smell of those dinners coming from the restaurant, and immediately began to be greedy. After all, he was also a little hungry, and then he smiled and said to his wife. After all, he didn't dare to eat before his wife, he didn't have the guts. Wang Yunwan replied with a flat face, and then walked towards the direction of the restaurant. Seeing that his wife had already left, Qin's father also hurriedly followed. At this moment, neither of them looked at this wasteful son-in-law at all, as if he didn't exist. After all, every time he eats, Lin Yi, who has no status at home, can only wait for everyone in the Qin family to finish eating, and then he can go to the table and finally pick some leftovers to fill his stomach. However, Lin Yi is not tired of it. After all, the food that his wife has eaten, he feels very sweet. Don't say anything else, even if it's Qin Shiyu's fart. If Lin Yi can smell it, he will feel very fragrant, but unfortunately he has not even smelled the fart. What's more, being able to eat his wife's leftovers is a great thing for him. Shiyu, I'm here, you have to wait for me. Lin Yi watched his father-in-law and mother-in-law go to the restaurant. Immediately, his nervousness was relieved. After all, he was also worried that his mother-in-law suddenly let him stay at home to work. If it was his mother-in-law's order, Lin Yi would not have the guts to do it. After all, Wang Yunwan had already pinched herself. Then, he sneaked out of the villa and hurried over to where his wife was. Chapter 144 Feeding Poetry with Wine, Lin Yi exploded. It didn't take long for a waiter to order all the dishes that Ling Tian had just ordered one by one in the Tianzi number 1 box. You two eat more. The place that needs to be filled still needs to be filled. A wicked smile appeared on Ling Tian's face, his eyes swept a bit hot on the body of the two women in front of him, and then he teased them. After the dishes were ready, the two girls saw that Ling Tian didn't move his chopsticks, so they could only stare at the fragrant dishes in front of them. After all, the two of them are also a pair of foodies. Humph. Brother Tian, you are dead. I know, Dao makes fun of the two of us. Hearing Ling Tian's words, Zhao Qinghan's pretty face showed 2 shades of red glow, and she said shyly to Ling Tian. Then she looked at Qin Shiyu next to her, and when it came to this, she was not particularly confident, and she was not as good as her best friend. On the other hand, Qin Shiyu's pretty face was also blushing, and she didn't dare to look directly into Ling Tian's eyes. Okay, let's eat now. Otherwise, it won't taste so good if it cools down. Looking at the 2 shy girls in front of him, Ling Tian also restrained his desire and stopped teasing them. After all, it's already this time, I believe they are a little hungry too. Looking at these delicacies on the table, several people are also enjoying themselves. Half an hour later, several people in the box had almost eaten. At this time, Ling Tian found that the protagonist of the son-in-law had also arrived here. At this moment, Lin Yi is quietly squatting on the balcony, with an ugly expression on his face, paying attention to every move in the box. After all, when I just ate, my wife was talking and laughing with that damn guy. To be honest, Lin Yi was a little elated when he saw his wife's smiling face. This is a scene he rarely sees. However, thinking that this smiling face was for that damn guy, Lin Yi felt extra aggrieved and isolated in his heart. After all, his wife has never given him any good looks, and is basically cold-eyed. Just as Lin Yi was sulking on the balcony, a meaningful smile suddenly appeared on Ling Tian's face. Poetry, come to me. Afterwards, Ling Tian raised his head and smiled at Qin Shiyu, who was sitting opposite him, and gave her a direct command. Brother Tian, is something wrong? Qin Shiyu's face was full of curiosity. She was a little confused about Ling Tian's words, so she asked with some doubts. When Qin Shiyu was talking, she took a shy look at Ling Tian, and then noticed the strange expression on his face, smiling but not saying a word. Obviously he was not ready to answer her question. Brother Tian, aren't you making a bad idea? Qin Shiyu saw a wicked smile on Ling Tian's face, and felt a little shy and helpless in her heart, but she obediently got up from her seat and walked towards Ling Tian's direction. After all, there is still a good friend of her own here, so she wouldn't do anything too much if she wanted to come to Ling Tian, so she naturally had nothing to worry about. At this moment, Zhao Qinghan also showed a puzzled expression on his face, and looked at the 2 people in front of him. Qin Shiyu slowly walked towards Ling Tian, looking at the slim and graceful body in front of her. Ling Tian began to feel a little restless in his heart. Shiyu, I think you've almost eaten. Then serve me for a drink and a bar. I saw a wicked smile on Ling Tian's face again, and directly stretched out his hand to wrap Qin Shiyu in his arms, letting her sit on his thigh. After all, the protagonist of the son-in-law was peeping on the balcony now, so Ling Tian naturally wanted him to have a good look at the shyness of his wife in the arms of other men. I have to say, Ling Tian is definitely a good person. Otherwise, with Lin Yi's useless son-in-law, I don't know when I will see my wife's attractive appearance. At this moment, Qin Shiyu, who was sitting on Ling Tian's lap, only felt her body stiffen for a while. Her pretty face was covered with too attractive red glow, and her delicate body started to get hot. Ah, embarrassed. Brother Tian, how can you do this? At this moment, Qin Shiyu felt very shy in her heart. After all, it was the first time she had such intimate contact with other men. And on the opposite side of her, her good girlfriend Zhao Qinghan also showed an ambiguous look on her face. This made Qin Shiyu feel even more shy, and she also felt a different kind of excitement in her heart. However, she didn't dare to resist Ling Tian's actions at all, because she didn't want Brother Tian to disappoint her. After all, Qin Shiyu has a very good impression of Ling Tian, and she still feels very sweet in her heart for Ling Tian taking the initiative to hold her in his arms. However, Lin Yi's face, who was witnessing all this on the balcony, turned even greener. This damn guy. How dare you take advantage of my wife like this? Unforgivable. Lin Yi scolded furiously in his heart. He never imagined that this damned guy would dare to eat his wife's tofu so blatantly. However, he still suppressed the anger in his heart, and did not make the slightest movement on the balcony. After all, if he rushed out now, it would definitely embarrass his poetry, and he couldn't explain why he appeared here. However, Lin Yi felt that these were all the fault of the damned guy. He felt that it must be the damned guy's threatening poems. After all, judging from the extent of his mother-in-law's favor with this guy, this rich second-generation family should be very powerful and wealthy. So at this moment, Lin Yi has already made up his mind in his heart that he must torture this guy to death. Ha ha. Where did this go? But the protagonist of this son-in-law is quite bearable. A meaningful smile appeared on Ling Tian's face. After all, Lin Yi's every move outside the balcony was completely under his control. But since this kid is so tolerant, Ling Tian will of course have to add another fire. Poetry, can you pour me a glass of wine? Ling Tian smiled and said to Qin Shiyu with his small head lowered in his arms. At this moment, Qin Shiyu's pretty face was flushed, and she didn't have the courage to look at Ling Tian at all. But after hearing Ling Tian's gentle voice, Qin Shiyu slowly raised his head. Comma 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 dot dot. She first glanced at Ling Tian shyly, then she nodded lightly and poured some red wine into the glass in front of Ling Tian very obediently. Brother Tian, it's all right. You can drink directly now. Afterwards, Qin Shiyu handed the wine glass to Ling Tian very considerately. However, a wicked smile appeared on Ling Tian's face again, and he didn't even want to take the cup, as if he was waiting for Qin Shiyu to feed him wine. After all, the protagonist of the son-in-law is still on the balcony, so of course Ling Tian wants to have more intimate interactions with his wife. Qin Shiyu was also a very smart woman, so she naturally sensed what Ling Tian was thinking, but she didn't have the slightest rejection in her heart. Brother Tian, you can drink. I saw that she gently brought the wine glass to Ling Tian's mouth, and then said to him softly. Ling Tian took a sip of red wine, and then he kissed Qin Shiyu's cherry mouth directly in her surprised eyes. After all, Ling Tian had already tasted the taste of wine, so naturally he wanted to give this little girl a taste too. Well, do not. At this moment, Lin Yi's eyes on the balcony were completely split, and he roared wildly in his heart. His eyes were fixed on Ling Tian in front of him, his eyes were full of crazy killing intent, and his 10 fingers were even more angry and directly grabbed 10 holes in the wall. Seeing the scene in front of him, his heart seemed to be bleeding non-stop, and his favorite wife was actually kissed by this damn guy. It can be said that he knows his wife Lin Yi very well. This is definitely my wife's first kiss. I was actually given a taste by this damn guy. This damned guy, killing him is not enough to vent his anger. Predict. Chapter 145 The Shyness of Poetry. After a while, Ling Tian took the initiative to withdraw. At this time, Qin Shiyu's face was full of red, and she lowered her head and did not dare to look at the other 2 people present. Her small white and soft hands had nowhere to go. Set. Because Qin Shiyu was extremely shy at this moment, she never thought that Ling Tian would actually kiss her on the initiative. But in addition to being shy, she also felt an unprecedented sweetness and happiness. This is the feeling she has never experienced in that waste husband. Brother Tian, you are dead. Actually bullying Shiyu in front of others. At this time, Zhao Qinghan's pretty face showed a little jealousy on the side. She saw her eyebrows slightly frowned, and said angrily to Ling Tian in front of her. After all, although Qin Shiyu is her best friend, Ling Tian is also the man she likes. The two were kissing in front of her, and of course Zhao Qinghan's heart felt very sour. Ha ha ha. 977, how can this be called bullying poetry? After all, Shiyu married a wasteful husband, and I'm doing my duty on her behalf. If her waste husband knew about it, he would definitely thank me very much. Otherwise, isn't poetry the same as being a widow? Hearing Zhao Qinghan's words, Ling Tian's face showed a proud smile again, and then he said these words to the two women very shamelessly. As soon as these words came out, Zhao Qinghan's charming face showed a look of shock. Ling Tian's words definitely made her see the world again. And Qin Shiyu in Ling Tian's arms felt even more shy, especially when Ling Tian mentioned her husband. But at this moment, Qin Shiyu also felt a sense of revenge in her heart. After all, she was forced to marry that new husband. In addition, because of this husband, I have been ridiculed by my peers in the family. To say that Qin Shiyu has no hatred for the man Lin Yi, how is that possible? Damn it! How can there be such a shameless guy in this world? At this moment, Lin Yi, who was peeping out of the balcony and watching the movement in the box, was directly blown up with anger, and his face was even greener. At this moment, he was angry, and his face was blood red because of his anger and congestion. He could not wait to go in and rip Ling Tian's skin and bones. It was hard for him to imagine that such shameless words could come out of this guy's mouth. Moreover, his wife Qin Shiyu allowed this shameless guy to bully, but she didn't make the slightest resistance action, which also made Lin Yi feel a faint loss in his heart. Forbearance. I'm going to hold back. Lin Yi kept repeating these words in his mind to force himself to calm down, otherwise he would definitely rush in and kill the shameless guy inside. But in this way, all his efforts in the past few years were in vain. More importantly, his wife will definitely divorce him because of this, which is absolutely unbearable for him. So now Lin Yi can only bear it. After all, his wife has already been kissed by this damn guy, and it is useless to rush in now. Ding! The protagonist Lin Yi witnessed the protagonist forcibly kissing the female protagonist Qin Shiyu. His mentality exploded directly. Qin Shiyu's love for the host went further. The protagonist's luck value -300, the host's villain value +50000. After harvesting the villain of the protagonist of this son-in-law, Ling Tian's mood at this time is even more wonderful. Get up, poetry. You don't want me to leave the arms, do you? Then Ling Tian showed a wicked smile on his face, reached out and scratched Qin Shiyu's Xiao Chong's nose, and teased her. After all, he is in a very good mood now, and he doesn't mind flirting with this shy woman. That's not it. Brother Tian, you are a big badass. Qin Shiyu's face was full of shame and anger at this moment, and she directly denied Ling Tian's words with some anger. But what she was thinking in her heart, it is estimated that only she knows. While speaking, she also stretched out her small hand, clenched her fist and gently hammered Ling Tian's chest. After all, this bad man just made her embarrass her in front of her best friend, and then she got up from Ling Tian. But for Ling Tian's intimate actions, although she also felt very sweet in her heart, she was still not used to it. Okay, now that we're all done eating, it's almost time to go back, right? Ling Tian stood up directly from his seat, then looked up at Qin Shiyu, and said to the two girls with a smile. Now that the group has finished eating, it doesn't make much sense to stay here. What's more, there is an important program waiting for it. Well, it was specially performed in front of the protagonist Lin Yi, and I hope he will like it then. Ling Tian was very much looking forward to this. Well, I'll listen to you, brother Tian. A charming smile appeared on Qin Shiyu's beautiful flower face, and she responded obediently to Ling Tian. At this moment, Qin Shiyu's heart is very restless, but there is a faint expectation, because she doesn't know what kind of action Ling Tian will make next. After all, when she went out to dinner with Ling Tian today, she had acquiesced in some things that might happen to this man. What's more, her mother had said so many shameful things to herself before, so how could she not think about it? Zhao Qinghan also nodded to Ling Tian with a smile, but her expression became calmer. After all, she already knew that Ling Tian's goal today was to be her best friend. Although she also has some jealousy in her heart, she will not destroy her brother Tian's plan. Qinghan, let the bodyguard drive you back. Afterwards, Ling Tian showed a gentle smile on his face, and said something to Zhao Qinghan next to him. After all, it is impossible for him to take this woman to Qin Shiyu's house to spend the night together. This is not impossible, but it is estimated that Qin Shiyu will not be able to stand it. So at this time Ling Tian could only arrange for a bodyguard to take her back. Thank you bro. Zhao Qinghan also responded to Ling Tian very cooperatively at the moment, and then she went straight to her best friend's side. Xiu, you have to seize the opportunity tonight. Afterwards, Zhao Qinghan grabbed her best friend's little hand, and an ambiguous smile appeared on her face. She put her head in her ear and whispered. This is also considered to be a good hint for Brother Tian to her boudoir. 1.4 I believe that Brother Tian will be more successful in his work tonight. At that time, Brother Tian will naturally remember this small contribution he made. Qinghan, you hate to die. After hearing his best friend's words, Qin Xiu's blushing flushed to the back of her ears and said angrily to Zhao Qinghan. At this moment, she felt even more ashamed in her heart, and she was a little worried that what her best friend said just now was heard by Brother Tian. Xiu, if you don't take good care of a man as good as Brother Tian, don't blame me for doing it too. Zhao Qinghan became more interested in Qin Xiu's shyness, and spoke again to stimulate his girlfriend. If you want, let Brother Tian give it to you. At this time, Qin Xiu also stared at her boudoir with some anger. Her face was flushed, and she looked extra attractive. Chapter 146 Punish Qin Xiu, Lin Yi's car door is dry. Ha ha. Hearing Qin Xiu's words, Ling Tian's heart was not very happy. What did these two women think of him, and he still let him come and go? It seems that after staying at Qin's house tonight, not only will he humiliate that wasteful son-in-law, but he must also punish this woman properly. Let her know that there is a heavy price to pay for rude words. Okay, don't whisper, it's time to go. Ling Tian also opened his mouth to remind the two women in front of him. After all, these two women still don't know how long they have to chat. So of course he wouldn't be foolish to wait for the two of them to finish talking. Okay, poetry. Brother Tian is a little anxious for waiting. Looks like he can't wait to go home with you. Zhao Qinghan also showed a wicked smile on her face at this moment, and took the opportunity to tease her best friend again. After all, this is one of her daily hobbies. Humph. I didn't expect the two of you to join forces to bully others. Seeing that his best friend is now turning his elbows out, Qin Xiu snorted and complained to Zhao Qinghan. And at this moment, her ears are red and her heart is beating, and she is extremely shy about what her best friend said just now. 18 Is Brother Tian really going to spend the night at my house? After all, Ling Tian had just asked the bodyguard to send Qing Han home, so it is estimated that he will send him back in person, and then it is very likely that he will spend the night at her house. Suddenly, Qin Xiu's heart had a faint expectation and a different kind of excitement. You must know that if Ling Tian really went to her house, her husband Lin Yi would still be there. Isn't this what the right husband is doing now? Come on, my good poetry. Zhao Qinghan doesn't care about Qin Xiu's complaints. After all, it's just a petty temper between girlfriends. She saw a happy smile on her face, then she hugged her best friend's arm and walked towards Ling Tian. Seeing his girlfriend holding his hand, Qin Xiu didn't have the time to think anymore. But at this moment, her pretty face became even more shy, and she didn't dare to look directly into Ling Tian's eyes. After all, the words of her best friend just now were deeply engraved in Qin Xiu's mind. Not long after, Ling Tian brought the two girls to the parking lot. Afterwards, Zhao Qinghan hugged his best friend and then got into the car driven by the bodyguard. Brother Tian, and Xiu, we will see you tomorrow. Zhao Qinghan's pretty face showed a trace of reluctance, and waved goodbye to the two of them. Ling Tian also smiled and nodded to her. After all, this is his own woman. Moreover, Ling Tian still likes Zhao Qinghan's character, and he plans to train this woman well in the future. Let's go to poetry. After watching Zhao Qinghan's car leave, Ling Tian turned to look at Qin Xiu who was standing beside him with a smile. This somewhat shy woman also nodded to Ling Tian obediently. Then Ling Tian took Qin Xiu's fair hand and sat in his Rolls Royce. After all, the relationship between the two was already very close. Go to Qin's house now. After that, Ling Tian casually instructed the bodyguard who was driving in front of him, and then the car started slowly. Dragon King. In another corner of the parking lot, a sturdy man was kneeling on one knee and saluting respectfully towards Lin Yi, who came over to him. Hurry up and follow the car in front. At this moment, Lin Yi's face was full of anxiety. He didn't have the spare time to talk nonsense with this subordinate at all, so he gave him a straightforward command. He didn't want his wife out of his sight. Otherwise, based on the actions of the guy in the box just now, it is estimated that his poetry will be completely eaten by him. Then Lin Yi immediately opened the rear door of the car, and quickly got in. Okay, Dragon King, I will never take it off. The man's voice was unusually calm, and then he quickly returned to the driver's seat. Then he started his car over there and hung it tightly behind Ling Tian's Rolls-Royce's ass. After getting into the car, Qin Shiyu began to think wildly about what his best friend had just said. Afterwards, Qin Shiyu thought about it and felt that her body started to get hot again, and she felt that her face was definitely very red now. Because she thought again that if Ling Tian stayed tonight, with her brother Tian's temperament, it was estimated that he would go directly to his room. And it may be known by their parents, or even discovered by the titular husband. As a yellow-flowered girl, how could this not make her blushing? What's the matter? Poetry. How did you find out that you've always seemed to have something on your mind since you came down? Ling Tian looked at Qin Shiyu, who had been silent all the time beside him, and then asked her casually. What? No, nothing. Ling Tian's sudden speech startled Qin Shiyu, and after she gave Ling Tian a glance, she stammered a little, and her little head lowered again shyly. After all, Qin Shiyu didn't have the courage to say what she was thinking in front of her brother Tian. However, something was wrong with Qin Shiyu, which immediately caught Ling Tian's attention. Yes. Looking at the seductive red glow on her pretty face, Ling Tian asked again with a playful look. He knew very well in his heart that this woman was definitely thinking about what might happen after he sent her home. After all, when Ling Tian was eating before, he often made fun of Qin Shiyu about wearing a cuckold to Lin Yi. How could this not make this woman think too much? Seeing Qin Shiyu's shy and attractive appearance, Ling Tian stretched out a finger directly against his chin, raised her head, and her pretty face was also facing him. Then I saw a wicked smile on Ling Tian's face again, and he directly lowered his head and kissed the woman. After all, he had said that he would punish this woman well, so this could be regarded as him charging some interest in advance for the previous affair. Well, Qin Shiyu also closed her eyes shyly at this time. And in a car immediately behind Ling Tian Rolls-Royce, Lin Yi, the protagonist of the son-in-law, has been paying attention here. Since he likes to watch it, Ling Tian will naturally let him watch it. What's more, it's just an appetizer. Boom. Realizing that Ling Tian was actually kissing his wife in front of him, Lin Yi threw a punch in anger and smashed the back door of the car. The door was smashed, and it flew out directly, hitting the road heavily. Fuck. Then he forced to stop a car that was driving behind Lin Yi, and the owner of the car yelled out angrily. After all, it was the car door that suddenly popped out, and it almost made him overturn the car. If he hadn't braked in time, it is estimated that he would have been in a car accident and entered the hospital this time. But at the moment, Lin Yi didn't care so much about this at all. This damn guy. Seeing that his face was pitch black, he opened his mouth again and scolded Ling Tian in front of him. Lin Yi knew that this shameless bastard would not easily let go of his poetry. Sure enough, the development of things did not exceed his expectations. This guy actually moved his mouth directly in the car. In an instant, Lin Yi felt that his heart began to bleed again, and there was even more naked killing intent in his eyes, which made the men driving in front suddenly feel a biting cold all over his body. Chapter 147 The trash kneels well, the husband is guilty now, the Tauren is ecstatic. After all, when Lin Yi lived in the Qin family, even if he saw his wife's smiling face, he would feel extremely satisfied. But I didn't expect this guy to kiss his wife directly and get the kiss he dreamed of. And all this should belong to him, but now he was forcibly taken away by this shameless bastard. One can imagine how angry and aggrieved Lin Yi would be in his heart at this moment. At this moment, outside the courtyard where Long Yi is located in the Longmen base, a subordinate is rushing over here. Boom. Then, he reached out and tapped the door lightly. Come in. After getting the permission of Long Yi, he carefully pushed the door and entered. Is there any latest information? There was a gloomy look on Long Yi's face, and his subordinates rushed over in such a hurry. There must be nothing good. After all, there has been a lot of bad news for their Dragon Gate recently. Since the Dragon King left, they have been madly targeted by the surrounding forces. Lord Long, the guy who molested Lord Longwang's wife in public before, we have already found out his identity. The subordinates' faces were full of respect, and they reported to Long Yiwei, who was sitting on the sofa with a slash and axe. At this time, Long Yi's face gradually improved, as long as it wasn't bad news about Longmen. If it wasn't for the majesty of the Dragon King, to be honest, he wouldn't even bother to care about this kind of thing. Tell me about it. Long Yi's face was full of indifference, and he gave orders to his subordinates casually. After all, in his opinion, this is just a very small matter, just send a subordinate to kill him at that time. However, his subordinate's face became ugly at this time, because the information he found made him feel very scared. The person who molested the Dragon King's wife is the eldest grandson of the Ling family, Ling Tian. His subordinates said tremblingly. After all, he was also afraid that Long Yi would vent his anger on himself. After all, the power of the Ling family, even their Longmen are very familiar with it. What? Are you sure you didn't check it wrong? After hearing the news, Long Yi's face was full of fear. He suddenly stood up from the sofa, and confirmed to his subordinates again. After all, the first family of the Kyushu kingdom is famous, how could he not know it? Lord Long, you can never go wrong. The expressions of his subordinates also became serious, and he confirmed to Long Yi again. Damn it! Suddenly, Long Yi's face became extremely ugly, and he slapped the table in front of him with his palm, smashing the table into a mess. You must know that the current situation of their Dragon Gate is extremely difficult, and now the Dragon King is still in conflict with Ling Tian of the Ling family. If the Ling family really moves, the Dragon Gate will definitely be destroyed directly by the Ling family. Master Long, are you still going to deal with that Ling Tian? At this time, a panicked look appeared on his subordinate's face, and he asked Long Yi again. Get out. Don't you have a brain? What are you doing against the Ling family? After hearing the words of his subordinates, Long Yi became even more furious. He felt that these subordinates were a bunch of idiots without brains, and now they still wanted to deal with Ling Tian. Isn't this looking for death? Yes, yes, yes. Long Yi's anger directly caused his subordinates to feel a chill all over his body, and he fell to his knees on the ground in fright. Seeing the back of his subordinates leaving, Long Yi's anger dissipated a little, and then he paced the room again. After all, he also has to think about his next retreat, presumably with the Dragon King's temper, that Ling Tian dared to molest his wife. It is estimated that the Dragon King would dare to kill. But when the time comes, their Longmen will definitely be affected by Chiyu, and his Long Yi will definitely be killed. No, absolutely not. Long Yi gritted his teeth and said, and then, he made a special decision in his heart. At the Qin family's villa, Wang Yunwan and Qin's father are already waiting here at the gate. After all, according to the news that her daughter gave them, Ling Tian would personally send her home. Wait a while, you have to entertain Ling Xiao well. It would be even better if he could live here. Wang Yunwan's face was full of joy, and she said to Qin's father next to her. After all, she dreams of making her daughter Ling Tian's woman. Wife, you are right. After our daughter becomes Ling Xiao's woman. Just let him divorce that trashy thing immediately. Father Qin's face was also full of happy smiles, although that trashy thing was now his punching bag to vent his anger. But how can this be compared to the powerful eldest grandson of the Ling family? You idiot, don't you know that Shi Yu is more tempted to Ling Xiao because he is married? Wang Yunwan scolded the waste husband directly and rudely. Fortunately, there is a smart woman like her in the family, otherwise, how could it be possible to climb the high branch of Ling Xiao? Yes, yes, yes. Wife, you are right. Father Qin wasn't really an idiot either. He also reacted at this time, with a look of surprise on his face. Coming. Afterwards, Wang Yunwan's face showed a hint of joy again, because she saw that Ling Tian was walking over with her daughter. Young Master Ling, go inside and take a seat. Xiu, she still has a lot to talk about with you. Wang Yunwan greeted the two of them directly, with a pleasing smile on her face. She stretched out her hand to guide Ling Tian to the villa again. And she carried her daughter out again. After all, she knew that Ling Xiao liked her daughter very much. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a big night, and I invited her out for dinner. Mom, what did you say? However, at this time, Qin Shiyu's pretty face turned red, and she broke free from Ling Tian's big hand. He came to his mother's side, hugged her arm, and acted like a baby again. After all, what his mother said just now really made Qin Shiyu feel very ashamed. Okay, it just so happens that I still have a lot to talk about with Shiyu. There was also a wicked smile on Ling Tian's face, and he agreed directly. It is not surprising to Wang Yunwan to please himself like this, after all, she did this in the original plot. That's good. It's best that you two young people chat for one night. Hearing Ling Tian's words, Wang Yunwan's face became even more joyful. It would be even better if he was willing to stay as a guest. After a while, I will find an excuse to let Ling Tian stay in my home. Isn't it a matter of course for her and her daughter? Then, she looked at her daughter with an ambiguous smile on her face. Bah! Hearing her mother's words, Qin Shiyu let out a squeak, and suddenly felt even more shy, and now she wants to find a crack in the ground and go straight down. Although she also wanted to stay with Ling Tian for a while, but her mother looked like she was in a hurry to put her on Brother Tian's bed. Afterwards, several people came directly to the living room. Where is Shiyu's husband? After sitting on the sofa, Ling Tian asked Wang Yunwan a question pretending to be puzzled. Next, he just waited for Wang Yunwan to target that wasteful son-in-law. I believe she would be happy to do so. Husband, where did that trash go? Suddenly, a look of anger appeared on Wang Yunwan's face, and only then did she realize that the scumbag was gone. And she could also see that Ling Xiao liked to humiliate his son-in-law in front of Shiyu. As long as she can win Ling Tian's favor, she naturally doesn't mind doing this. Wife, I don't know that either. Qin's father's face is also confused. Since dinner, he has not seen this son-in-law. What a piece of shit, can you make a difference? Wang Yunwan's face suddenly became unhappy, and she directly reprimanded Qin's father. Hearing this, Father Qin could only show an embarrassed smile. At this moment, Lin Yi suddenly walked in through the gate. In fact, he had been squatting in a corner of the villa just now. Now that his mother-in-law is looking for him, how dare he continue to hide? If he really did this, it is estimated that when his mother-in-law finds him, she will definitely slap him. Where did you go to at night, you rubbish? Snapped. Wang Yunwan scolded directly, then rushed to Lin Yi and gave him a big mouth. Ling Xiaoke was already watching. Of course she was going to teach this wasteful son-in-law a lesson. Mom, I was wrong. I just went for a walk. I saw an ugly smile on Lin Yi's face. He made an excuse and explained to his mother-in-law. Kneel down, Wang Yunwan shouted again indifferently. In fact, she didn't care about Lin Yi's explanation at all, she just found a reason to attack. Thump. Hearing his mother-in-law's words, Lin Yi's legs suddenly softened, and he habitually knelt down in front of everyone. However, Lin Yi at this time was different from the past. His heart was full of shame, because in front of him was sitting the man who tarnished his wife's innocence. Clap clap clap. Aunt Wang taught a good lesson. What's the point of going for a walk this evening without my wife accompanying me? Fortunately, I will accompany Shiyu on your behalf tonight, otherwise she will definitely be lonely and unbearable. Lin Yi, I am definitely your benefactor. After clapping, Ling Tian showed a bad smile on his face and teased Lin Yi who was kneeling on the ground. After hearing Ling Tian's words, Lin Yi's face turned green. Is this because he doesn't want to accompany his wife? Obviously this shameless guy took his wife away. And this guy not only forcibly kissed his wife in front of him. Now he is shamelessly mocking himself here. Suddenly, Lin Yi felt an urge to slap this guy with a mocking smile on his face. Aunt Wang, Uncle Qin, I took Shiyu directly to her room to sit down. After all, it was very hard for her to accompany me to dinner tonight. After Ling Tian smiled and said something to the Qin family's parents, he took Qin Shiyu and walked directly to the second floor. At this moment, Qin Shiyu felt very shy, and there was a very strong excitement. After all, her titular husband was still kneeling in front of him. But she didn't reject Ling Tian. After all, she didn't have any good feelings for this waste husband. Poetry. Seeing that his wife was about to be taken upstairs by this guy, Lin Yi was in a hurry, and immediately got up to stop Ling Tian. Snapped. Where do you want to go with this piece of shit? Kneel here for me tonight. Looking at this waste, the son-in-law actually wanted to rush up to stop Ling Xiao. Wang Yunwan's heart was even more angered, and he slapped it again, and then roared directly at it. Mom, but I'm worried what this guy will do to Shiyu. Lin Yi was also in a hurry at this time. After all, this is his wife. He wouldn't think that Ling Tian said he went up and sat down, he really just went up and sat down. This shameless guy will definitely do something to his wife. He didn't even dare to think about what happened next. Snapped. Shut up. Show some respect to Ling Xiao. Young Master Ling is a decent gentleman, how could he possibly do something to Shiyu? Be honest, kneel here. Otherwise, I'll be able to divorce you Shiyu right away. Hearing that this son-in-law actually slandered Ling Xiao, Wang Yunwan's face became even more angry, and she slapped her with a big mouth again, warning this wasteful son-in-law. But if Ling Tian really did something to his daughter, then it would just suit her heart. At this time, she was too lazy to talk nonsense with Lin Yi, and directly threatened the useless son-in-law about the divorce. After all, this trick is 100 trials and 100 spirits. What this waste is most afraid of is that he will let his daughter divorce him. Sure enough, after hearing this sentence, Lin Yi's face froze, and he honestly knelt on the ground, not wanting to get up. Afterwards, Wang Yunwan turned around proudly and went back to the sofa to sit and watch TV. After all, she must be here to guard this waste. Otherwise, who knows if this waste will rush up to offend Ling Xiao. Ah, damn it, if you dare to touch my wife, I will kill you. Lin Yi roared furiously in his heart. At this moment, his killing intent towards Ling Tian had reached the limit, and he vowed viciously in his heart. However, the threat of his mother-in-law made him not dare to be presumptuous in the slightest, so he could only kneel here. However, his mood also became extremely anxious. After all, he was very afraid of what that shameless guy would do to his wife. Not long after, with Lin Yi's powerful perception ability, he heard some strange sounds, and it was his wife's. Although the sound insulation effect of the door on the second floor is good, as a powerful martial artist, Lin Yi's hearing is naturally super powerful. Do not. At this moment, Lin Yi felt the pain of 10,000 arrows piercing his heart, and his body trembled violently with anger. He never imagined that this damned guy would move so quickly, and he would attack his wife as soon as he got up. He had never even touched the wife he was thinking of, but now he has directly taken the shape of another man. How could he accept such a thing? Thinking of the aloof wife in front of him lying in the man's arms, Lin Yi's face was even more distorted, and he didn't even notice that his 10 fingers were directly plunged into the flesh and blood. Suddenly, there was an urge in his mind, that is to go up and kill the guy who defiled his wife. No, Shiyu must have been forced. If I rush up now, it will definitely embarrass her very much. However, Lin Yi immediately felt a coolness in his mind, and then dismissed the idea of he just now. He felt that his wife was definitely not that kind of woman. It must be the damn guy who forced him. Absolutely. And Lin Yi also comforted himself in his heart. As long as he doesn't see it directly, these things can be regarded as not happening. His wife is still clean. Well, that's how it changed. Forbearance. Lin Yi's eyes were bloodshot, and he gritted his teeth. He blamed all the faults on Ling Tian again. His wife is absolutely innocent. However, listening to the faintly clear voice in his ear, a different kind of stimulation actually appeared in his heart at this moment. Chapter 148 The Green Turtle Lin Yi, just cheaper for me. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully capturing the heroine Qin Xiu in front of the protagonist Lin Yi. Lin Yi's luck -700, the host's villain value +10W. Ding, congratulations to the host for cultivating the Yellow Emperor's internal classic X3, the villain value +3000. The next day, Qin Xiu came out of the bathroom, her pretty face was still full of alluring blush. Brother Tian, I didn't expect people to become a martial artist now. Qin Xiu walked directly to Ling Tian's side, then hugged his arm happily, and said softly in his ear. Although no one in the Qin family is a warrior, Qin Xiu has heard of it. After all, after becoming a warrior, there are many benefits, and she naturally heard about it. Poetry, do you know? Actually, that trash husband of yours is also a powerful warrior who has reached the level of the earth. A smile appeared on Ling Tian's face, and he directly told the truth to Qin Xiu next to him. To be honest, he also admired the protagonist of this son-in-law very much. It's all green into a green turtle, how can it be so bearable? This endurance alone is not comparable to ordinary people, no wonder he can become the protagonist of the son-in-law. What? Brother Tian, are you telling the truth? But if he is really a powerful warrior, why would he be a son-in-law in our family? You know, he will be beaten and scolded by my parents every once in a while. Qin Xiu's face was full of shock. Although she felt a little unbelievable about Ling Tian's words, she still felt that Ling Tian would not deceive her 990. But Lin Yi has been worse than a dog in his own home. If he really had that ability, why would he choose to be a humble son-in-law in his own home? Of course it's because my poetry is so tempting. Let that new in-law husband be so committed to you, that's why he willingly lets your parents beat and scold you. Immediately, a wicked smile appeared on Ling Tian's face, and he began to tease the woman in front of him again. But what he said was also true. If it weren't for Qin Shiyu's reasons, his parents would not have beaten and scolded Lin Yi. Even if he showed the slightest disrespect to Lin Yi, it is estimated that with his character of the Dragon King, he would definitely kill the two of them directly. You must know that the Dragon King is famous in the underground world, not only because of his powerful strength, but also because of his indifference and murderousness that regard human life as a must. Do you really think that anyone can jump on Lin Yi, the Dragon King, to poop and pee? Brother Tian, how bad are you? I know how to make fun of people. Hearing this, although Qin Shiyu was angry at Ling Tian again, her beautiful big eyes turned into crescent moons. It could be seen that Ling Tian's praise made her very happy. But Qin Shiyu doesn't think she has such a great charm. Although she knows that her figure and appearance are very good, there are too many excellent women in this world. Just the two beautiful women who accompanied Brother Tian before, would not be worse than himself. Brother Tian, if his strength is so strong, will you have any unfavorable thoughts on you? This is Qin Shiyu's face full of worry. After all, Ling Tian has put himself to sleep, which means that Lin Yi's head has turned green. I wonder which man can stand this kind of insult. If Lin Yi finds out, he will never let his brother go. Ha ha, with his strength, he can't help me at all. I can crush him directly to death. Ling Tian's face was full of confident smiles. He directly stretched out a hand and shook it in the air. With a confident look, he didn't take Lin Yi in his eyes at all. You must know that he is now a powerhouse of the heaven rank. To deal with a protagonist whose strength has only reached the earth rank, isn't that easy to capture. That's good. Looking at his brother Tian, with such a confident appearance, Qin Shiyu breathed a sigh of relief. Anyway, you can do it as usual. Let me handle that son-in-law. Ling Tian reached out and rubbed Qin Shiyu's jet black hair, and gave him a gentle command. After all, the only heroine of this Dragon King protagonist has been pried away by himself, and it is useless to keep him. So Ling Tian was going to find an opportunity to kill him directly, and by the way, extract some of the villain value he needed from him. In this way, he is also considered to be glowing for his own power. What's more, the protagonist of this son-in-law will never let him go. After all, he followed the original plot last night, and he directly let him kneel there and listen to it all night. Presumably now this protagonist absolutely hates himself to be skinned to the bone. Even if Ling Tian didn't deal with him, Lin Yi would definitely take the initiative to come to the door. Well, Brother Tian, listen to you. I don't want to see him anymore anyway. Qin Shiyu directly put her head on Ling Tian's shoulder. She naturally agreed to Ling Tian's orders one by one. After all, she didn't have the slightest liking for that waste husband, not to mention now that she knows that he actually has a powerful body. Qin Shiyu felt a faint fear in her heart again. After all, she was also worried that this guy would do something to her parents. Moreover, she couldn't understand the psychology of such a person, who obviously had the strength, but had to pretend to be a useless person. He deserved to be beaten and scolded by his own parents. Isn't this his own fault? All right, now your husband is still kneeling below. Let's go down and thank him. After all 3 years of marriage, he hasn't even touched your hand, and now it just happens to be all cheap for me. A smug smile appeared on Ling Tian's face. For this son-in-law, he was extremely despised in his heart. Ling Tian felt that such a person was not even a man, not even a eunuch. After all, eunuchs were just powerless. Lin Yi pretended to be useless, saying that he didn't want to use his identity to get this woman. Euphemistically, I want to get Qin Shiyu's true love. Well now, not only did I not get true love, I even lost my wife's chastity. Ling Tian felt that even if Lin Yi was just a normal man, he must have been able to get the moon by virtue of his status as Saiyu's husband under the stalker. But the protagonist of this son-in-law has to be smart and come here to pretend to be trash. In the eyes of the Qin family's parents with snobbish eyes, isn't Lin Yi a thorn in their side? Bah! After hearing Ling Tian's words, Qin Saiyu's white and tender face turned red, and she lowered her head again. Although Lin Yi was only her husband in name, Qin Shiyu would still feel very shy when Ling Tian used him to tease him. But in addition to being shy, there will also be a strong stimulation in her heart. Poetry, let's go down. Ling Tian got up directly from his seat, and then pulled Qin Shiyu up with a smile. Ling Tian could understand how shy Qin Shiyu, who had just transformed into a woman, would be. At this moment, Lin Yi's face, kneeling in the living room, was full of hideousness and distortion, and he felt the pain of cutting flesh with a dull knife even more in his heart. After those voices stopped last night, he felt remorse again in his heart, knowing that he should have stopped that guy at that time. Now my wife is probably eaten and wiped clean by that bastard. Tap tap. Afterwards, Lin Yi heard footsteps coming downstairs, and he immediately realized that it was definitely the damn guy who came down. Sure enough, Ling Tian's figure that he hated so much quickly appeared in front of him, and beside him was his wife Qin Shiyu. At this moment, her pretty face still had the seductive blush from last night. And her face was filled with a sweet smile, obviously being with Ling Tian made her very happy. Damn it! Lin Yi roared furiously in his heart. At this moment, his hatred for Ling Tian couldn't be described in words. Not only did this guy take away his wife's virginity, but now he won't even take away her heart, right? Damn it, I will definitely kill you. Lin Yi decided that when he finds an opportunity, he will immediately take action against this damn bastard, otherwise he will not be able to wash away the shame on himself. More importantly, if this guy doesn't die, his wife is even less likely to change her mind. If it wasn't for him, Qin Shiyu would fall in love with him sooner or later. Chapter 149 When I think of you kneeling downstairs, I am more motivated. At this time, Qin's mother Wang Yueguang was already waiting for the two young people in the living room. After all, Ling Tian spent the night in his daughter's room last night, presumably the two of them had already done whatever they should or shouldn't do. Therefore, she is naturally waiting here for the first time, wanting to see how far her daughter and Ling Tian have developed. Afterwards, Wang Yueguang heard some movement from the stairs, and she turned her head to look over. Young Master Ling, and Shiyu, why did you come down? Would you like to rest for a while? Seeing her daughter and Ling Tian come downstairs, Wang Yueguang asked with some joy. Then she looked at her daughter carefully, and found that her pretty face was full of attractive blushes, presumably something good must have happened last night. Immediately, her heart became happier, which meant that Ling Tian would be their family's backer from today on. From now on, if nothing else, just in their family, no one will dare to offend their family. Mom, don't say that. Qin Shiyu shyly turned her head and glanced at Ling Tian, and found that he didn't have too many other expressions, just maintained a light smile on his face. Then she ran directly in front of her mother, hugged her arm and said coquettishly. After all, she was still very embarrassed about herself and Ling Tian, and her temperament was a little conservative. How could she be embarrassed to tell her mother? You girl. Wang Yueguang's face was full of smiles, and she shook her head helplessly, but seeing her daughter's ashamed appearance, she already had a result in her heart. After all, she is a past person, and she is naturally very clear about a little girl of her own daughter's age. At this moment, Ling Tian turned his head to look at Lin Yi who was kneeling on the ground with a grim face, and a wicked smile appeared on his face. Afterwards, he walked towards the protagonist of the son-in-law unhurriedly. When he noticed that Ling Tian was walking towards him, Lin Yi also raised his head and stared at Ling Tian with murderous eyes. If it wasn't for his mother-in-law and wife in front of him, he would definitely kill this guy who defiled his wife immediately. Looking at Lin Yi's eyes, Ling Tian naturally knew that he could not wait to rip himself to the bone at this moment. However, Ling Tian didn't show any anger, on the contrary, he showed a gentle smile to Lin Yi. Lin Yi, it's hard for you to kneel here all night. When I think of your poetic husband kneeling downstairs, I was more motivated last night. And I didn't expect that you haven't even touched a finger of Shiyu. Don't worry, I tried it for you last night. Thank you, dear brother. Ha ha ha. Afterwards, Ling Tian's face was full of playful smirks, and he directly described the situation of last night to Lin Yi in front of him. After all, Ling Tian doesn't have the slightest kindness towards this protagonist in his heart. You must know that the two of them are natural enemies. Humiliating this kid to his heart's content is the only thing Ling Tian can do. That shameless bastard. You wait for Lao Su, if I don't kill you, I won't be called the Dragon King. Hearing Ling Tian's words, Lin Yi's eyes were completely split at the moment, and his eyes were about to pop out, but he didn't dare to make any moves, he could only roar frantically in his heart. At this time, his eyes were blood red, his face was even more distorted and deformed, his forehead was even more blue veins, and his fists were clenched tightly. It was obvious that he was extremely angry at this moment. Lin Yi had never seen such a shameless bastard as Ling Tian. Even if he slept with his wife, he even ran up to him and taunted him. This is absolutely right not to see yourself as a human being. However, Lin Yi still suppressed his anger. After all, he didn't do anything last night, and now he doesn't dare to do it. Tisk tisk tisk. I have to say, you can really bear it. I would like to call you the strongest green turtle. Ha ha ha. Seeing Lin Yi's aggrieved appearance that he wanted to kill himself but didn't dare to do it, Ling Tian felt more at ease, and laughed again. After all, Ling Tian wasn't afraid that this kid would suddenly run wild, and he would use his own strength to suppress the audience. If Lin Yi dared to do it, Ling Tian would definitely give him a ride in advance. Damn it! Hearing that Ling Tian actually called himself the green-haired turtle, Lin Yi's face turned green. Although he is indeed a green-haired turtle now, but being called out in person like this, and also by this green-haired person, suddenly made Lin Yi feel incomparable shame and anger again. Hoo. At this moment, Lin Yi could only feel a surge of anger pouring into his mind. He gritted his teeth at Ling Tian, his breathing became heavier, and his strong body trembled wildly. In order to prevent his anger from breaking out completely, Lin Yi could only try his best to control it. Even the roots of his teeth were bitten with blood, and a trace of blood spilled out of the corner of his mouth. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully insulting the protagonist Lin Yi of the son-in-law, so that his mentality directly breaks the defense. The host villain value plus 20000. After getting the villain value given by the system, Ling Tian suddenly lost the mood to continue mocking this son-in-law. After all, there will be nothing to gain by continuing to mock, and this kid is really too tolerant, making Ling Tian start to feel a little boring. At this moment, Qin Xiu on the side was watching all this with a cold eye. She had long been desperate for Lin Yi's new husband-in-law. I didn't expect his brother Tian to ridicule him like this, but he still looks indifferent. Qin Xiu felt that this did not look like a man at all. And Wang Yunguan on the side naturally despised this son-in-law very much. If it wasn't for Ling Xiaohao's sip, she would definitely let her daughter divorce this waste today. But seeing Ling Tian's excited look when he just spoke, Wang Yunguan felt that it would be better to keep her daughter married. After all, it was the most important thing to please Ling Xiao. Poetry, I'm going to go back first. Ling Tian then walked in front of Qin Xiu with a smile, reaching out and gently stroking her fair face. After all, there are still a large group of women waiting for him at home, so naturally he will not favor one over the other. Naturally, I also need to take some time to accompany my other women. Brother Tian, then pay attention to safety on the road. Hearing Ling Tian's words, Qin Xiu's face was full of reluctance. After all, she had just become Ling Tian's woman, so she naturally wanted to stick to him. But it will be a long time coming to Japan. Anyway, she and Ling Tian already have that level of relationship. With Ling Tian's love for him, he will spend more time with him if he comes. Well, then I'm leaving. You don't have to send me. After that, Ling Tian smiled and nodded to the two of them, then turned and left. Daughter, go upstairs with mom. There are some things I want to teach you well. Seeing Ling Tian's retreating back, an ambiguous smile appeared on her mother's face, and she took Qin Xiu's hand and walked upstairs. After all, her daughter is so shy, she must teach her daughter some things that should be mastered. Otherwise, what would she do to please Ling Tian? Don't think that there will be many beautiful women around Ling Tian. So as a mother, of course she has to help her daughter well. Qin Xiu's beautiful face became even more rosy at this moment. She knew exactly what her mother wanted to teach her. But she didn't resist and let her mother pull her upstairs. Predict. Chapter 150 Su Xian's Initiative, Makeup Banquet. For Lin Yi, who was kneeling on the ground at the moment, the two of them didn't even look at any more, and ran straight upstairs. At this moment, Lin Yi looked at his wife's graceful figure, and his mind moved slightly. But when he imagined Qin Xiu's appearance in Ling Tian's arms last night, Lin Yi's face turned dark again. Poetry, even if you're tainted by that damn bastard, I won't give up on you. Lin Yi secretly swore in his heart that even if his forehead was glowing green now, he would definitely forgive Qin Xiu. As for the damn bastard, Lin Yi also swears in his heart that he will definitely strip this guy for cramps and torture him to death. No one can live unharmed after offending himself, the Dragon King. After a while, Ling Tian returned to his manor. It didn't take long for Su Zian to know that her brother Tian had returned, so, 990, came to him excitedly. What's the matter, are you so happy today? Ling Tian reached out and touched Su Zian's little head, then asked her with a smile. After all, she is smiling so happily now, there must be something good that she wants to share with herself. Yup, brother Tian, there's a makeup party in the school today. I've already signed up. Brother Tian, can you come with me? Su Zian's face was full of anticipation. After all, she really wanted to participate with her brother Tian. Of course, attending the banquet was secondary, and more importantly, she wanted Ling Tian to accompany her. Of course, Ling Tian's face was full of smiles, and he agreed straightforwardly. After all, he still likes this little girl very much, so he can spend some time with her. What's more, isn't it also a pleasing thing to accompany a little beauty? Great, I knew brother Tian, you will promise others. After receiving Ling Tian's affirmative answer, the smile on Su Zian's face became even brighter, and she threw herself directly into Ling Tian's arms. Feeling the warm embrace of this man, Su Zian felt that she was definitely the happiest woman in the world at this moment. When does this banquet start? Ling Tian reached out and patted the little girl's jade back, and then asked softly in her ear. Moreover, it just so happened that he could also look for a new protagonist around him. After all, in Tiandu University, but there are several female protagonists, presumably the protagonist will appear again sooner or later. Of course, Ling Tian was just taking a chance, but maybe he was lucky enough to run into it directly. It will officially start in the afternoon. So now we can take it easy. Su Zian raised her head from Ling Tian's arms, looked at her brother Tian's handsome face in a daze, and then said to him in a greasy voice. Well, since there is still so much time, I have to take a good test to see if you have been practicing seriously recently. Suddenly, a playful smile appeared on Ling Tian's face. After all, he had instructed this little girl to study the illustrations in the Yellow Emperor's inner canon. What's more, if the little girl Su Zian wants to accompany her to the banquet, she will of course have to pay some price. Then Ling Tian directly picked her up by the waist and walked into the bedroom inside. What? Su Zian, who was suddenly picked up, let out a coquettish cry, and her face turned crimson. After that, she shyly buried her little face in Ling Tian's arms again. Ding, congratulations to the host, practice the Yellow Emperor's internal classics hard, the villain value plus 1000. In the base where Longmen is located, 4 strong men are arguing in a living room. Are you 3 out of your head? With the terrifying power of the Ling family, you actually want to kill the only eldest grandson of the Ling family. Are you sure this isn't courting death? Long Yi's face was full of anger, and he roared at the die-hard loyalists of the 3 Dragon Kings in front of him. After learning that the man who molested the Dragon King's wife was Ling Tian, these 3 idiots actually said they were going to kill Ling Tian. Isn't this Nima's act of courting death? Even if they can really kill Ling Tian, it is estimated that the Ling family's revenge will definitely destroy their Dragon Gate. Even if it is the Dragon King, it is estimated that he will die unless he immediately flees abroad. For these donkey heads who are very loyal to the Dragon King, Long Yi also has a very headache at the moment, which makes him more firm in his previous decision. Long Yi, you have to figure out one thing, this is the order of the Dragon King. Do you dare to disobey his orders? Long Er's face was also full of displeasure, and angrily said to Long Yi in front of him. Although he is the strongest among the people present, Long Er will not have any fear. After all, the Dragon King is now the ultimate controller of the Dragon Gate. Humph, you idiots, sooner or later, you will pay the price for your stupidity. Long Yi snorted coldly and sneered at a few people again, then gave them a stern look, and then left the living room. He felt that it was a waste of time to continue talking nonsense with these idiots. Anyway, it is impossible for him to go to death with them, Long Yi. Not only that, he will try every means to save his own life, as for these idiots to die. Have a shit relationship with him. To be honest, if it wasn't for Longmen's continued strength, Long Yi would have liked all these people to die. Even if they are the strongest masters in the Dragon Gate besides themselves and the Dragon King. Is this damn Long Yi trying to betray the Dragon King? Looking at the back of Long Yi's departure, Long Er's face was full of anger, and he said to the remaining 2 people. The 4 of them are the 4 guardians of Longmen. They used to advance and retreat together, but now Long Yi dares to disobey the orders of the Dragon King. It doesn't matter without him. The three of us come to the door together, and we can definitely kill that Ling Tian. A grim smile appeared on Long Si's face, and he said confidently to the two in front of him. After all, they are all masters of the Xuanji, and to deal with an ordinary person, isn't it easy to capture? Even if he had powerful bodyguards by his side, he would definitely not be able to carry the three of them together. Regarding Long Si's words, the remaining two nodded in agreement, and they were very confident in their own strength. You fucking idiots, wait to die. After walking out of the Longmen base, Long Yi said fiercely in the direction of Longmen. At this moment, he hurried towards the Ling family manor. Since he has already decided to choose to betray the Dragon King, he will not have any hesitation. He was fed up with the days of lingering on in Longmen. After all, since Lin Yi ran to be the son-in-law of some kind, their days in Longmen became more and more difficult day by day. And now he has lost his mind and wants to kill the eldest grandson of the Ling family, but Long Yi will not accompany him to continue going crazy. Long Yi's heart is very clear about the power and strength of the Ling family. Just the Dragon Gate, it is impossible to resist the energy of this family. What's more, if Lin Yi hadn't been born out of nowhere, now the throne of the Dragon King should be done by him. Chapter 151 The System of Women's Clothing Bosses, Yi Fan gets carried away. Not long after, Long Yi came to the gate of Ling's manor, and then he informed the security of his identity. Master, Long Yi of Longmen wants to see you. Soon, the maid found Ling Tian and reported to him respectfully. Hearing this name, a smile appeared on Ling Tian's face. This Long Yi was also an anti-bone boy in the original plot, but he didn't expect him to come to the door until now. Bring him here. Ling Tian gave an order to the maid casually. Okay, young master. The maid nodded respectfully, then turned and left. Then a bodyguard led Long Yi into the manor and walked towards the main courtyard where Ling Tian was. At this moment, Long Yi's heart is also extremely uneasy. After all, he is also worried that Ling Tian will accept his surrender. If he refuses to accept it, his situation will become quite embarrassing. After all, the Dragon King is not easy to get along with. Once he has any dissatisfaction, it is not impossible to kill himself directly. Not long after, Long Yi came to Ling Tian. Although this incomparably handsome man looked like an ordinary person without any strength, he didn't dare to make any mistakes. Even if his Long Yi's strength has reached the late stage of Xuanji, a powerful warrior is nothing in front of the absolute power of the Ling family. What's more, in the 18th place in the Ling family manor, he also felt a few powerful forces. If he dared to be arrogant at all, he probably wouldn't be able to get out of here. Immediately, he was even more in awe of the strength of the Ling family. As expected of the first family of the Kyushu kingdom, it is estimated that their apparent strength is only for others to see. The strength they hide behind the scenes is even more frightening. Hello Ling Xiao, I am Long Yi of Longmen. Long Yi's face showed a pleasing smile, and he respectfully saluted Ling Tian in front of him. Long Yi, right, I know that Lin Yi is the Dragon King of your Dragon Gate, and I even slept his wife. Did you come here to avenge him? Ling Tian's face was full of gentle smiles, as if what he just said were all irrelevant. Although Ling Tian knew the reason why Long Yi came to find him, of course he would beat Long Yi well. After all, this is an anti-bone boy, but it doesn't matter. After Long Yi has played its due role, Ling Tian will directly crush him to death. He is not bad for this anti-bone boy by his side. There are more people willing to run errands for Ling Tian, so this one is not bad. Young Master Ling, how dare I be disrespectful to you? An embarrassed smile appeared on Long Yi's face, and he hurriedly explained to Ling Tian. Although Ling Tian had a very gentle attitude towards him just now, and even showed a smile, in Long Yi's view, this smile made him feel a biting cold. And when he heard that Ling Xiao actually put the Dragon King's wife to sleep, he felt a sense of relief in his heart. That Dragon King ran to be the son-in-law of the house just like he was downcast. Is it okay now? The wife was put to sleep by Ling Xiao, and the whole person turned into a green turtle. Long Yi felt that Lin Yi deserved it. Young Master Ling, in fact, I came to surrender to you today. Looking at Ling Tian's appearance as an old god, Long Yi spoke again. After all, he didn't dare to play dumb in front of Ling Tian. What if he was unhappy and directly killed himself? Oh, it seems that your Dragon King can't help but want to do something to me. A faint smile appeared on Ling Tian's face. He didn't care about Long Yi's surrender at all. What he thought was that Lin Yi would bring someone to deal with him, but his subordinates suddenly turned against the water, and he must have a very good-looking face by then. Ling Tian can also harvest more villain value because of this, otherwise he would be too lazy to talk nonsense with this villain. Yes, young Master Ling, you are really predictable. The Dragon King of the green-haired turtle is even more furious now after knowing that his wife was sleeping with you. Long Yi's face was full of flattery, and he didn't take the Dragon King in his eyes at all. After all, he had already decided to backstab him, so naturally he had to be more thorough in front of Ling Tian. I see. Don't act rashly for now. I'll let you know when it's critical. Ling Tian bluntly instructed Long Yi in front of him. After all, this flag must be reserved for use at a critical time, so Ling Tian doesn't want him to make an assertion. Follow your orders, young Master Ling. Long Yi also put down his dignity at this moment, nodded and bowed to Ling Tian, and said. After all, after seeing some of the strength of the Ling family, he is now more and more confident in anti-water. And if he kills that Dragon King Lin Yi, he must be the new Dragon King, and immediately, his heart is also excited. Young Master Ling, then I'll say goodbye first. Seeing Ling Tian in front of him not intending to speak, Long Yi also observed his words, and was ready to leave. Ling Tian nodded at him, and then Long Yi turned and left. The time gradually came to the afternoon, and by this time Su Zian had also changed into the clothes she had prepared. Today, her face is painted with bewitching and heavy makeup, and with her originally very delicate face, it gives people a unique charm. As for Ling Tian, there was no change. After all, he only accompanied him in the past. He had no interest in changing himself into fancy clothes and then putting on makeup on his face. What's more, does he need any makeup? No matter where he goes, he is the absolute focus. Let's go. Ling Tian walked to Su Zian's side with a smile, stretched out his hand and hugged her slender waist directly. After all, the time is almost up. Ling Tian is also ready to see if there is anything interesting to him at this makeup banquet. Brother Tian, how is this makeup look? Su Zian's pretty face was full of sweet smiles. She looked up at Ling Tian, and asked softly. Very beautiful. Ling Tian helplessly pinched her rosy cheeks, and then praised the little girl. Suddenly, the smile on Su Zian's face became even brighter. Afterwards, the two got into the car driven by the bodyguard and rushed in the direction of Tiandu University. At this time, on the main road not far from the entrance of Tiandu University's makeup banquet, a beauty, with a top-notch figure and appearance walked forward with a smile. This beauty is a full 1.75 meters tall, with delicate light makeup on her face, and a particularly tall and graceful figure, attracting the attention of a large number of male compatriots on the road. Wow, what a beautiful girl! How can there be such a beautiful beauty in the school? I have never seen her. Love, she will be my goddess from now on. My goddess long legs are really beautiful. Hurry up and take some pictures, I'll use them tonight. You poor man, can you not be so rude and petty? Quote. Hearing the various compliments from the male compatriots on the roadside, Yi Fan's heart sank for a while, as expected of the makeup that was transformed by the women's clothing tycoon system. None of these men actually found out that they were the big men in women's clothing, and they were all greedy for his body. If they knew they were a man, they would have been scared to death. Even many girls on the side of the road turned back to him frequently. After all, they were of course very curious about such a beautiful woman. There may even be some girls who like lilies the most. Hey! Immediately, Yi Fan's heart became even more proud. However, he has no interest in these ordinary men and women. He only cares about those men and women who are very attractive. Because as long as Yi Fan gets the love of these highly attractive men and women for him in the state of women's clothing, he can get all kinds of precious rewards from the women's clothing boss system. Luxury cars, mansions, cash shares, and even precious elixir for becoming a warrior. So Yi Fan can be said to be very greedy now, so he is eager to find a suitable target. After all, he was just an ordinary person before, and things like these might be impossible for him to get in his life. With this women's clothing boss system, who dares to look down on me? Yi Fan's heart can be said to be floating at the moment. After all, he was very inconspicuous in the school before. In addition, because of his humble background and very average appearance, Yi Fan's heart is also very inferior. If others look at him more, Yi Fan will feel that this person looks down on him. So at today's highly anticipated moment, Yi Fan feels that his life has reached its peak. Chapter 152 Like women's clothing. Fencing masters will be even more excited. Just when Yi Fan was intoxicated by the admiration in the eyes of everyone, Ling Tian also brought Su Zian towards the hall of the makeup banquet. Then, everyone's eyes were attracted by this pair of handsome men and beautiful women. Wow, I didn't expect young Master Ling to come today. Speaking of which, young Master Ling hasn't been to school for a long time. As expected of the only male god in my heart, no matter how you look at it, he is so handsome. I really want to be Ling Xiao's girlfriend. What a pair of handsome men and beautiful women, it's really enviable. Quote. I saw that wherever Ling Tian went, there were all the envious and adoring eyes of the men and women around him. Although Ling Tian seldom came to Tiandu University, he was the only school cursing in this university. Because no one else can compare to him at all, so Tiandu University only has Ling Tian, a recognized school curator. Brother Tian, I didn't expect you to be so popular in the school. Su Zian stared at Ling Tian, her beautiful eyes full of brilliance. Although she knew that Ling Tian was very charming, she didn't expect him to be so well known in the school. Seeing the envy and jealousy in the eyes of the girls around her, Su Zian was like eating honey, her heart was very sweet. At this moment, her love for Ling Tian is even deeper, and her eyes are full of admiration for Ling Tian. Maybe their attention is on you. After all, my Yan Yan is very beautiful today. A smile appeared on Ling Tian's face, and then he lowered his head slightly and said in Su Zian's ear. Hearing this, the smile on Su Zian's face became even brighter. What she likes most is to hear her brother praise her. Then Su Zian noticed that the girls around her looked like they were about to eat Ling Tian, and then she hugged Ling Tian's arm even tighter. After all, she had worked so hard to change Tianj to come out to accompany her today, so she won't be cheap for other coquettish bitches. At this time, Yi Fan also noticed the pair of handsome men and beautiful women not far away. After all, since they appeared, more than half of the eyes on him have been reduced. Immediately it made him feel uncomfortable. After all, he really enjoyed this wonderful feeling of being favored by everyone. Although this look is not his true face at all, and if all of Yi Fan's women's clothes are removed, he is an ordinary person who will not take a second look when he walks on the road. Maybe I can give it a try and get the love of this couple. Immediately, such a thought came into Yi Fan's mind, because he was very upset because these two people had just robbed him of his limelight. Just like this, he might be able to break up this pair of men and women, maybe. And because of his inferiority, Yi Fan rarely communicates with other people, so he doesn't know Ling Tian at all, otherwise, he might not have such courage. Hey. Immediately, Yi Fan set his eyes on the man and woman. He planned to seduce the man and make him and the girlfriend next to him turn against each other. In this way, not only can you get system rewards, but you can also secretly make that man lose his girlfriend. Perhaps when the two of them are separated, I will be able to take advantage of this and get that beautiful woman. The more Yi Fan thought about it, the more he even set his sights on Su Zian. After all, she is also a very beautiful beauty, which is definitely something he can't meet. And the man in front of him is too dazzling. Even Yi Fan, who now has the women's clothing boss system, feels ashamed when he sees him, so this also makes Yi Fan feel very jealous and unwilling. You must know that he is a very ordinary man, and he is still single when he grows up. But this man has such a beautiful girlfriend, Yi Fan thinks how unfair it is. That's why Yi Fan is even more firm about his thoughts just now. After all, his current women's clothes are definitely enough to make any man's heart move. I actually met the protagonist again. But this is really a bit hot. This is a playful smile on Ling Tian's face. After all, he is a martial artist of the heaven rank, so he naturally sensed Yi Fan's malicious gaze. In addition, he has a charm that is beyond ordinary people. Isn't this a protagonist? Moreover, Ling Tian could see at a glance that the protagonist was a big boss in women's clothing, and he actually pretended to be a charming woman. Maybe other men seem very tempting, even tempting enough to make them want to find a place to wave their unicorn arms. But Ling Tian felt very disgusting, because he knew that this time it was a man, so any of his actions were such hot eyes in Ling Tian's eyes. You like women's clothing, don't you? Maybe women's clothing will make the fencing players more excited. Immediately, Ling Tian thought of another bad idea, which would definitely make the female protagonist feel mortal. Since this Yi Fan likes men's heart-warming eyes so much, Ling Tian will naturally find someone to satisfy him. System, transmit the relevant plot of this protagonist to me. Ling Tian ordered his system in his mind, and then a memory flooded into his mind. Women's clothing boss system. Wait, you still want to perform on stage? You better perform fencing with everyone. After checking the relevant plot, Ling Tian found that the protagonist actually wanted to sing on stage after a while. After all, Yi Fan's women's clothing boss system is to gain the love of men and women for him in order to get follow-up rewards. So it can be said that it is a shortcut to perform on stage, which can let more people know the existence of Yi Fan. Soon, Ling Tian thought of a way to deal with this protagonist. Afterwards, Ling Tian took Su Zian to a place with not many people and sat down. Yan Yan, it seems that there are still people on stage at this banquet today, right? Ling Tian glanced at Su Zian, who was holding her arms tightly and looked vigilant, then shook her head and laughed. This banquet is mainly organized in the community, the purpose is to expand the network of students. Yes, God. Do you want to go to the show too? But now the program is estimated to have been set. Su Zian glanced at Ling Tian curiously, not understanding why Brother Tian suddenly paid attention to this. After all, she would come to this banquet, mainly to let Ling Tian accompany him more. No matter what program this makeup banquet is performing, she doesn't care at all. I don't have that interest. Ling Tian showed a smile on his face, rubbed Su Zian's head, and then said to her gently. He's not interested in going up there and doing something because it's a waste of time for him. Unless it is profitable, he will not do anything useless, is it just to gain the admiration and applause of some people. He doesn't need these at all, because Ling Tian has never been short of people who please him. Ling Xiao, I didn't expect you to come too. After that, Wang Long's flattering smile appeared in front of Ling Tian, and he nodded and bowed to him. Just when he got the news, Ling Tian actually came to the school for a makeup banquet. So Wang Long immediately brought a group of second generation to Ling Tian and greeted him respectfully, Nuos. After all, his identity in the school is Ling Tian's first younger brother, so of course he has to maintain his identity. What's more, this kind of status is what other people dream of, not everyone has the qualifications to be Ling Tian's younger brother. It can be said that as long as Ling Tian puts out a word, there will definitely be a lot of people kneeling in front of him, begging him to accept him as his younger brother. Have you seen that man? After chatting for a while, Ling Tian smiled and stretched out his finger to Yi Fan, and asked Wang Long. Could it be that Ling Xiao changed your feelings towards this beauty? What? Is this a man? Seeing Ling Tian pointing at that very charming woman, Wang Long subconsciously thought that young Master Ling was interested in her. He just wanted to flatter him, but then he reacted again with a shocked expression on his face. Wang Long doesn't think Ling Xiao is in the mood to joke with him, so this person is definitely a man. And Wang Long just noticed this beauty, and he even wanted to ask her out tonight, but he didn't expect this to be a handle. Immediately, Wang Long felt extremely disgusting in his heart. He actually had evil thoughts on such a big guy in women's clothing. Chapter 153 Seduce Ling Tian. It's a girl. If not, do you think he's really a woman? If such a beautiful woman appeared in the school, she would have been known to the whole school by now, right? A playful smile appeared on Ling Tian's face. Of course, he could see that this Wang Long might have taken a fancy to this Yi Fan before. If Ling Tian didn't mention him, it is estimated that this kid might ask Yi Fan to leave tonight. But it is hard to say who will suffer by then. Young Master Ling, you are right. With an embarrassed smile on Wang Long's face, he responded to Ling Tian. Immediately, his resentment towards Yi Fan deepened. Wait a minute, this kid is ready to perform on stage. Ling Tian smiled and told the news about Yi Fan again. Young Master Ling, are you trying to deal with this kid? Wang Long is also a very smart person, so he naturally knows that Xiao Ling will not mention this person for no reason. He guessed that this kid's women's clothes were disgusting to Ling Xiao, so Ling Xiao wanted to deal with him. After all, he was disgusted himself. Even if Ling Xiao didn't use any means, Wang Long would give that boy a lesson. Don't give him a chance to put him on stage. Doesn't he like women's clothes? Look for a click sword master to serve him. By the way, take a photo of the video and spread it in the school to prevent other male students from being deceived. A wicked smile appeared on Ling Tian's face as he instructed Wang Long in front of him. With Ling Tian around, the protagonist would not want to perform on stage 990 in order to gain the admiration of others. Not only that, Ling Tian will also let him die directly. In this way, this kid's women's clothing boss system is equivalent to half abolished in the school. I understand, young Master Ling. Let me handle this kid. I will immediately find someone to let him experience the joy of being a woman. There was also a sinister smile on Wang Long's face. Ling Tian's actions were exactly what he wanted. After all, he also wanted to teach that kid a lesson and let him know the consequences of using women's clothes to deceive him. You go to arrange it now. Okay, young Master Ling, I'll go right now. Afterwards, Wang Long respectfully resigned with Ling Tian, and hurried out. Brother Tian, I didn't expect this person to be a man. Su Ziyan's face was full of shock as she said to Ling Tian. Su Ziyan heard all the conversation between him and Wang Long just now. But if it's just about appearance, no matter how this person looks, Su Ziyan looks like he is a woman, and she is also a very top-notch woman. Ha ha, it's actually quite easy to make him a real woman. A playful smile appeared on Ling Tian's face. He suddenly felt that it was necessary to send this protagonist to the Shemale Kingdom for transformation. This will make the game even more fun. Huh, Su Ziyan's face was full of doubts, and she didn't understand why her brother Tian said that. You'll find out soon enough. Ling Tian pinched a little girl. With a rosy face, he casually said something to her. Seeing that her brother Tian didn't have the desire to continue talking, Su Ziyan didn't bother to continue exploring. After all, no matter whether that person was male or female, she was not interested. Later, Ling Tian discovered that Yi Fan, the big man in women's clothing, had actually walked towards him. Not only that, but his face was full of charming smiles, which almost made Ling Tian look a little off-putting. After all, he knows the details of this guy very well. Brother Tian, I want to slap him. Su Ziyan naturally noticed Yi Fan walking towards her. Seeing this man wearing women's clothes and trying to seduce her brother Tian, her anger surged into her heart. Don't make trouble. I want to see his performance. Ling Tian opened his mouth to comfort the girl, and then looked at Yi Fan who was walking towards him with a playful expression on his face. However, he had probably guessed the thoughts of the protagonist in his heart. Yi Fan walked over to him. He must have wanted to get system rewards through himself and Su Ziyan. At this time, Yi Fan looked at the handsome man and the beautiful woman in front of him, and his heart was full of jealousy, but he still maintained the smile just now, and walked towards the two of them gracefully. What? Just when Yi Fan was about to walk in front of Ling Tian, he suddenly pretended to fall, and then let out a coquettish cry. After the transformation of the women's clothing tycoon system, Yi Feng's voice is also particularly clear and beautiful, more feminine than a woman. Later, Yi Fan looked pitifully at Ling Tian in front of him. Originally, he thought this man would take the initiative to pull him. Then Yi Feng can take the opportunity to get the contact information of this man, and then date him together, so as to let him empathize, and he can also get systematic rewards. How so? Yi Fan's heart was full of shock. What he didn't expect was that Ling Tian not only didn't react at all, but looked at him with a playful expression on his face. Looking at the sullen appearance of the female protagonist, to be honest, Ling Tian's heart was a little distasteful. Then Yi Fan felt a sense of being seen through, and his heart began to panic. Immediately, Yi Fan also gave up the idea of hooking up with Ling Tian, because he found that neither the Ling Tian in front of him nor the beautiful woman next to him were indifferent to his fall. It can be said that now he acts like a clown. What are you wearing here as a man? Don't think you're a real woman if you wear a woman's clothes. Seeing Yi Fan pretending to be a woman to hook up with his brother Tian, Su Ziyan couldn't control her anger any longer, and directly revealed his true colors face to face. At this moment, she was really disgusted by Yi Fan. This man was staring at his brother Tian with those ambiguous eyes just now. Even if a woman came to hook up with her brother, she would not be so angry. Even if brother Tian really likes it, she might even assist on the side. But this is a man. Su Ziyan's heart was very divided. Afterwards, the men and women who had been paying attention to this place also began to be shocked. What? Is he a man? It's true. It doesn't look like it. I just went to the toilet and wanted to take his picture to the toilet. No way. It looks like a girl anyway. But what Su Shal was said wouldn't be false, would it? Quote, quote. Hearing the chatter of the group of people beside him, Yi Fan's heart suddenly became even more panicked. Afterwards, he hurriedly got up from the ground, not daring to stay here any longer. If someone really grabs him later, and then exposes his identity on the spot, how can he perform on stage later? It's a girl. Afterwards, Yi Fan forced a smile on his face and said a word to everyone present. Then he hurried to the direction of the toilet. He really didn't dare to stay here any longer. This farce also ended with his departure. After all, no one dared to run in front of Ling Tian and argue with the girl next to him about these things. Call. Brother Tian, I'm so pissed off. This guy is obviously a man. Afterwards, Su Zian shook Ling Tian's arm angrily, and said to him in a fit of anger. She just revealed the identity of this guy in public, but I didn't expect this hateful guy to forcefully pretend to be a woman. And if he was really a girl, why would he want to run away in such a hurry just now? Ha ha ha. Wait a minute, Brother Tian will vent his anger for you, okay? Seeing this little girl's angry appearance, Ling Tian laughed out loud, and then said comfortingly. After all, he prepared a big show for this female protagonist. I must make this little girl happy by then. After receiving Ling Tian's comfort, Su Zian's expression softened again. After all, she also knew that her brother Tian was going to deal with this guy, so she just waited and watched a good show. Chapter 154. What? Are you a man? We are even more excited. Damn it. Why is it happening like that? How did they know I was a man? By the sink in the toilet, Yi Fan scolded in a low voice. He carefully looked at himself in the mirror in the woman's clothes, but he still didn't find any flaws. Yi Fan didn't understand why the beautiful woman just now knew that she was a man, and even exposed him in public. Fortunately, he left the place quickly and wisely, otherwise, if he was intercepted, it is estimated that his identity would definitely be exposed. Afterwards, Yi Fan ran to the balcony on the second floor to blow air. After all, he wouldn't dare to stay in the hall below. What if I meet that pair of men and women again, and their identities are forcibly revealed by them? So Yi Fan intends to stay here now. After all, his shows are the finale of a few, and it's not so fast to reach him at all. It didn't take long for Yi Fan to find another man walking by his side. Boy, I've been looking for you for a long time. Wang Long's face was full of resentment, staring at the man in women's clothes in front of him. Even in his opinion, this person really looks like a woman, but he will not doubt Ling Xiao's words. Cough cough. This classmate, did you recognize the wrong person? It's a girl. Looking at the man in front of him, who was obviously not a good person, Yi Fan showed an ugly smile and forcibly defended. However, his heart was a little cowardly, and he didn't understand why this guy knew he was a man. Was it the man and woman who just sent over to deal with him? Snapped. Hearing that this kid was still pretending to be a woman in front of him, Wang Long's face instantly darkened, and he slapped him directly. Afterwards, Yi Fan was directly fanned out and fell heavily to the ground. Wow. I saw Yi Fan spit out a mouthful of blood with teeth, and a bright red slap print on his face. Damn this guy. However, Yi Fan didn't dare to be arrogant in the slightest about this guy who slapped himself, but he was incompetent and furious in his heart. After all, Yi Fan is just an ordinary person now, and the guy in front of him slapped himself away. With his originally humble and cowardly character, how could he dare to grin at such a strong man? Isn't he looking for a fight? I'm still pretending to be with Lao Su, believe it or not, I'll just beat you to death. Seeing the boy's anger and dare not speak, Wang Long's heart instantly felt a lot more comfortable, but he still scolded Yi Fan. After all, this kid pretended to be a woman to talk to him just now, which really disgusted Wang Long again. Afterwards, he picked up Yi Fan with a ferocious smile on his face. Brother, I'm a man, I'm a man. Yi Fan looked at the strange smile on this guy's face. His face was full of panic, and he directly admitted that he was a man with his original voice. Yi Fan was a little worried that this guy directly regarded himself as a woman. In this case, wouldn't he just die at that time? Even if he wanted to hook up with Ling Tian before, he wouldn't let him really touch him. After all, he is not as good as Long Yang. Snapped. Maid, I knew you were a man. Hearing that the beautiful woman in front of him actually made a man's voice, Wang Long gave him a big mouth again in an instant. After all, he had some thoughts on this woman before. Now that he admits that he is a man, Wang Long's heart is of course very unbalanced. Brother, I was wrong. You forgive me. At this moment, Yi Fan was directly buzzed by Fan's head, and the whole person was directly forced by Wang Long, so he could only strategically ask for mercy. However, Yi Fan didn't understand why he admitted that he was a man, yet he was beaten severely. At this moment, he already hated this guy in his heart, and he decided to wait for the reward from the system in the future, and he must take revenge back. Do not worry. I won't do anything to you. Wang Long gave Yi Fan a reassuring look, and then promised him. However, Yi Fan's words were extraordinarily nonsense. His face was swollen to this guy, and he actually said that he wouldn't do anything to himself. Brother, I believe you are a good person. Let me go. Yi Fan begged for mercy again. After all, after two big mouths, he became honest. No matter what, let's get through this difficult time first. Hey, I will definitely let you go. But those people can't let you go, I don't know. Wang Long laughed awkwardly, then jumped off the balcony on the second floor with Yi Fan, and took him to the direction of the grove. What are you doing? Brother, I'm a man. Looking at this guy in front of him, he actually took himself into Shaoshuling, and Yi Fan instantly became smart and began to struggle frantically. Could this guy have that kind of special hobby? Snapped. Be honest, believe it or not, I smashed your mouth. Wang Long wouldn't be used to this guy, so he slapped him again. Immediately, Yi Fan became more honest, and his head was buzzing with these mouths pumping. And Wang Long's threat made him tremble even more. He felt that the guy in front of him might really do what he said. Afterwards, Wang Long took Yi Fan to the depths of Shaoshuling, where more than a dozen big men were already waiting here. The leader, Wei Zhe, Wang Long came over and immediately greeted him flatteringly. Young Master Wang, how can you be a woman? Didn't you say it's like trying out swordsmanship? Seeing that Wang Long actually brought a woman over, Wei Zhe's face suddenly showed a puzzled look. After all, Wang Xiao said before that he wanted to bring a man over, and even asked himself to call a few more brothers. But since it was brought by young Master Wang, even if it was a woman, they could barely accept it. Ha, this is not a woman. This is a proper man, but he is wearing women's clothes. Wang Long laughed directly, and then explained to the crowd in front of him. After all, just looking at her appearance, she is indeed a woman. What? Wei Zhe's face showed an unbelievable expression, and then he looked up at Yi Fan, who was thrown on the ground by Wang Xiao like garbage. Immediately, his face became even more shocked, because he couldn't see that this was a man dressed as a woman. Brother, I'm a man. Yi Fan's desire to survive was very strong. Seeing this group of strong men, he was afraid that they would have ideas about him, so he used his original voice to madly clarify his identity. At this moment, Yi Fan hated his women's clothes for the first time. He felt that if he hadn't been wearing women's clothes, he would never have encountered such a thing today. However, Yi Fan was clever but was mistaken by cleverness. He never imagined that Wang Long had recruited a group of fencing masters. If he is a woman, Wei Zhe and the others have no interest in Yi Fan. Jia, you're a man, then we're even more excited. Hearing Yi Fan's explanation, Wei Zhe's face suddenly showed an evil smile. Originally, he thought that Xiao Wang brought them a woman, but he didn't expect that this was actually a man, and he was a big man in women's clothing that they had never tried before. Afterwards, the strong men behind Wei Zhe also showed hot eyes to Yi Fan. It's over to you. Record the video for me. Wang Long looked at the excited group of people and gave them a serious order. After all, this is Ling Xiao's arrangement, and of course he has to do it seriously. Don't worry, young Master Wang. Wei Zhe once again showed a pleasing smile, nodding and bowing to Wang Long for a while. Then, Wang Long turned around and left. He didn't want to see the next scene with hot eyes. What are you doing? Yi Fan looked at the people surrounding her, his face turned green. Get out of here! Get out of here! Yi Fan roared furiously, only to see him sitting on the ground in an embarrassment, backing up constantly with his hands. However, in front of more than a dozen big men, resistance is useless. Soon, Yi Fan's mouth was stuffed with smelly socks. Woo! 2 lines of hot tears flowed directly from the corners of his eyes. If there is an afterlife, Yi Fan vowed never to be a women's clothing boss again. Predict. Chapter 155. Yi Fan starts to perform. The fencing video is played, not surprised. The time soon came to the evening, and more than half of the performances of this make-up banquet had passed. At this moment, in the lounge at the backstage of the banquet, Wang Long sat comfortably on the seat, and in front of him a young man nodded and smiled at him. This young man is the person in charge of this banquet, Shen Jian. Young Master Wang, don't worry. I must arrange your request properly. Shen Jian's face was full of flattery, and he said respectfully to Wang Long in front of him. After all, this is a famous second generation in Tiandu, not to mention that behind him is a character with a more powerful background like Ling Xiao. Therefore, Shen Jian's requests for him were naturally answered one by one. Don't give me any trouble. This is specially arranged by Ling Xiao. If he is not satisfied, you will know the consequences. Wang Long was also very satisfied with Shen Jian's attitude, but he still gave a few words of advice. After all, this is Ling Tian's arrangement. If the desired effect is not achieved by then, he himself will be to blame. Young Master Wang, I will definitely keep an eye on it all the way. Hearing that this was actually Ling Tian's arrangement, Shen Jian's face became even more serious, and he promised Wang Long again. At this moment, his heart also became excited. Maybe he could get Ling Xiao's appreciation through this opportunity. Then I'll leave it to you here. I'm going to report the situation to Ling Xiao first. Afterwards, Wang Long got up from his seat, smiled and reached out to pat Shen Jian on the shoulder. Then he left the lounge in a hurry. Watching Wang Long leave, Shen Jian also came to the control room of the banquet again. This controls the sound, lighting, and large screens of the banquet. Is everything ready for you? Shen Jian asked the person in charge of the control room again. Don't worry, Brother Shen, you can't go wrong. The person in charge had a confident look on his face. After all, he also knew the plan this time. After that, a satisfied smile appeared on Shen Jian's face. At this moment, Wang Long quickly came to Ling Tian, and after reporting the situation to him, he left consciously. Brother Tian, did he just say the surprise you prepared? Su Xian's face was full of curiosity, and she asked in a greasy voice while holding Ling Tian's arm. Because Wang Long didn't clearly say what Ling Tian ordered. After all, there are many students around. That's right, the show is about to start soon. You'll find out in a while. Ling Tian's face was full of smiles, and he responded to the little girl in front of him. But Ling Tian didn't plan to tell her that. After all, there is no sense of expectation when such a thing is said. Su Xian nodded obediently and didn't ask any more questions. Then just listen to your brother. In the grove, Yi Fan was lying on the ground helplessly at the moment. There were still faint traces of tears in the corners of his eyes, and his face was even more hideous and painful. Because he suffered the biggest insult in his life today. Boy, you are very good. We will come to you in the future. Wei Ji's face showed a satisfied look, and he reached out and patted Yi Fan's pale face at the moment. Afterwards, he took out 300 yuan from his pocket, and threw it on Yi Fan's face fiercely. This is what Wei Ji gave you. Ha ha ha. Afterwards, a cheerful smile appeared on Wei Ji's face. After all, he was very satisfied with today's fencing competition. Come on, brothers, it's time to retreat. Wei Ji greeted the strong men around, and then they left the place one by one. After all, Wang Long had ordered them, and Wei Ji had to do it, otherwise, he would have to learn swordsmanship with this kid all night. Woo! Looking at the backs of these strong men leaving, Yi Fan's face burst into tears again. Feeling the injuries in some parts of his body, the hatred in Yi Fan's heart deepened. Damn it, you wait for me. Yi Fan's face was full of resentment, and he scolded directly. He put all the blame on Wang Long. After all, this kid caught him here. That's why he was subjected to such inhuman torture. No, I have to pack myself up quickly. Tonight's performance must not be missed. I must get the system's reward, and then take revenge on that guy. Then, Yi Fan made up his mind and got up from the ground in pain. After all, tonight is a good opportunity for him to turn around. How could he miss this performance because of his injury? Fortunately, the project that Yi Fan signed up for today was singing, so his injuries didn't have much impact on him. Hiss. Just as Yi Fan stood up, he took a deep breath of pain. After all, he took turns to learn swordsmanship with so many big men, and he was seriously injured. Later, Yi Fan looked at the 300 yuan on the ground again, and then he lowered his head and picked it up to tear it up. After all, this is the testimony of his shame this time. But after thinking about it, Yi Fan still didn't. He started it directly, but put it away. Because he is a poor man now, let's keep buying some medicine for himself. Otherwise, how long does it take for his injuries to heal? What's more, he doesn't want to be prostituted by others. Afterwards, Yi Fan limped towards the banquet hall, and soon it would be his turn to perform. Soon, Yi Fan came to the backstage of the banquet hall, but he still found a makeup mirror and sorted out his current makeup. It seems that the system is still very powerful. Looking at himself in the mirror who had hardly changed, Yi Fan breathed a long sigh of relief. Otherwise, with his original appearance, he would not have the courage to perform. Yi Ling, come here and get ready. Later, Yi Fan heard the person in charge read out the fake name he used when he signed up. After all, his current name doesn't look like a woman at all. And he didn't want to temporarily reveal his identity as a woman, otherwise how could he gain the admiration of others? Yi Fan doesn't think that if other people know that he is actually a man, they will continue to like him. Then, Yi Fan walked in the direction of the person in charge. The person in charge is also a girl. The moment he saw Yi Fan, there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. It's coming to you soon. After the person in charge said something casually, he stopped talking. At this moment, Yi Fan's heart is full of excitement. After all, he is a woman's clothing boss, but he is full of singing talent by the system. Just wait, he can definitely conquer the ears of all the boys present, even girls. Wouldn't he be able to get the rewards given by the system right away? Yi Ling, come on stage immediately. The person in charge had a hurried voice. Yi Fan endured the pain on his body and made his steps look more normal. Then, he walked towards the stage unhurriedly. Looking at the scorching gazes vaguely visible under the stage, Yi Fan's heart was full of excitement. Dear classmates, the song I'm going to bring today is. Immediately, Yi Fan's face was full of charming smiles, and he opened his mouth to introduce his show this time, but the restlessness from the stage made him stop. What's the matter? Why is there a video on the big screen? Isn't this the beauty who performed on stage? It won't be a special program, will it? Quote. Yi Fan heard the voices of the audience, and suddenly a bad feeling rose in his heart. Then Yi Fan turned his head to look at the big screen behind him, which actually played the scene he had just been in Shaoshuling. Suddenly, his body felt a bone-chilling cold. Soon, the video on the screen was playing. Brother, I am a man, I am a man. Do not come. Don't come here. On the screen, except for himself, the faces of everyone else were covered with mosaics, and he could only hear him shouting frantically in his original voice. Why is this a man's voice? This is actually a women's clothing boss, my god. Guys, I feel even more excited. No, my goddess, how could this be? My heart is broken. Listening to the discussion under the stage, Yi Fan's face turned green. Then he turned his head and looked at the crowd that had become riotous, and immediately wanted to return to the backstage immediately and turn off the big screen. It's not a big deal that the identity of his women's clothing is exposed now. But if the video of him fencing is posted here, that's fine. Absolutely dead straight. At this time, Ling Tian under the stage showed a playful smile on his face. He would not let this kid leave now. Chapter 156. The scene of the death of the club. I didn't expect you to play very flowery. At this moment, Yi Fan was also very puzzled. Why did the video of his fencing in the afternoon suddenly play on the big screen? But he soon realized that it was definitely that damn guy who colluded with some of the people who organized this banquet, in order to give him a hard meal. Then Yi Fan wanted to leave this high platform immediately, and then went to the backstage to quickly turn off the big screen. After all, if you let it go, it is estimated that the group of strong men will take turns to appear on the big screen. How so? Immediately, Yi Fan's face was full of astonishment. He found that his body was actually enveloped by a force, and now he couldn't even move half a minute. However, the video on the big screen will not stop, and soon the video of Yi Fan and many macho fencing will be played. Ah, my pussy, really hot eyes. What game is this women's clothing boss playing with these macho men? Why don't you call the police station immediately? This is a crowd fencing. Just because of this brother's women's clothing, I also want to participate in their activities. Wow, so high. Quote. Immediately, there was another burst of noise under the stage, and some girls were even more shy and didn't dare to stand at the big screen on the stage, because this scene really taught them a lesson. 18. However, some boys watched with relish, and even some people's eyes on Yi Fan became hot. After all, in their opinion, Yi Fan's women's clothes are so attractive, even if he is only a man, some people can accept it when they bite their teeth. Of course, some people saw the difference and ran out to call the police station. After all, Yi Fan's state at the time could not deceive anyone. At this moment, everyone in the audience was paying attention to Yi Fan. Some were very sympathetic, some were indifferent, and of course, most of them were gloating melon eaters. After all, Yi Fan had just appeared on the stage, and this woman's outfit surprised a lot of people. However, when everyone knows that he is a big boss in women's clothing, of course there will be a lot of dissatisfaction in their hearts. After all, the contrast between them is too great. At this moment, Yi Fan's face on the stage was so green that he felt hairy green. Looking at these strange eyes from the stage, he felt an unprecedented shame. At this moment, he was so ashamed and angry that he wanted to find a ground seam and burrow directly into it. Ah, why is it happening like that? Yi Fan's eyes were blood red, and he roared furiously in his heart, because due to the existence of that power, he couldn't even speak. At this moment, he has completely understood that this is definitely someone who is deliberately fixing himself. And that person is also a martial artist, because according to the information provided to him by the women's clothing boss system, only a martial artist can do such a thing. But for the time being, he also put his hatred on the man who caught him in the woods before. After all, in his impression, only this person has tortured him severely. Brother Tian, it's so disgusting. Su Ziyan shyly complained. At this moment, she covered her eyes with her hands, but she secretly glanced at the picture on the big screen through her fingers, but she didn't dare to look at it, because it was really too hot for her eyes. And it can be seen from her blushing profile that such a picture also makes her ears red. How about it? Brother Tian helped you out with that tone before. Ling Tian reached out and rubbed Su Ziyan's head, and said in her ear with a wicked smile. He believes that this Yi Fan has been treated like this, so Su Ziyan must be very happy, right? It's all the guy's fault. Obviously he's a man, but he still wants to seduce you in women's clothes. I don't even want a face at all. An angry look appeared on Su Ziyan's face again, and she complained to Ling Tian again. But now she is still in a very good mood. After all, the smile between her eyebrows can't be deceived. That's why I taught him a hard lesson. Some people are not something he can calculate. A faint smile appeared on Ling Tian's face, and he glanced at Yi Fan who was standing on the stage with some disdain. Soon, when the important content in the video was almost played, the big screen was instantly turned off. After all, it doesn't make much sense to play it any longer. At this time, Shen Jian also walked from the backstage to the front desk. My students, I'm sorry. The video on the big screen in our control room was accidentally replaced by someone else. Now we are also investigating the specific reasons. Today's show is almost done, so let's end the party here. Shen Jian's face showed a trace of apology, and explained to all the audience present. But he didn't even look at Yi Fan next to him. After all, he knew exactly what happened. Damn it. This damn guy is definitely talking nonsense with his eyes open. Yi Fan's eyes were fixed on Shen Jian who was standing in front of him. At this moment, he also hated this person in his heart. Because this video has been out there for so long, this guy just stood up. Obviously, this matter must have something to do with him. Yi Fan wouldn't believe a word of what he said just now. This kind of words can only bluff the audience under the stage. I heard that some people in the school gathered in the woods to fencing. Where is that person? At this time, the two security guards also walked to the stage of the banquet. After receiving the call, they rushed here immediately. After all, this is a criminal activity. How can it be done without a severe crackdown? Hello, this is the person standing behind me. Seeing the two security guards walking towards him, Shen Jian showed a polite smile and pointed at Yi Fan. It's you, boy. If it wasn't for the person who just called, it would have explained the situation clearly. I really don't believe that you actually disguised yourself as a man and competed with a group of big men in the school's grove to test your swordsmanship. Looking at how young you are, you have a great time playing. The leading security guard had an unnatural smile on his face. After all, it would be embarrassing for anyone to deal with this kind of thing. I was framed. I was forced. Yi Fan found that he was finally able to speak, so he immediately vented his sadness to the security guard in front of him with a voice full of grief and indignation. All of this today was beyond his expectations. Originally, Yi Fan thought that today on this highly anticipated occasion, he would be rewarded by the system, and he would reach the pinnacle of his life. But he never imagined that the development of the plot and the script in his heart were so different. Now Yi Fan is tortured to the point of death. If it weren't for the system, he would not even have the courage to live in 990. Cough cough. Young man, no matter what, you should go back with us to investigate first. If you were persecuted by others, we will definitely return your innocence. Seeing Yi Fan's excited emotions, the security guard coughed slightly in embarrassment, although he didn't know what was going on. But it is definitely necessary to bring this kid back to investigate first. Just give us a copy of the video just now. Afterwards, the security guard said politely towards Shen Jian. After all, this young man just now gathered the most important evidence for fencing. No problem. I'll have someone copy it to you right away. Shen Jian also responded with a smile. After all, this kind of thing is not easy. Even if it is estimated that they can't find anything, even if it can be found, the news cannot be spread. You must know that the mastermind behind this incident is Ling Xiao. Such a trivial matter will easily be suppressed by the Ling family. Come on, boy. Soon, the security guard copied the video, and then greeted Yi Fan. Hearing this, Yi Fan could only limp behind the security guard. After all, he didn't dare to resist law enforcement. Walking among this group of students, Yi Fan once again felt endless humiliation, and the pain in some areas became more intense at this moment. Noticing the men and women next to him pointing and talking about him, Yi Fan could only keep his head down, trying not to let others remember his appearance. However, he also knew that this time he died in the school. It is estimated that his women's fencing video has spread all over the school. Chapter 157 Break all the dog's legs and go to prison to fencing again. Looking at Yi Fan's aggrieved appearance when he was taken away, Ling Tian also showed a smile on his face. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully calculating the protagonist Yi Fan, making him forcibly learn swordsmanship with more than a dozen strong men, and publicly expose the fencing video, the protagonist's luck -300, the host's villain value +50000. Yan Yan, since the party is over, let's go back too. It's not too early now. Ling Tian smiled and said to Su Zian next to him. After all, today's task has been completed, of course he has no interest in staying here. Brother Tian, listen to you. Su Zian's pretty face was full of smiles as she hugged Ling Tian's arm and said softly. Afterwards, Ling Tian took the little girl out of Tiandu University, got into the car driven by the bodyguard, and drove towards his manor. After a while, Ling Tian returned to the manor, and then he called Qingxi. He wouldn't let this kid go so easily. The pain is still to come. What happened this afternoon can only be regarded as a gift to Yi Fan. Master, do you have any orders? With a respectful smile on Qingxi's face, he looked at Ling Tian who was sitting on the sofa. You've also seen the kid who performed fencing in the school today. Since he has gone to prison, let's arrange another fencing package. I think he will like it very much. Ling Tian picked up the coffee on the table and took a sip, and then a wicked smile appeared on his face, and then gave Qingxi a casual command. After all, the standard configuration of the protagonist cannot be less. Of course Ling Tian would not favor one over another. Understood, young master, I'll make arrangements in a while. There was also a grin on Qingxi's face, he was already familiar with this kind of thing. Seeing that Ling Tian had no other orders, Qingxi respectfully retired. I didn't expect that there were still a few bugs running over. Lying on the sofa for a while, Ling Tian's face suddenly showed a playful smile. Because at this time not far from the Ling family manor, the worms in the Dragon Gate actually rushed towards the manor. Qingqiu. Afterwards, Ling Tian called out to Lang Qingqiu next door. Soon, this woman came to Ling Tian. Master, do you have any orders? Lang Qingqiu's somewhat cold pretty face showed a submissive expression, and asked Ling Tian respectfully. Now that she has been carefully trained by Ling Tian, she is no longer the killing machine she used to be, but a maid exclusively for Ling Tian. Go and clean up those bugs. Abolish all the cultivation bases, and then break all their dog legs. Ling Tian's face was full of sneers, and he didn't even bother to take action against these bugs. Just let Lang Qingqiu practice her hands, after all, this woman is already a powerhouse on the ground. To deal with these so-called masters and longmen, isn't that easy to capture? Yes, master. Then Lang Qingqiu said respectfully, and immediately rushed in the direction of the group of people. At this moment, Long Heng, Long San and Long Si are discussing the next action near the Ling family manor. In their opinion, it is very easy to kill Ling Tian, but they want to do it quietly, so they will make another deployment. Then it's up to me to do it directly. You take other people to stop the bodyguards in this manner. With a confident smile on Longer's face, she said to the others. Long San and Long Si also nodded with satisfaction, and they agreed with Long Er's plan very much. Not good. Suddenly, the most powerful Long Er's face suddenly showed a hint of fear, because he felt a powerful attack, shrouded in the crowd. Boom. However, in the face of the strength of the deserted autumn land, they did not even have a chance to dodge. Except for Long the three strongest, the others were shot to death. The three who survived were also seriously injured, and their cultivation was directly abolished. Just rely on you three wastes, dare to come here to be presumptuous. Then, Lang Qingqiu appeared directly in front of the three of them, and said in an indifferent voice. Damn it, you wait for me, the Dragon King will not let you go. Long Er's face is full of resentment. After all, the three of them have become a waste at this time. This is the internal strength they have cultivated for decades. Crack. For Long Er's threat, Lang Qingqiu didn't care at all, and a force burst out again, breaking all three's legs. Then Lang Qingqiu quietly left. After all, the task has been completed, she has no interest in wasting time with a few wastes. What? Several people let out a painful wailing after their legs were broken, and then passed out due to the severe pain. Master, your orders have been completed. Soon, Lang Qingqiu came to Ling Tian, her pretty face showed a hint of tenderness, and said softly to Ling Tian. Well, I see. Come and kneel. Ling Tian looked at the cold woman in front of him, and there was a hint of movement in his heart. Hearing this, there was a hint of crimson on Lang Qingqiu's face, but he still knelt in front of Ling Tian obediently. At this moment, Yi Fan quickly came to the police station, and then he was taken to the interrogation room. After some inquiries, the security guard in charge of the interrogation did not ask any useful clues. Yi Fan, since you gathered in the school for fencing, you have to stay in prison for a few days and cooperate with our investigation. When we investigate clearly, if you are really a victim, you will be released immediately. After the interrogation, the security guard in charge of this work was full of indifference, and said to Yi Fan. Anyway, there is no clue about this matter, he naturally locks this kid up first. And he got some instructions secretly, and it is not the first time he has done this kind of thing. What's more, it's a plausible thing, even though the kid looks like a victim. What? I don't agree. Why can you do this? Hearing the words of the security guard, Yi Fan panicked instantly, knowing that he was a victim. Unexpectedly, it was himself who was going to be locked up now. He originally thought that after a few sentences of trial, he would be able to go out immediately. Just take him away. After the person in charge gave a casual order to the security guard next to him, he turned and left. He doesn't have so much time to accompany this guy to waste time here, as long as he achieves his goal. You tell me clearly. Do not go. Seeing the back of the person in charge leaving, Yi Fan shouted again. He didn't want to be locked up in this ghost place, so wouldn't that make it a reality for him to gather a crowd to fencing? This is like sticking mud on the butt, not shit will be called shit. Be honest. Follow us now. The security guard next to him wouldn't be polite to him, and directly dragged Yi Fan to the direction of the prison. Soon, Yi Fan sat on the bed in the prison with a sullen face. After all, what happened today is really bad, and he can't accept this reality until now. But he did not expect that things will not end so easily. Tap tap. Soon, a clutter of footsteps came over, and I saw 2 security guards walking over with 7 or 8 strong men in prison uniforms. Suddenly, Yi Fan's heart felt bad again, but he couldn't tell what the reason was. Go in. I hope you live here and be honest. The security guard opened the cell door directly, and then spoke to these nuos strong men in Yi Fan. After sending these strong men to Yi Fan's cell, the 2 security guards turned and left. What are you going to do? I advise you not to mess around. This is a prison. If anything happens, I will call someone over immediately. Seeing the group of strong men walking towards him, their faces were full of weird smiles, Yi Fan said in a moment of panic. This look was all too familiar to him. After all, he had thoroughly seen it in that grove today. Immediately, he felt that the wound in his local area began to hurt again. Brothers, I didn't expect to see good things so soon. It's still the old rules. Brother Li showed a hideous smile on his face, reached out and grabbed Yi Fan. Come on, help, change. Seeing the group of strong men approaching him, Yi Fan frantically shouted in the direction of the prison gate. But it didn't have the slightest effect, and no security guard came here at all. Soon, Yi Fan let out a miserable howl like killing a pig. The tragedy was staged again, and painful tears flowed from his eyes again. Chapter 158 Green to Harry, come to my house with poetry. At this moment in the Qin family's villa, Lin Yizheng was holding the mop honestly and carefully dragging the floor in the living room. However, his attention was not here at all his attention was on Qin Xiu who was eating in the restaurant. Daughter, did Ling Xiao tell you to accompany him tonight? A somewhat ambiguous smile appeared on Wang Wenwan's face. After all, she knew that the two were already married. As a mother, of course she will try her best to make her daughter get Ling Tian's favor. What? Mom, don't say that. Hearing his mother's words, Qin Xiu's face suddenly became blushing, and then she cried out to her mother. After all, even if she and Ling Tian already had that level of relationship, she was too embarrassed to say this in front of her mother. Don't you know that while young Master Ling is liking you now, you can cultivate more feelings with him? Or else you will regret it later. Wang Yunwan sighed angrily, and then began to teach her daughter a lesson. I see, Mom. Let's finish our meal first. Qin Xiu lowered his head and casually dealt with a few 990s, and then started to enjoy his dinner. However, the mother-in-law's instigation to her wife made Lin Yi's face in the living room very ugly at this moment, and the mop was directly broken by him. Damn it. I can't go on like this anymore. I must do it and kill that damn guy. Lin Yi's face was grim and he said viciously. Although he was able to accept that his wife gave him a green hat before. But how could he just watch Qin Xiu continue with that damn guy again? After all, being cuckolded is not a glorious thing. If he didn't kill that guy as soon as possible, his mother-in-law would teach his wife badly, and it was estimated that Xiu and Ling Tian would be lying on the same bed again. At that time, Lin Yi will really be a green tortoise. And those goddamn trash, actually timid, dare not do it directly. Looks like it's time for me to go back and clean the portal. Lin Yi thought of his subordinates again, and there was a terrifying killing intent in his eyes. Although Lin Yi was a coward at his mother-in-law's house, he would definitely hit hard at Longmen. However, what he didn't know was that 3 of his 4 strongest men had already been abolished, and the remaining one was still ready to backstab. The next day, Lin Yi found an opportunity and slipped out of the Qin family directly. Soon, he found his men who were staying nearby, and then got into the car he drove in the direction of Longmen. And not long after Lin Yi set off, Long Yi's confidants rushed towards the courtyard where Long Yi was. At this time, Long Yi was sipping tea leisurely in his study. After all, since he met Ling Tian, he was in a very wonderful mood. At this moment, he is drinking tea while imagining the scene where he will become the Dragon King in the Dragon Gate in the future. Boom. Soon, he heard a knock on the door of his room. Come in. Long Yi said something casually, and then the door of the study was pushed open, only to see his men hurried in. Lord Long, the Dragon King is now ready to return to Longmen, and he is on his way now. There was a trembling in the voice of his subordinates. Obviously, he was in awe of the Dragon King. After all, his previous methods were very resolute. There was also a hint of fear on Long Yi's face, but soon, he calmed down again. After all, he is not alone now. Behind him, stood the behemoth of the Ling family. Then, Long Yi gently put down the teacup in his hand. I see, is there anything else? Long glanced at his slightly trembling subordinates, and immediately felt a trace of dissatisfaction in his heart. After all, his confidants and subordinates are like tigers towards the Dragon King, which will of course make his boss unhappy. Lord Long, just now our Longmen people found 3 other guardians near Ling's manor. They are still in a coma, but their cultivation base was abolished and their legs were broken. And all the Dragon Gate elites they brought over are dead. The subordinates reported the latest situation again tremblingly. Well, you go out first. Looking at the back of his subordinates leaving, a sneer appeared on Long Yi's face. Those three idiots secretly wanted to deal with Ling Xiao without telling themselves yesterday, they really don't know whether to live or die. But it is also a good thing that these three idiots have been abolished and cultivated, so that they will not have to do it themselves. Then Long Yi lay down on the chair, quietly thinking about how to deal with the returning Dragon King. After all, he still hasn't gotten Ling Tian's order. After thinking for a while, he took out his mobile phone and sent a text message to a number inside. That's right, it was the contact information that Ling Tian gave him. He still decided to take the initiative to report this matter to young Master Ling, because he was very afraid of death. If the Dragon King doesn't show affection and kills himself directly, wouldn't he have 8 lifetimes of blood mold? Inside the Ling family manor, Ling Tian was lying on a chair and drinking coffee at this time. Ha ha, can the protagonist of this son-in-law finally couldn't help but want to do it himself. Looking at the news from Long Yi to him, Ling Tian's face showed a look of disdain. The protagonist has now become a green-haired turtle, what's the point of shooting again? Might as well wear this green hat all the time. Afterwards, Ling Tian sent a message back to Long Yi, asking him to bring the Dragon King directly to him at that time. After that, Ling Tian called Qin Shiyu again. Poetry, come to me directly later. I'll ask the bodyguard to pick you up. A wicked smile appeared on Ling Tian's face, and he commanded Qin Shiyu directly. Since he arranged for the protagonist of his son-in-law to come here, then naturally he should also find his wife. At that time, Ling Tian will be able to perform the classic scene that Danfu has committed so far. I must be able to reap the value of the villain again when the time comes. Thinking of this, Ling Tian's mood became happier again. In the Qin family villa, Wang Yunwan and Qin Shiyu are sitting on the sofa in the living room watching TV at the moment. Daughter, is young Master Ling looking for you again? Then hurry up and prepare. Wang Yunwan, who was sitting next to her, heard that her daughter had actually received a call from Ling Tian. A happy smile appeared on her face again, and she hurriedly urged her daughter to prepare quickly. I know, Mom. Then I'll go upstairs now. Afterwards, Qin Shiyu's pretty face blushed a little, and after speaking, she hurried upstairs and returned to her room. Since Brother Tian invited her over, she naturally wanted to show her most beautiful side. Chapter 159. Isn't this a green-haired turtle? Your wife is coming soon. Soon, Lin Yi came to the base where Longmen was located. At this time, Long Yi and others also came to the gate of the base, waiting for the return of the Dragon King. Lord Dragon King, you are finally back. A smile appeared on Long Yi's face, and he said respectfully to Lin Yi who was walking towards him. However, at this moment in his heart, he had no respect for the Dragon King in the past, even a trace of contempt. After all, this Dragon King ran to be the son-in-law of some kind, and he was actually given a green hat in the end. It was simply the most humiliating existence among the Dragon Kings of all dynasties. Even after being green, this Dragon King can stay there like a dog licking a dog, which makes Long Yi despise him even more in his heart. Humph, where are the other 3 guardians? Lin Yi snorted coldly, now he is very dissatisfied with his subordinates. Especially this Long Yi, if it wasn't for his loyalty to Longmen, Lin Yi would have taught him a hard lesson right now. Lord Dragon King, the 3 of them are lying on the hospital bed now. They didn't discuss it with me, they went to the Ling family's manor on their own initiative to deal with Ling Tian. As a result, the cultivation base was directly abolished by the Ling family, and even all legs were broken. And it also caused our Longmen to lose a large number of elites. At this moment, Long Yi also opened his mouth and poured all the dirty water on these people. By the way, show his loyalty in front of this Dragon King, otherwise Lin Yi will probably throw fire on him. What, you bastards! Hearing Long Yi's report, Lin Yi's face became more and more ugly, and he scolded directly. Now he also knows that Lu's man is the eldest grandson of the Ling family, and of course he understands the strength of this family. But he didn't understand why the other 3 guardians were beaten like this. Where are the 3 trash people now? Afterwards, Lin Yi asked again. It was brought back to our base not long ago, and now it's recovering. Long Yi also respectfully answered truthfully. Let's go over and see those junk first. Lin Yi said to Long Yi, even though the strength of those junk was completely inferior to himself. But they are also the top ones in the Dragon Gate. Of course, Lin Yi wants to take a look at their situation. In this way, he can also understand some of the strength of the Ling family. After knowing the tragic situation of these subordinates, he will no longer recklessly rush to the Ling family manor. Lord Dragon King, please come with me. After Long Yi finished speaking, he stretched out his hand to guide Lin Yi the way. Soon, the two came to the wounded place in the base. At this time, Long Er and the others were lying on the hospital bed, still in a coma. Their faces were pale, and there was not much blood at all. And their legs are twisted and deformed. Obviously, if there is no panacea, they can only lie in a wheelchair in this life. After all, when Leng Qingqiu made his move at that time, he directly made a ruthless attack. If it wasn't for Ling Tian's order, she would have shot these people to death. How is this possible? A few of them were actually abolished without resistance. After reaching out to investigate the injuries of these guardians, Lin Yi's face was full of shock. He originally thought that his subordinates should be surrounded and beaten. After all, these people are all masters of Xuanji. But what he didn't expect was that the injuries on their bodies were all caused by the same person, and there were not even many traces of fighting. They were completely crushed by the strength of their opponents. From this point of view, there must be some masters in the Ling family manor. Lin Yi also showed some fear on his face. He is also a master of the earth rank. Naturally, he knows how terrifying the strength of a warrior at this level will be. This is also different from the information of the Ling family that he had before. He felt that this family should be hiding its strength. However, Lin Yi still did not give up the idea of revenge. If it was a big deal, he would just attack directly. Anyway, he must kill that damn guy. Great. I didn't expect the strength of the Ling family to be stronger than I thought. At this moment, Long Yi's heart was also full of excitement. When he saw the injuries of these guardians, he was even more fortunate that he chose to join Ling Tian early. Otherwise, he and these guardians would end up exactly the same. And at this moment, his fear of the Dragon King gradually dissipated. After all, he still has a certain understanding of the Dragon King's strength. Since young Master Ling was able to make these three guardians look miserable, it must not be difficult to deal with a Dragon King. Let's go to Ling's house now. Lin Yi suddenly turned his head to look at Long Yi, and then commanded him coldly. He decided not to procrastinate anymore, and today he's going to find a chance to kill that guy. Follow your orders, Lord Dragon King. Long Yi immediately restrained his thoughts, and then responded respectfully. However, his heart was even more excited at the moment, because he felt that if the Dragon King dared to come to the door this time, it would definitely be more fortunate than good luck. And this is just in line with his intentions, so not only will he not expose himself, he can also perfectly fulfill Ling Tian's orders. Then Long Yi and Lin Yi rushed in the direction of Ling's manor, and they didn't bring anyone else from Longmen with them. After all, if these people follow along, they won't have any effect at all, they're just giving away. Not long after, in the Ling family's manor, Ling Tian, who was accompanying him with a few women, suddenly showed a hint of playfulness on his face. Brother Tian, what's wrong? Lu Rumeng immediately noticed the expression on Ling Tian's face, and then asked curiously. Yi Wanru and the other women next to them also looked at Ling Tian curiously. There is someone who wants to kill me, and he is coming to the door right away. Ling Tian's face showed a trace of disdain, and then he explained to these women. After all, Ling Tian's perception ability is much stronger than the women present, so he naturally discovered Lin Yi's arrival at the first time. What? He's courting death. Hearing that someone actually wanted to harm his man, Lu Rumeng's face instantly turned cold. And the faces of the other women next to them also became ugly, and they felt a little bit of the same enemy. Ha ha ha, it's just a little bug, I can run over him easily. But I'm going to have a good time with him in a while. I've already called his wife here too. After speaking, Ling Tian glanced at the girls present, and a wicked smile appeared on his face. Hearing this, Lu Rumeng and these women also turned crimson, and they all spat lightly. However, they were not too embarrassed. After all, they knew very well about Ling Tian's bad taste. For Ling Tian to be able to do these things, several women felt that it was very normal. Especially Su Zian, she has a deep understanding of it. All right, I'm going to play with him now. Afterwards, Ling Tian got up directly from his seat and said to the girls with a smile. However, none of the women present had any intention of going with the past. After all, Ling Tian had called his wife too. Just think about it and know what Ling Tian will do next. They don't want to eat this flying vinegar in the past. At this moment, Lin Yi had brought Long Yi to the vicinity of Ling's manor. Just when Lin Yi wanted to go in, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind him. Yo, isn't this a green turtle? Why did you suddenly come to my site? Do you already know that I called your wife over and want to continue listening to her voice when she lay beside me? At this moment, Ling Tian's face was full of playful smiles, standing behind Lin Yi and teasing him. Damn it, I must kill you. Hearing this familiar voice that could no longer be familiar, Lin Yi turned his head and roared loudly at Ling Tian. At this moment, his face was grim, and his eyes were full of bloodthirsty killing intent. What this damn guy just said reminded him of the scene where he was kneeling downstairs and he was sleeping with his wife upstairs. That was definitely the most humiliating moment of his life. Predict. Chapter 160 Lin Yi's panic. I saw Lin Yi's figure immediately disappeared from the spot, and then instantly appeared in front of Ling Tian, punching him directly. Unbelievable. Seeing that Lin Yi actually wanted to do something to himself, Ling Tian's face was full of disdain. Afterwards, the power on his body burst out instantly, and it was severely suppressed on Lin Yi's body. Thump. Afterwards, Lin Yi knelt down in front of Ling Tian without any resistance. Do not. How is this possible? Lin Yi's face was full of horror. How could there be such a strong force in this world? You must know that he is an Earth-level warrior. Afterwards, Lin Yi's body began to struggle frantically, and then he found that it had no effect. Under the shackles of that powerful force, he could only kneel in front of this man. At this moment, he once again felt a huge shame. It's just you bastard. Do you dare to touch me too? Ling Tian's face was full of gentle smiles, but his 990 voice was full of disdain and ridicule. Then Ling Tian stepped directly on Lin Yi's head, followed by constant friction, which brought him the most intimate contact with the ground. Ah, you damn bastard, I will definitely kill you. At this moment, Lin Yi felt the endless humiliation, and roared at Ling Tian frantically. After he became the Dragon King, apart from facing his mother-in-law's family, he had never been insulted like this. Yu barks. Bang. Hearing the incompetence and fury of the protagonist of the son-in-law, Ling Tian sneered again, and then kicked him out. Puff. I saw Lin Yi was kicked out in an instant, and a stream of blood spurted out in the air. After that, he rolled on the ground for several times, and finally, like a dead dog, he fell on the ground, gasping for breath. At this moment, he once again felt how terrifying Ling Tian's power was. Damn it! How could this little white face have such strength? Lin Yi's face became extremely hideous, and his heart was full of puzzlement. He originally thought that this little white face was just an incompetent rich second generation. I didn't expect this guy's strength to be so terrifying enough to crush himself easily. Feeling the sharp pains coming from his body, Lin Yi began to check his injuries. He found that Ling Tian had just kicked him into a serious injury. Then let them bite the dog. A playful smile appeared on Ling Tian's face. However, Ling Tian felt that even if Lin Yi was seriously injured, this Long Yi would definitely not be able to fight the protagonist of this son-in-law. Long Yi, this kid will be handed over to you. I've beaten him badly. As long as you can kill Lin Yi, I will make you the next generation Dragon King. Ling Tian smiled and looked at Long Yi, who was facing him, and promised him. Anyway, this guy is definitely going to die, so Ling Tian naturally drew a big cake for him. Ha ha ha. Thank you, young Master Ling, I'll kill this green-haired turtle right away. After hearing Ling Tian's words, Long Yi's face instantly showed an expression of ecstasy, and then he nodded and bowed to Ling Tian for a while. After all, now he can also see that the Dragon King has been seriously injured, so he just needs to go over and make up for it. Lin Yi didn't think of it. The position of the Dragon King is ultimately up to me. Then Long Yi rushed directly to Lin Yi, who was lying on the ground, and said excitedly to him. At this moment, in his mind, he has imagined that he will become the Dragon King in the future, and the scene of calling for wind and rain in the Dragon Gate. Damn you! You dared to betray me and die for me. Seeing that Long Yi dared to backstab him in front of him, and even called himself a green-haired turtle in front of him, this directly revealed the scar in Lin Yi's heart. Suddenly Lin Yi felt a surge of anger pouring into his mind, and then he immediately struggled to get up from the ground. Then Lin Yi started a life-and-death struggle with Long Yi, who rushed towards him. But even though Lin Yi was seriously injured at the moment, he didn't expect that Long Yi didn't take advantage of him, but he was evenly matched. Damn it! Why is he still so strong? Suddenly, Long Yi's heart also panicked. He didn't expect that Lin Yi was seriously injured, and he couldn't easily kill him. But soon, he slowly calmed down. After all, Ling Tian was by his side. As expected of the protagonist, Ling Tian's face was full of smiles, and he looked at the two who were fighting in front of him with interest. But he won't interfere, just watch their dog bite the dog, until one of them dies. Soon, the result was beyond Ling Tian's expectations. This Long Yi was indeed a piece of trash, and Lin Yi caught a flaw and sent him flying in an instant. Young Master Ling, save me. Feeling the serious injury on his body, Long Yi's heart was full of horror, and then he shouted loudly at Ling Tian. Ling Tian's expression didn't change in the slightest to Long Yi's cry for help. Looking at him was like looking at a dead man. Suffer to death. But Lin Yi didn't care about the traitor's cry for help. He rushed in front of him and slapped him on the head. In an instant, Long Yi's face was full of unwillingness and resentment, and he died miserably. Nice job. It seems that the strength of your green-haired turtle is still very good. Looking at Lin Yi, who was gasping for breath after the battle in front of him, Ling Tian walked in his direction unhurriedly, and then joked again. Hearing this, Lin Yi just stared at Ling Tian with murderous eyes, and didn't directly attack him. He knows that he is not this guy's opponent at all, and if he does it, he is just asking for trouble, and he can't cause any harm to this damn guy at all. At this time, Lin Yi's mind was spinning rapidly, and he was already thinking about the next retreat. Wait, your wife will be here soon. I will definitely take good care of her. Guaranteed to make your head glow green. Looking at Lin Yi's eyes that wanted to eat people, Ling Tian didn't care at all, but smiled and said something that would make this kid break his defense. Damn it. If you dare to touch my wife again, I will definitely kill you. Hearing Ling Tian mentioning his wife again, Lin Yi's face turned green. He couldn't control the anger in his heart any longer, and roared at him. At this moment, his face was full of twisted and hideous expressions, and the look in Ling Tian's eyes was filled with crazy killing intent. He could not wait to swallow Ling Tian alive. This shameless guy is thinking about his wife all day long. Thinking of when Ling Tian was lying with his wife yesterday, Lin Yi felt the heart-piercing pain again. Ha ha ha, listening to you threatening me like this makes me want to touch it even more. And I want you to kneel at the door in front of my yard. Ling Tian laughed arrogantly, followed by another scornful mockery. His words and deeds directly stomped Lin Yi's dignity 1.4 on the ground and trampled it frantically. However, Ling Tian felt that the protagonist of this son-in-law had no dignity for a long time. You are shameless. Puff. I saw Lin Yi's eyes were blood red, and he roared at Ling Tian again, and then he felt a surge of anger welling up in his mind, and then he was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Lin Yi's body was trembling with anger at this moment. He never expected this man to be so brazen. He stole his wife and gave him a green hat, but now he still needs to kneel at the door. This is simply inappropriate. Is this unbearable? Seeing that the protagonist was so angry that he vomited blood, Ling Tian sneered. After that, Ling Tian directly imprisoned Lin Yi's power, grabbed him and rushed back in the direction of the manor. Ling Tian estimated that Qin Xiu was about to arrive here, so let her be pleasantly surprised after a while. After all, seeing her husband kneeling at the door, she would definitely feel very excited. Chapter 161 Honestly kneel at the door, I will take care of your wife. Soon, Ling Tian brought the seriously injured Lin Yi to his main courtyard. Afterwards, Ling Tian looked at Lin Yi, who was standing next to him with a face full of humiliation. A hint of playfulness appeared on his face, and a force burst out from him. Thump. Seeing Lin Yi's figure, he knelt down. At this moment, he has no resistance at all in front of Ling Tian. Lin Yi, you kneel here right now. Ling Tian glanced at the protagonist with disdain, then turned around and returned to his yard. Next, just wait for the woman Qin Xiu to come to the door. Damn it. This damn guy. Looking at Ling Tian's retreating back, Lin Yi's face was full of ferocity, and he gritted his teeth. At this moment, his heart is full of pain and humiliation, because he knows that his wife is coming soon. But I don't know why, but there is a faint expectation in his heart. After all, if it wasn't for Ling Tian, he would never have the chance to hear his wife's voice. At this moment, in the Qin family's villa, Qin Shiyu put on a long light blue dress and put on a little pink on her face, which made her look particularly attractive. "Daughter, you have come down. Young Master Ling's bodyguard has been waiting for you at the door for a long time." Seeing her beautiful daughter come down the stairs, Wang Yunwan happily greeted her. Since their daughter became Ling Tian's woman, their status in the family has changed drastically. Moreover, the family's property has also been taken care of by Ling Tian, and now their family is in the family. It can be said that they are highly sought after. No matter how unhappy other people are in their hearts, they have to greet her with a smile. So Wang Yunwan was even more eager to please Ling Tian at this moment. "Mom, I'm leaving now." Qin Shiyu's face flushed with blush, and she hugged her mother's arm directly, and then said happily to her. After all, this was Ling Tian taking the initiative to find him and let her go to the Ling family manor, so Qin Shiyu was naturally very happy. "Well, then you have to pay attention to safety on the road." Looking at her daughter with delicate and light makeup on her face, Wang Yunwan said with concern. After all, she still cares very much about her daughter, and now she is even more precious. "I see, Mom." Hearing her mother's words, Qin Shiyu's heart warmed slightly and nodded earnestly. "And after arriving at Ling's manor, you have to listen to what Ling Xiao has to say, you know. Young Master Ling definitely likes obedient women, so don't be so petty." Then Wang Yunwan's face showed an ambiguous smile again, and she warned her daughter seriously. After all, she also knows men very well, so she naturally imparted her experience to Qin Shiyu. "Bah, I see. Goodbye, Mom." Hearing this, Qin Shiyu's pretty face turned red, and after responding to his mother, he ran out without looking back. This girl. Seeing the back of her daughter leaving shyly, Wang Yunwan shook her head and smiled bitterly. After that, Qin Shiyu got into the car driven by the bodyguard and rushed in the direction of Ling family manor. After a while, Qin Shiyu came to the Ling family's manor, and then led by the maid, walked towards Ling Tian's main courtyard. "Is it finally here?" At this moment, Ling Tian was lying on the chair on the balcony. After getting the news, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly, and then he walked downstairs unhurriedly. Soon, Qin Shiyu came to the door of Ling Tian's main courtyard, and then she was surprised to find that her waste husband was actually kneeling here. This must be Brother Tian's masterpiece again. Suddenly, Qin Shiyu's pretty face became rosy. After all, she knew a thing or two about Ling Tian's hobbies. Before, he liked to use Lin Yi to make fun of himself. "Poetry, don't get close to that guy anymore. That guy is a despicable villain." Seeing that his wife actually came over, Lin Yi's face instantly turned ashen, so he spoke to Qin Shiyu with some grief and indignation. However, Lin Yi didn't have much hope in his heart. Qin Shiyu had already come over, so he couldn't have come to visit him. It is estimated that the top of his head will be a little greener today. "To shut up. I don't allow you to slander Brother Tian like this. You are the villain who likes to speak ill of people behind their backs." Suddenly, Qin Shiyu's face was full of icy expressions, and he spoke angrily to Lin Yi. Originally, she didn't want to pay attention to this useless husband, but he actually started insulting her brother Tian, which made Qin Shiyu furious. After all, she didn't have the slightest liking for this new husband-in-law, and now she's only full of disgust. "Poetry, I'm all for your own good. That guy is just greedy for your body. I really love you." Seeing Qin Shiyu's disgust at him, Lin Yi suddenly felt heart-wrenching pain and defended again. He never imagined that his wife had so many misunderstandings about him. "Even if Brother Tian just likes my body, I am willing to do it. If it wasn't for Brother Tian who liked to cuckold you, I already divorced you." Qin Shiyu spoke coldly again, and once again expressed her true thoughts. If it wasn't for Ling Tian's reasons, how could she continue to maintain this marriage? After all, Qin Shiyu had no feelings for this man Lin Yi from the very beginning, and she had never admitted this marriage. "Ah, I'm not reconciled. You were definitely deceived by that despicable villain." Hearing Qin Shiyu's resolute words, Lin Yi's face turned green, and he roared out in pain. However, Lin Yi still didn't want to believe that his wife would become what she is now, so he once again blamed all the faults on Ling Tian. Clap clap clap. At this time, a burst of applause came over, and Qin Shiyu also looked back curiously. "Brother Tian, why did you come down?" She saw Ling Tian's figure appear directly at the door. He applauded and walked towards him. "Shiyu, your husband is almost mad at you. But I'm very satisfied with what you just said. After walking in front of Qin Shiyu, Ling Tian put his arms around her slender waist and sneered in her ear. God brother. Don't laugh at people. Qin Shiyu also shyly buried her head in Ling Tian's arms and said softly to him. She didn't expect that Ling Tian had listened to what she said just now, and suddenly she felt a burst of shame in her heart. Ha ha ha, I just told the truth. Ling Tian dotingly stretched out his hand to rub the hair of the beautiful woman in his arms, and then spoke again. Ling Tian, you bloody bastard. Hurry up and let go of my wife. I must chop off your hand and feed the dog. Seeing that Ling Tian was actually holding Qin Shiyu in his arms, Lin Yi roared at him in anger. Although he was in 990's mother-in-law's house, he would not continue to shrink back in front of this big enemy, even if his strength was far less than Ling Tian. I want to let go of your wife. But her problem is that she doesn't want to leave my arms. Ling Tian's face was full of playful smiles. He directly hugged Qin Shiyu and walked in front of Lin Yi, stomping on his head and said. Qin Shiyu, who was on the side, heard Ling Tian's words, but felt his body heat up for a while, and the blush on his face even reached his ears. Damn you! Lin Yi turned to look at his wife's shy appearance in Ling Tian's arms, and roared wildly again. At this moment, the hatred for Ling Tian in his heart has reached an extreme. However, under Ling Tian's terrifying power, he couldn't even struggle. I'm going to take care of your wife now. You green-haired turtle should kneel down honestly. That way I'll be more motivated to wait a while. In this way, I think you will also have some sense of participation. Ha ha ha. After finishing the words full of extreme ridicule, Ling Tian smiled and hugged Qin Shiyu and walked upstairs. Qin Shiyu did not resist in the slightest, and let Ling Tian hug her, but at this moment, her heart was full of shyness and an unprecedented excitement. Do not. No poetry. Looking at the backs of the two leaving, Lin Yi roared frantically again. However, this had no effect at all, and the two of them didn't look at him at all. At this moment, Lin Yi once again felt unprecedented pain and humiliation, and green tears flowed from his red eyes for the first time. I didn't expect him to be so powerless in front of this bastard who cuckolded himself. Chapter 162 Poetry castrates Lin Yi and becomes a eunuch. Ding! Congratulations to the host for taking the heroine again in front of the protagonist Lin Yi. Lin Yi's mentality exploded, luck -200, host villain value +40000. Ding! Congratulations to the host for practicing the Yellow Emperor's internal classic X2, the villain value +2000. 878. Brother Tian, I didn't expect that I would become a martial artist of the Xuanji so quickly. Qin Shiyu's face was full of surprise. Just now, her brother Tian gave her an elixir, and after taking it, she broke through to the profound level. Feeling the powerful power in her body, Qin Shiyu's heart was filled with emotion again, and the love she looked at Ling Tian became even deeper. She knew very well that the medicinal pill just now was definitely very precious, but her brother Tian threw it to herself. It is conceivable that his status in brother Tian's heart is definitely not low. After your strength has broken through. If we practice together, the effect will be even stronger. Looking at Qin Shiyu's unusually rosy face, Ling Tian couldn't help reaching out and pinching it, and then a wicked smile appeared on his face, and he began to tease this woman again. Brother Tian, I will practice hard in the future. Qin Shiyu rested his head on Ling Tian's shoulder, and then whispered in his ear. Now that she has put her whole heart into Ling Tian's body, she will naturally accept all his words. What's more, after becoming a warrior, Qin Shiyu found that her appearance and temperament had become more perfect, so this also made her more interested in cultivation. Shiyu, what should I do with your husband? Then Ling Tian set his target on Lin Yi again. He planned to see what this woman was thinking. Brother Tian, it's up to you to deal with it. I have no feelings for him at all. Hearing that Brother Tian mentioned Lin Yi again, Qin Shiyu's face became cold, and then said to Ling Tian softly. Qin Shiyu was indifferent to his titular husband, no matter what happened to him. Hearing this, Ling Tian's heart is also very satisfied at this moment. Shiyu, tell you something about Lin Yi. Actually, the marriage contract between you and him is not your grandfather's last wish at all, but a forgery by him. His purpose is to get you. Ling Tian gently held Qin Shiyu's fair-skinned catkin, and then said to her with a smile. Really? Brother God. Qin Shiyu's face was full of resentment. She did not expect that Lin Yi would dare to deceive their family. Fortunately, she didn't have any good feelings for this guy, otherwise, wouldn't she have to be eaten and wiped clean by that guy? Moreover, she had a trace of guilt about cuckolding this guy. If it wasn't for Ling Tian, she wouldn't have done it. But after learning the truth, she is now only full of resentment. After all, because of this marriage, he has been ridiculed in the circle. Of course it's true. This guy is the Dragon King of Longmen. With the strength of Longmen, it's just a forgery of your grandfather's last wish, isn't it very simple? A faint smile appeared on Ling Tian's face, and he explained again. The reason why he did this, of course, was to make Qin Shiyu hate Lin Yi, the protagonist of his son-in-law. I must be able to harvest a handful of villain values by myself. That shameless bastard. Qin Shiyu's teeth itch with hatred at this moment. She has never hated a man so much. But now Lin Yi has done it successfully. After all, this guy has wasted her youth for several years. And because he was married to a useless Lin Yi, he was under enormous psychological pressure every day. Ha ha ha. Okay, if you are angry again, you will be angry. There is no need to be angry with such a person. Seeing that Qin Shiyu's face was flushed with anger, Ling Tian couldn't help shaking his head and burst into laughter, and spoke to her at random. But at this moment, he had a good idea in his heart, which could make his woman let out a bad breath. And it can also ruthlessly cut a handful of the leak of the protagonist of the son-in-law. This goddamn guy, really hateful. Obviously the leader of Longmen, with the strength of the earth, he actually forged a marriage contract and came to my house to be a door-to-door son-in-law. And it's like a useless waste all day long. Fortunately, I met Brother Tian, and I didn't let such a waste succeed. Qin Shiyu was full of resentment at the moment. She hugged Ling Tian's arm tightly, and complained again. After all, no matter which woman encounters such a thing, there will definitely be a lot of resentment in my heart. Shiyu, I thought of a good idea to punish this Lin Yi. Would you like to hear it? Afterwards, Ling Tian saw that the timing was about right, then smiled and said to this woman who was still in a state of resentment. What's the idea? Qin Shiyu's face was full of curiosity. Wait a minute, you go straight to castrate that guy. In this way, you can definitely let out a bad breath. And I'd love to see such a scene too. A wicked smile appeared on Ling Tian's face, and he encouraged the heroine to castrate Lin Yi, the protagonist of his son-in-law. Presumably the scene will be very interesting at that time. After hearing Ling Tian's idea, Qin Shiyu's pretty turned pale. After all, she had never done such a thing to hurt others before. But thinking that the damned guy actually did such an excessive thing, the kindness in Qin Shiyu's heart gradually disappeared. In addition, his brother Tian also wanted to see her do this, so Qin Shiyu made up his mind. Brother Tian, I listen to you. I'm going to castrate that hateful guy in a while. I saw Qin Shiyu's face full of determination, and said to Ling Tian. Ha ha, clean up. Then, Ling Tian said with a smile. After all, the current state of the two is not suitable for appearing in front of the protagonist of the son-in-law. Ling Tian is not willing to let him really take advantage of Qin Shiyu. The two quickly packed up, and then Ling Tian hugged Qin Shiyu and walked downstairs. At this moment, Lin Yi wore a mask of pain on his face, and he knew very well that he had a green hat on his head again. Ta-ta. Hearing the sound of footsteps coming in his direction, Lin Yi instantly looked up viciously. After all, he was very familiar with these footsteps, the guy who gave him a cuckold. Then, he saw his wife being held in his arms by that guy. Her face still had a seductive blush, but her eyes looking at him were unusually cold. Immediately, Lin Yi's heart once again felt the pain that pierced through his heart like 1,000 arrows, and an indescribable suffocation. Lin Yi, you shameless fellow. How dare you forge a marriage contract? Do you know how much damage this has done to me? Soon, Ling Tian and the two came to Lin Yi, and Qin Shiyu couldn't wait to question Lin Yi. After all, the years she has lived through have been very uncomfortable. Poetry, Looking at Qin Shiyu's eyes full of resentment, Lin Yi just wanted to speak up, but he didn't know how to speak. Obviously, Qin Shiyu has determined that what he just said was done by himself. And at this moment, Lin Yi's heart was full of shock. He didn't understand why Qin Shiyu knew about these things. However, he glanced at Ling Tian next to him. His face was full of playfulness, and he understood that it was definitely because of this guy. No nuos, you bloody bastard. It's all because of you that my poetry becomes like this. Lin Yi's heart was full of anger, and he roared at Ling Tian again. After all, if it wasn't for this damn guy, how could he have been reduced to what he is now? To shut up. Seeing Lin Yi, a shameless guy, still slandering his brother Tian, Qin Shiyu suddenly became furious. Then she thought of the idea that her brother Tian had just given her. I saw Qin Shiyu bite his silver teeth, directly condensing his true qi, and punched Lin Yi's lifeline with a punch. At this moment, Lin Yi also noticed his wife's movements. His face was full of panic and puzzlement. Seeing that punch was thrown at him, he couldn't dodge at all. Ah, change. Afterwards, Lin Yi let out a scream like killing a pig. Because he has already beaten the eggs. The pain can be imagined. For being castrated, Lin Yi's mental insult is far greater than the physical pain. But at this moment, the smile on Ling Tian's face became even brighter. This sound is very pleasant to him. Chapter 163 Killing the protagonist Lin Yi, Yi Fan's masochistic tendencies. Ding! Congratulations to the host for deliberately guiding the female protagonist Qin Shiyu to castrate the protagonist Lin Yi, making her mentality completely burst, the protagonist's luck -500, the host's villain value +80000. Ha ha ha. Poetry, well done. For such a person who dares to cheat marriage, he should be tortured like this. Ling Tian smiled and reached out and rubbed Qin Shiyu's head, very satisfied with her decisiveness just now. Looking at Lin Yi, who was trembling with severe pain because of being castrated, Ling Tian's mood at the moment can be said to be extraordinarily comfortable. Having received Ling Tian's praise, Qin Shiyu's originally angry face showed a smile. Poetry, why? Why are you doing this to me? At this moment, Lin Yi's face was pale, his heart was full of pain and despair, he raised his head and shouted at Qin Shiyu. At this time, Lin Yi could no longer feel the existence of his lifeblood, and his heart was filled with huge humiliation again. He didn't understand why Qin Shiyu would actually do it to himself, and he even abolished his family heirloom. Even if it was his fault to forge the marriage contract, he was doing it for the sake of poetry. You shameless little man, you lied to our family for so long, I castrated you today, and it's just your own fault. Qin Shiyu looked at Lin Yi, who was kneeling in front of him indifferently, and then cursed again. She will not have the slightest pity or regret in her heart for having castrated this guy. On the contrary, at this moment, her mood is extraordinarily comfortable, and she has a feeling of revenge. After all, he has been delayed for several years by this shameless bastard, and he has been ridiculed all the time. If it wasn't for her own brother, she might have been taken advantage of by this man in the future. Do not. The reason why I faked the marriage contract is because I love you so much. Looking at his wife's cold eyes at the moment, Lin Yi's heart hurts like being cut by a knife. At this moment, he can stubbornly tell Qin Shiyu his theory. After all, in Lin Yi's opinion, only by marrying him, the Dragon King, will Qin Shiyu be happy for a lifetime. Snapped. You are really shameless. Qin Shiyu laughed angrily at the words of this new husband-in-law, and then gave him a big mouth. For such a person, she is really too lazy to talk nonsense with him. Brother Tian, he will give it to you. Qin Shiyu turned to look at Ling Tian next to him, and then said to him gently. As for how her brother Tian would deal with this bastard, she didn't care at all in her heart. Even if this guy was directly killed by her own Tian Jie, she would not have the slightest sympathy. Poetry, then you go upstairs first. The next thing, I don't want you to see it. Ling Tian stretched out his hand and gently placed it on Qin Shiyu's pretty face, and then whispered to her. Next, Ling Tian was going to send the protagonist of the son-in-law on his way, so of course he had to let his wife retreat first. He didn't want Qin Shiyu to see such a scene, because she might not be able to accept it at this moment. Listen to you, brother. Feeling Ling Tian's love for her, Qin Shiyu's heart was filled with emotion, and then she shyly lifted her toes and kissed Ling Tian's cheek. Brother Tian, then I'll go up. After looking at Ling Tian reluctantly, Qin Shiyu turned around and walked towards the courtyard. No, Shiyu, don't go. Listen to my explanation. Seeing the back of his wife leaving, Lin Yi immediately shouted at her anxiously. Lin Yi felt that as long as he explained it to her well, he believed that Shiyu would definitely forgive himself. However, Qin Shiyu didn't even look back at Lin Yi's call, and left his sight. Green-haired turtle, stop barking. You don't think Shiyu will believe what you say, do you? Ling Tian's face was full of wicked smiles, and he teased Lin Yi in front of him. But at this time, the stupidity of this green-haired turtle was beyond Ling Tian's imagination. He wouldn't think that in the current situation, he and Qin Shiyu still have the possibility to continue. Damn it. It's not your fault. Otherwise, Shiyu wouldn't have discovered this, you damn it. Hearing Ling Tian's sarcasm in his ears, Lin Yi roared at him angrily. At this moment, his face is full of resentment, his eyes are even more bloodthirsty, and his body has begun to struggle violently, trying to kill this man who cuckolded himself. Ha ha ha. It's not up to you whether I die or not. But you really deserve to die, go on the road with peace of mind. When you die, I will take good care of your wife. I saw Ling Tian burst into laughter, and immediately announced Lin Yi's death sentence, and then slapped Lin Yi's head with his palm. No, you are shameless. Seeing Ling Tian's palm enlarge in front of his eyes, Lin Yi widened his eyes in fear and roared again. He even wanted to struggle to avoid this attack, but under the pressure of Ling Tian, he was simply wishful thinking. Afterwards, Lin Yi died instantly under the palm of his hand. He died with unwillingness and resentment, and his body fell heavily to the ground. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the protagonist Lin Yi, villain value plus 15W. At this moment, a satisfied smile appeared on Ling Tian's face again. Then Ling Tian called the bodyguard Qingxi. How's that kid Yi Fan doing in prison? Looking at the respectful Qingxi in front of him, Ling Tian had a playful smile on his face, and asked him. After all, that Yi Fan has already been sent to prison, and he has arranged a special program for him, so he must have a very good experience. Ling Tian is not worried about what will happen to this kid, after all, he is the protagonist, and his life is absolutely hard. Master, don't worry. The person who arranged to test swordsmanship with him has never stopped. But according to the information we got, this kid seems to have a little bit of abusive tendencies. There was a strange smile on Qingxi's face, and he was also a little surprised by this news. Ha ha, then continue to let people loosen his bones. Get this kid to clean up. Ling Tian chuckled lightly, then pointed at Lin Yi in front of him, and then said to Qingxi. Okay, young master. I'll take care of him right away. Afterwards, Qingxi respectfully nodded to Ling Tian, and walked out with Lin Yi directly. Chapter 164 He Shiyu's celebration, Yi Fan broke the defense again. After that, Ling Tian returned to his yard. At this time, Qin Shiyu was lying on the bed watching TV. Brother Tian, are you back? Seeing Ling Tian's figure, Qin Shiyu's pretty face suddenly showed a happy smile. Then she jumped out of the bed, ran in front of Ling Tian and fell into his arms. After all, she had just become Ling Tian's woman, so she was naturally very obsessed with her man. Well, Shiyu, you can divorce that trash sometime. That guy will never appear in your life again. Ling Tian smiled and reached out and rubbed the woman's hair in his arms, then whispered in her ear. Well, thank you, brother. Actually, if you like it, it doesn't matter if you don't, leave. Qin Shiyu's face turned red, and she leaned on his shoulder and said softly. Because she thought of some special hobbies of her own brother, she would naturally try to please her man as much as possible. Ha ha ha, you are such a bad woman. Hearing Qin Shiyu's words, Ling Tian laughed out loud, and then laughed at her again. It seems that he has completely conquered the heart of this woman. Otherwise, how could she be so obedient to herself? Bah! Hearing this, Qin Shiyu shyly buried her head on Ling Tian's body again. At this moment, Ling Tian couldn't help but feel proud. After all, this is a very fulfilling thing. Immediately, there was another impulse in his heart. After all, Qin Shiyu's new husband-in-law was just killed by him. Of course it's a good celebration. After that, Ling Tian directly put her back on the bed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for practicing the Yellow Emperor's internal classic X3, the villain value plus 3000. The next day, in the prison of the police station, Yi Fansheng lay helplessly on the wooden bed of the prison. At this moment, Yi Fan's face was pale, and his eyes full of dark circles were full of bloodshots. It was obvious that he had not rested well these days. In other words, even if Yi Fan wants to rest, there is no time for him to rest. After all, the competition between the fencing master and him will not stop. Not long ago, several security guards came to Yi Fan's cell again and took these guys out of here. Damn it! I will never let you go, these damned guys. Feeling the severe pain in the local area of the body, Yi Fan gritted his teeth and roared in a low voice, and then he secretly wiped a handful of tears again. At this moment, the pain in his heart is incomparable. If it weren't for the system, maybe he would just slap to the wall. After all, after suffering such a big insult, a man will lose hope in life. Tap tap. However, the sound of footsteps came again at this time, and Yi Fan's heart tightened again, and he looked nervously at the approaching person. After all, he has already developed a huge fear of those muscular men. And he found out that this group of guys had colluded with some people in the prison, otherwise, he had been mourning for so long and no one showed up at that time, which is definitely not normal. Call. Later, when Yi Fan saw that the people who came were 2 security guards, he breathed a long sigh of relief, as long as it wasn't those damned guys. However, the way he looked at the security guard became unkind. After all, when he was being tortured, these people disappeared without a trace. Evan, get out now. You can get out of jail today. The leading security guard walked directly to the door of Yi Fan's cell, and then said to him expressionlessly. After all, he doesn't have a good impression of Yi Fan. This kid is fencing in a crowd on campus, but because there are no useful clues, we can only let him out for now. Then he took out a bunch of keys directly from behind and opened the prison door unhurriedly. Great, I can finally go out. Hearing the words of the security guard, Yi Fan's originally pale face suddenly showed a trace of blood, and then he shouted excitedly, after all, these few days have tortured him to the point of being inhuman and ghostly. After learning that he was finally able to go out, one can imagine how happy he will be now. Hurry up. Don't linger there. Seeing the boy shouting excitedly on the bed, the security guard's face showed a trace of impatience, and then he opened his mouth and urged. Hearing this, the excitement on Yi Fan's face suddenly stagnated, and then he calmed down his current emotions and struggled to get off the bed. Hiss. As a result, as soon as Yi Fan's feet stuck to the ground, he felt a sharp pain in a local area of his body, which made him gasp in breath. Then, Yi Fan limped out of his cell with the strange eyes of the 2 security guards, and left here with them. Young man, after you go out, you have to take care of yourself. Now you're an internet celebrity. I hope you won't be impulsive then. No matter what, life is the most precious thing. Another middle-aged security guard sent Yi Fan directly to the door of the police station. After that, his face was full of weird expressions. He glanced at a part of Yi Fan's body curiously, and then he couldn't help but reminded. He usually likes to swipe videos or something, but he ended up swiping the video of this young man fencing before. At that time, he was secretly amazed that young people are playing with each other more than one flower. However, he felt that if this young man knew that his video had spread all over the internet, he might have thoughts of suicide. So he also kindly opened his mouth to care. What? Uncle security guard, what do you mean? What kind of internet celebrity am I? Hearing the words of the uncle of the security guard, a bad feeling suddenly rose in Yi Fan's heart. He also had some guesses in his heart, but he still asked a question. Oh, then I'll tell you in advance. It's that the video of you fencing with the group of strong men in the grove of the campus has been spread. Now that you look like a woman, everyone can recognize it at a glance. My condolences and change. The security guard's face was full of pity, and after a slight sigh, he told Yi Fan the cruel truth. Hearing the security guard's words, Yi Fan's originally excited face disappeared immediately, and his face suddenly became full of pain and humiliation. Thump. Do not. Why is it happening like that? Afterwards, Yi Fan fell to the ground, his face became extremely ferocious, his eyes were blood red, and he roared out. Originally, he thought that he would be blasted at most in the school. Unexpectedly, the video has been circulated all over the internet by now, so how will he be a women's clothing boss in the future? Thinking that the rewards of the system may be far away from him, Yi Fan's heart is bleeding at this moment. Could it be that he can only attract the attention of those gay men in the future? Do it yourself. I can only send you here. The security guard looked at him with pity again, shook his head helplessly, and turned back after speaking. It's all that damned guy. Then Yi Fan's eyes were full of crazy killing intent, and he thought of the man who caught him in the woods. If it wasn't for this damn guy, how could he have ended up like this now? However, Yi Fan's strange behavior also attracted the attention of many passers-by. They all set their sights on this strange woman. Because at this moment, Yi Fan is wearing the same women's clothes again. Soon, Yi Fan also noticed the gazes of passers-by, and some people even pointed at him. Immediately, his face became flushed, and there was a trace of fear in his heart, and he got up and left here immediately. If he is recognized by these guys, he estimates that he will be spread on the internet again. In the Ling family manor, Ling Tian was lying comfortably on a chair at this time, enjoying the service of the many beauties around him. On both sides of Ling Tian, Ning Yusen and Sun Liu were carefully rubbing his thighs for him. On the other hand, Su Zian peeled fresh grapes for Ling Tian, and then gently brought it to Ling Tian's mouth. "Brother Tian, is this strength comfortable?" Seeing Ling Tian closing his eyes and resting in peace, Ning Yusen blushed a little, and asked him in a coquettish voice. "Just right. Keep it up." Ling Tian also slowly opened his eyes at this time, and then a satisfied smile appeared on his face as he praised the woman. Hearing this, a happy smile appeared on Ning Yusen's face. Obviously, Ling Tian's compliment made her heart feel very sweet at the moment. Predict. Chapter 165 Information on the Martial Arts Club, Yi Fan, who was targeted by men. Not long after, a cell phone ringing suddenly came over, and Ling Tian took the cell phone that Su Zian handed to him. He glanced at the screen of his mobile phone and found that it was his grandfather who called him. "Grandpa, do you have anything to do with me?" Ling Tian also asked a straightforward question. After all, his grandfather would rarely call him if he was okay. "What's more, I just got on the phone a few days ago." So this time he called, he was definitely looking for himself. "Little God, there was a competition in the martial arts world recently. I want you to take Ruizu and Yanxi over there to see. By the way, let those guys see the strength of our Ling family." On the opposite side of the phone, Ling Junkai was lying on a chair in the yard basking in the sun. With a smug smile on his face, he said happily towards his most precious grandson. After all, the 3 generations of the Ling family's ancestors and grandchildren have broken through to the ground level. Now the strength of the Ling family is absolutely top level even in the martial arts world. Otherwise, there will be some cats and dogs without eyes who will come to the Ling family to provoke them at the time of 990. It's just right to let his grandson pass by. With his strength, he can definitely crush the audience. At that time, Ling Junkai will be able to let out a savage breath in front of those old guys. After all, his grandson couldn't cultivate in the past, and there were always some things that didn't have long eyes, and he brought this up in front of him. "Okay, Grandpa, I got it. I'll be there when the time comes." A smile appeared on Ling Tian's face, and he readily agreed. After all, this is just a trivial matter for him, and it's okay to join in the fun in the past. Maybe there will be unexpected harvests at that time. After all, on occasions like this, it is very likely that the protagonist pretends to be the scene of slaps in the face. Ling Tian is naturally very interested, and he can also meet his fiancée by the way. Afterwards, the grandfather and grandson chatted again for a while, and then Mr. Ling hung up the phone with no end in sight. He used to treasure his only grandson very much, but now he loves Ling Tian even more. "Brother Tian, is that martial arts club going to be on stage to compete?" Su Zian's face was full of curiosity as she asked Ling Tian. After all, Ling Tian's conversation just now, she listened to all of her ears, and her heart is naturally like being scratched by a cat, very curious. As soon as Su Zian finished speaking, the 2 women next to her also pricked up their ears curiously. Since Ling Tian is now at the level of heaven, after the several women present practiced the Yellow Emperor's internal classic with him, his strength can be said to have improved by leaps and bounds. Now they are all Zon level warriors, so naturally they also pay attention to such a warrior competition. Almost. It's just a chance for some young warriors to show their strength. But I just went over to join in the fun. I have no interest in competing with others on stage. A confident smile appeared on Ling Tian's face, and then he explained to the women in front of him. "However, when the time comes, I can let my sister Ruizu try it out. After all, her current strength has also broken through to the mid-profound stage. I want to come to this group of young warriors in the martial arts world, and they are definitely the best among them. And it just so happens that you can hone Ruizu's strength. After all, although he has also practiced with her, this is not a real battle. All right, it's almost time. Let's go back to practice." Afterwards, Ling Tian looked at the big beauties beside him, a wicked smile appeared on his face, and he spoke directly to them. After all, several of their strengths are not too strong now, so Ling Tian is naturally trying to increase their strength. And the best way, of course, is to practice together. You must know that a few of them have broken through to the profound rank so quickly, and Ling Tian has dedicated a lot of energy to them. Brother Tian, you are dead. It's still broad daylight. Ning Yusin's pretty face blushed, but she didn't show much resistance. The beautiful faces of the two girls next to them also showed a red glow, and they were shy and didn't dare to look at Ling Tian. Ha ha, I saw Ling Tian chuckle lightly, then got up directly from the chair and walked into the room. Ding, congratulations to the host for practicing the Yellow Emperor's internal classic X3, the villain value plus 3000. Dot. At the gate of Tiandu University, there are some students coming and going at this moment. After all, it is almost time for get out of class. From time to time, the second generation drives their luxury cars in and out of the school gate, and in their passenger seat sits beautiful female classmates. At this moment, Yi Fan, with a mask on his face, cautiously walked towards the school gate. He was recognized on the way back just now, but fortunately he ran very fast, otherwise he might be surrounded by people eating melons. Then Yi Fan went to a convenience store, bought a mask, and then got rid of the fate of being recognized. Call. Fortunately, no one seems to recognize me. Entering the campus, Yi Fan found that no one of the people who came and went recognized him, and he was relieved immediately. Although Yi Fan is wearing a mask now, he is still very afraid that someone will recognize him. Because he can be said to be popular all over the internet now, it is easy for someone to recognize him. Not long ago, Yi Fan also flashed his own video on his mobile phone, and he was so angry that he almost smashed his mobile phone. Fortunately, he is very poor and has no extra money to buy a new mobile phone. But just when Yi Fan was secretly rejoicing, a male student was already staring at him behind him. What? Is that person Yi Fan from our class? Look at this figure in clothes, it looks like his women's clothes that day. An excited smile appeared on Lu Yang's face as he spoke to the two male students next to him. At this time, Lu Yang's heart was also very excited, because Yi Fan's appearance in women's clothes was so tempting, even if it was a man, he couldn't accept it. And he thinks that they are all classmates, help each other, there is no big problem. What's more, Yi Fan can compete with so many strong men in swordsmanship, and he is not inferior to him. If you say so, it does seem like it. Yes. The two male classmates next to him took a careful look and said in agreement. Now Tiandu University has not only circulated a video of Yi Fan wearing women's clothes and fencing with a fierce man, but his identity in the school has also been exposed. Although his women's clothes can't tell it's a man at all, the video clearly shows his various characteristics, especially his voice. There will always be familiar classmates who can hear it and deduce the true identity of this person. I'll go take a look. You don't have to worry about me. Lu Yang excitedly greeted the two classmates next to him, and then ran in the direction of Yi Fan. At this time, Yi Fan was walking forward with his head lowered, but a hand came over his shoulder, which shocked him. At this moment, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind him. Evan. Immediately, Yi Fan heard the voice of his classmate Lu 1.4 Yang, but the relationship between the two of them in the class was very ordinary, that is, they only said hello occasionally. Afterwards, Yi Fan turned his head to look behind him, and Lu Yang's smiling face immediately appeared in front of him. But I don't know why, Yi Fan always thought this smile was very weird. I didn't expect it was really you. I thought I was wrong. Seeing Yi Fan's attractive face in women's clothes in front of him, Lu Yang felt that his body was starting to get hot, and his gaze towards Yi Fan became even hotter. However, Yi Fan was a little hairy when he looked at him. Damn it! Yi Fan soon understood, and cursed in his heart, this Lu Yang definitely has an idea for himself. Immediately, he felt that part of his body began to ache again. At this moment, Yi Fan's face has also become indifferent. You must know that he has just escaped from the claws of those demons. Now this damned guy in front of him has evil thoughts about himself again, but one can imagine how Yi Fan's mood could be improved. Chapter 166 Yi Fan's way is wide, send it to be transformed into a woman. Aware of Yi Fan's ugly face at the moment, Lu Yang is not a fool, and he immediately understood what was going on. Then, he restrained the greedy look on his face. Yi Fan, why don't we two discuss one thing? Afterwards, Lu Yang walked to Yi Fan's side with a smile, and said to him a little greedily. At this moment, he already has an idea in his heart, that is, he wants to take care of Yi Fan. After all, he can be regarded as a rich second generation, and raising a woman is not too much, right? Moreover, he also knows a little about Yi Fan's family background. Presumably, as long as he is willing to spend money, it is not a big problem to bring back the beauty. Speak directly. Looking at this guy's strange face, Yi Fan had a bad feeling in his heart. He felt that Lu Yang was definitely uneasy and kind. However, he did not directly refuse. After all, the two are still classmates. Why don't you follow me in the future? I'll give you 30,000 pocket money every month. Well, this condition can be said to be very superior. I am very sincere, right? A confident smile instantly appeared on Lu Yang's face. After all, he has done it more than once by throwing money at others directly like this. And as long as he throws a lot of money into women's faces at 18, they basically won't reject him. Roll. Hearing Lu Yang's words, Yi Fan's face darkened instantly, and he immediately yelled at him impolitely. Because his remarks once again stepped on Yi Fan's painful foot, you must know that he only tried swordsmanship with those fierce men not long ago, and now there is still a severe pain in the local area of his body. What's more, he has a system now. How could he be short of money in the future? Moreover, he was still doing such shameless activities to make money, without any consideration at all. Yi Fan directly refused. Yi Fan shouted angrily in public, and Lu Yang's face couldn't hold it anymore. He noticed the strange eyes around him. There is a kind, wait for me, you boy. I've tried it with so many men, what are you still wearing in front of me? However, Lu Yang still sneered at Yi Fan with gritted teeth, and then left here in despair. After all, Yi Fan's roar just now attracted a lot of attention. Damn it! This damn guy! Hearing Lu Yang's words at this moment, Yi Fan's face became even more ugly. He cursed at his figure, and then left here in a hurry with his head down. He doesn't want to be recognized. After all, his current women's clothes, even wearing a mask, are very eye-catching. However, Lu Yang didn't give up so easily. I saw that he came to a remote corner with no one, then took out the mobile phone in his pocket, and dialed a number in the mobile phone. Brother, it's me Lu Yang. I have something I want you to do for me. Quote. Soon, Lu Yang excitedly explained to his brother on the phone what he wanted him to help. Yi Fan, you forced me. After hanging up the phone, Lu Yang licked his lips greedily, and then said in a low voice. Since he has already taken a fancy to Yi Fan in women's clothing, he naturally won't let him go easily. What's more, this is a guy without any background. Lu Yang is even more unscrupulous. Next, he is waiting for his brother to bring him good news. The time gradually came to the afternoon, and Yi Fan stayed in the dormitory for a long time in pain. Since Yi Fan came back, he found that the eyes of the roommates around him have also become very strange. Not only that, but even the classmates who live on the same floor are the same. It can be said that Yi Fan is staying in the dormitory now. That is like sitting on pins and needles. No, I can't stay here. Now in the school, I'm already dead. Go outside the school and take a chance. Yi Fan secretly thought to himself, after all, basically everyone in the school can recognize his women's clothes now. Because the video of him and the group of strong men fencing was circulated from the school. Later, Yi Fan had the idea of going outside the school to find his target. After all, he still wanted to get the reward from the system as soon as possible. As soon as he said it, Yi Fan immediately found a place with no one, and quickly changed his women's clothes.